All right. IPL 500 just about to get underway here. Hello, welcome everybody to the channel. My name is Silent, and I'm going to be doing a bunch of commentary here for this Illuvium Pro League IPL 500, starting here in the round of 64. Optimally, if everything goes in my favor, we're going to stick around here all the way until the semifinals, or till the end of semifinals, rather. Big shoutouts to the Illuvium Nation. I have to make sure I say Illuvium Nation because Illumination is actually a person. But to the Illuvium Nation, thank you for tuning in. I see a bunch of people in the chat here. Soda, Texan, how's it going, guys? Hopefully all is well. I believe both of you are competing today, so good luck in your matches. Started a little bit later than expected. We're waiting on a couple of people to check in. It looks like a couple of backups were called in, so it's always good to keep yourself available if you're on that fringe for instances just like this one. And no bracket or anything just as of yet, but of course the IPL 500, this one, a little bit more points on the line, a lot more prizing on the line. A lot more prizing on the line overall. A lot of people have this date circled in their calendar or on their calendar, and rightfully so. Should make for an exciting event, of course. To be clear though, just off the rip here, from the round of 64 to the semifinals, I'll definitely do what I can to cover it all. And then tomorrow for the grand finals, that is going to be on Illuvium's stream. I will be there as well, and we'll be able to cast that best of 4, I believe it is. So a very lengthy but a very exciting match to happen there. But of course, if you just stream the climax of your story or of your tale, you don't have a good story. So that's why I'm here today, to put some context, have some of the earlier chapters of this story that is this IPL 500. Still going to be getting a few things situated, of course, since the bracket is not necessarily made yet, I don't believe. That's what I'm searching for right here, right now. See if we can break things down a little bit. I have the players that are in here. Just want to see if there's a bracket. Because we'll see. If it doesn't break my computer, I've got quite the setup here for y'all today. And of course, just also to be clarified, I'm the one-man show today. I don't have any producers, I don't have any observers, and no other commentators. If you're here, you're just listening to me. We do have pools now, okay. And the way that it's set up is a little bit different than what I was expecting here, so I'm going to make a slight change to my overlay. So 8 matches are going to be happening simultaneously here, it looks like. Fair enough, round of 64. Quick maths here in the morning. Put that there. The way the results screen looks and the way that the actual bracket looks, two different things, unfortunately. Unless I'm looking at the right thing. Okay, so I'm learning things on the fly here. I'm still getting used to the Illuvalytics website. Of course, a fantastic resource for all these tournaments and for Illuvium as a whole. Just how things are laid out, I'm still getting used to. I promise it'll make sense momentarily. In fact, let's see. Oops. The first match, of course, this is round of 64. Best of 2s in this one, so compared to some tournaments in the past where it was a best of one, that can get rather volatile. And that's not going to be the case here, so we get to at least have best of twos even early on here in this round of 64. Top 4 in each group will advance, or in each lobby. And I need a bigger screen, so bear with me. I'm going to do some adjustments here live. Optimally, I would have this done ahead of time, but quick little adjustments here. Get a little bit of sneak peek for those here early. I'm cooking. I have a bar somewhere. Where did I put? Optimally, what I'm going to be going for here is I'll have down at the bottom, because we're only going to be able to follow the one game at a time, right? But what I want to do is have this browser available so I can peek at the other matches. Okay? That's at least the idea that I'm shooting for. Still just waiting on a couple of the matches to get started here, then we'll hop into our first one. So bracket won't show yet. Lobby won't show yet. Now the matches are here. How does that look for yous? Maybe that's the... Maybe I'm just overthinking it and doing too many things at once, but we might as well try. Something like that is kind of what I'm thinking. And then I can periodically scroll through and see how everybody's doing. I won't have this up all the time, but I do want to be able to pop to. By all means, in the chat, if you think I'm overthinking it and thinking that it's ugly, by all means, please do let me know. But always trying different things. Experimenting. If I get complacent, it means I'm doing things wrong. So without further ado, let's take a look and see. First off, is there any matches happening? Yet I do not see any. So, excuse me. Let's get a full screen look at our brackets today. Pop you over to the side here. So of course, this is your first round, the round of 64 here in this IPL 500. The first lobby. Let's take a look and see who do we got in here. A couple of new faces, or faces that I don't see too often, with OOKK, Ola Costa Pires, Manute. And then we see a couple of people that we've recognized before: Maru, AI Blaze, Ole's Nariba, Ole Detective Valenay, and Hasu. Meanwhile, match 2, Fox Spirit, Mitt Crown Hype, Ole Gazeria. Why do I always say Gazeria? Just Gazera. Gazera. Get those out now while I can. No, absolutely. Good luck with your matches. I appreciate you stopping by nonetheless, Soda. I'll kick some ass out there. Gaba X Rizal Drodo, XAU Drodo. That's a new one to me. CFGD. Not a new face, but glad to see them qualify. Okina's new to me. Then going into match 3. Narkish, of course, the winner from the last IPL 250. Of course, storyline with him, of course, coming from the TFT side of things and finding success here in Illuvium. It's what you like to see. And I always find a way to butcher, unfortunately, Johan Donakino, Zorab. Then we have Karabasov, Orgus 420 Sura, Lukeets from Sura. There's another XAU BRZK. Another XAU, man, a couple of XAUs in this round of 64. Good to see. Mito, Snooty Boo, that's a new one. Now going into match 4, I'm not complaining hype, unhappy hype, I'm a fishy hype, Texan hype. Holy crap, we got ourselves a bit of a hype kill here. Nika, full of gas, Illuvium Hunter 1, and don't contest me. I feel like you've probably painted your target on yourself if you've named yourself that, unfortunately. I was going to be rounding up match number 4. Number 5 is going to be Ole's the Show. Ma Hype, a former winner of one of these IPLs. Thanatos Hype, there's Soda. Soda Hype in match 5. Potate Hype, Ole Haas, Sura Tubek, and Just Simon. Going into match 6, we got the Fancy Pants, we got Lynx PQP, we got FRK from Team Phantom, Carl from Team Phantom, Axel from Team Apex, XAU, Ponier, and we have Anon and Zico Perico rounding out match 6. Going into match 7, of course, we do have Hollow Hype, Web3 Gaming Hype, Jer, OLA's Frodo, Insom. We have Atlas's LMNKO, Hype's Deus Ex Machina, and Slooper. Round up match 7, and our final match here in this round of 64 is going to be Fury Hype, Stagian Hype, Alnerts from Team Phantom, Zarin from Team Phantom, Slicks from Hype, of course, a multi-time winner here in this Illuvium Pro League. Nyx Hype, so lots of Hypes getting slaughtered here in match 8, unless all 4 of them can make it out, possibly. We'll have to see. And of course, the person I keep accidentally contesting on the ladder, OLA's Changzer. It's funny how that always manages to happen. It's never intentional, but it always happens. And lastly, Scorpion Zada, a round of match 8, and to round out our round of 64. Trying to see if we got some match codes to get things underway, and then I need to actually post that I even went live in the first place. Was a little bit rushed getting things started here today. They're literally just starting right now, it looks like. So I guess the option now is, who do we watch? I like that they specifically label these tournaments so that I can actually find them nice and easy. Part of me wants to do two things. Of course, there's plenty of players that we've seen across the entirety of the IPL. We see them pretty often, for example. we'll probably see them in the later rounds. But part of me wants to show off some of the new faces and see if maybe they can make a run here against some of our regulars. If anybody has a suggestion, I'm open to taking it. I'll leave it open for a second while I post my stuff real fast. One more check here of any sort of suggestions. No suggestions, it looks like, so I will just pick one based off of my own fruition here. Match 2 honestly kind of looks, well, they all look interesting to me, don't get me wrong. But match 2 has the biggest mixture of people that are looking for a breakout tournament, and then there's Fox Spirit. So I think we know, based off of past events, that Fox Spirit will probably do well. But everybody else in that lobby too is a bit of a wild card to me, so I'm gonna go follow match 2 if I can. It's my stuff adjusted for it. Okay. Excuse me. All right, match 2, match 2. Looking for this lobby here. Bingo. All right. Loading in. Alright, let's kill the music, why don't we? Okay, here we go. We're just a few rounds in here, hopping into our first round of 64 matchup. Of course, to go over our players here in this first one, as I hop in right during the draft deck, so we have a brief moment to introduce everybody, it looks like. So, of course, probably the highest seed here in this lobby is going to be Fox Spirit from Team Atlas, one of the players that we constantly see at the top of the ranked leaderboards, as well as in the grand finals to a lot of these IPL events. So, lots of eyes will be on the Fox Spirit to do well. However, there's still plenty of people ready to make an upset or find themselves with a bit of a breakout. We have Gabba, CFGD, XAU's Drudo, Okina, Patch Tourist from Team Hype, OLA Gazera, I said it right this time. Then McCrowan from Team Hype. There we go. We will get things started with the classic King of the Hill that we have been following and kind of doing with the IPL events. We'll start from the top and we'll roll from there. I kind of want to see what Fox Spirit has been up to start off this one. And early Aegis with Empath is going to be the way to go, it looks like here. Going up against CFGD. Quick peek over to the audio levels to see that if everything is a-okay. By all means, everybody in the chat, if there happens to be a little bit of a mismatch, you're absolutely welcome to let me know. It does not upset me if there's any sort of mid-stream tech fixes. I'd rather know now and fix it than have the entire stream be out of whack. I did test everything, but there is no guarantee that everything goes correctly. So very, very solid starts here for Fox Spirit. Immediately running over CFGD in this instance. We'll run with them for the maximum of 3 runs. And if there's one thing that did kind of pop up a little bit that I was very, very interested in, at least personally, from the sit and goes yesterday, a lot of people were running Toxic, which is very, very weird to me. Normally it's kind of just left there and it's kind of an afterthought for people that want to just go for a Rip Lance anyway. But there's a lot of people that were actually going for 3-4 Toxic. That normally does not happen. And we're kind of seeing that happen here right now with Fox Spirit with the very, very early Toxic, having the Artolo, the hollow one at that, they're very pretty, alongside the Rangers. So big Toxic there. That Lynx here, so this is going to be the Virtuous one. So this is the healer and the empath variant of the Lynxes. And the lower your team goes, the more it heals. As you saw, that Earth Groko, that thing should have been knocked out a long time ago, but it's just kept on getting healed up by that Lynx. Has the Archos as well there for a little bit of extra backup. But a fantastic early game setup here, it looks like, for Fox Spirit. One more time, can Gabba be the combo breaker in this instance? Running a lot of rogue, it looks like. No, just the 2 rogues. You've got the whatchamacallit, the Tiru, or Tirio, alongside the Chikoro. They got 2 dive buddies and a couple of empaths. Try and hold the line with some fighters. Bit of a mix and match kind of composition. Does have the 4 air to their advantage. However, the on the side of Fox Spirit, they are not necessarily relying on fighters or rogues to do their damage, so that air might not be as heavily effective. Watch me eat my words. I'm a-okay if that does end up happening, but let's see. 3 bulwarks now here for Fox Spirit as well, nicely clumped up. Their healer is going to be able to top everybody off. Look at how safe and sound this team is here for Fox Spirit. Gabba has the right idea as well, but the Archos falling extremely early is going to make things extremely difficult for the rest of the team to hang on. They have those shields, but it is not going to be able to hold on for very, very long. The Untargetable coming out there from the Chikoro is going to keep it alive at least a little bit longer, but not long enough to deal any significant damage. And with that, Fox Spirit has the chokehold here on this lobby, taking care of the second place player Gabba in rather convincing fashion. In regards to where we're playing today, this is on the Halcyon Sea. It's a very, very tame one, and it lets everybody get a little rich a little bit quicker with 3 additional credits getting into your pocket every single round without any sort of conditions needing to be made. We're gonna hop along now with McCrowan from Team Hype as they're going up against their fellow teammate Patch Tourist. Take a look and see what they're rolling here. Off the start, we see a lot of air coming out here from Patch Tourist with a very, very early shock because of that squeeze in the background. Definitely seen a lot of like 6 air, 4 shock, like hyper rolling kind of compositions, but it's very risky to run with. Meanwhile, here for McCrowan, they are going to be opting for empaths and scions. With the firepower, they do have that Fury off in the bottom right or bottom left-hand side, loaded up with a couple of items as well, trying to bring some good firepower. Here comes the ace right across the tank line, so some decent damage, but Scions do have a little bit of a hard time with their damage output, at least early on it feels like. And we're seeing that polar bear here from Patch Tourist. So many members of Patch Tourist got low, but can they finish the job? No, they're not going to be able to. That Fury and the Ranger in the back line are going to be able to hold the line. McCrowan is going to keep themselves into the midfield. They are near the bottom, now holding the middle of the field. Not bad, not bad. And of course, there are plenty of matches currently happening here in this IPL 500. It's going to be very, very difficult to keep track of them all. But I am going to be doing my damnedest. I was showing the stream a little bit earlier that I do have myself a little bar that I can pop on through. And in theory, if I go back to default, yeah, it fits just quite nicely. Where did it go? And from here, I can very briefly, if I wanted to, kind of scroll through and see any of the previous results. So this will be something that I pull up. This is probably a good idea for some of these NPC rounds once we get on rounds, or excuse me, games 2 and onward here. It will be a little bit clunky. Of course, I am the one-man show here on the silent channel here on my channel. So things might not necessarily be the smoothest, and I will absolutely call myself out, but hey, I'm just here to hang out and get some solid coverage here of this IPL 500. Like I was saying before, it is beautiful to be able to, like, it's beautiful that Illuvium wants to stream the grand finals, and I'm extremely happy and thankful to be a part of that, but only streaming the climax of your story leaves a lot of context and a lot of build that could be shown. So that's why I'm here nice and early here on this Saturday morning in this round of 64. We're gonna get all the context and have all the storylines that we could possibly ever want in this tournament, as McCrowan going up against XAU Drudo. Drudo was running heavy bulwarks, and it's really making things a little bit difficult here for McCrowan to try and breach through. That Mammoth is doing a good job trying to move things around, but it only has that Ranger available in terms of DPS. Beautiful attack here for Drudo, knocking off the King of the Hill. And now let's ride along with Drudo. Having the 5 bulwarks here versus CFGD is going to be quite nice, considering you get that reflective damage every single time you get hit based off of your resistances with that 5 bulwark. So you're going to be whittling them down that way. You do have the double toxic coming on through as well, so additional damage over time, and maybe a little bit of healing on top of that. And because the only thing that really does burst damage, well, I guess, let's be honest, there's 3 things that can do burst damage. Fighters might be known for consistent damage, but they do have the tools for some burst. And we'll have to see, they have that Penguin, the Stabbin is there as well. A lot of damage augments committed onto the little foe, the little bird that we see on both sides actually running the foe. The untargetability coming out there from that Evasive Veil on the side of CFGD might be clutch. It's been able to just free shoot this entire time up until the tank goes down. So the foe is gone, the invested DPS is gone. Meanwhile, here for Drudo, it is looking good. They have the foe still alive, and they have the tank line to back it up. Even have the Monkier there for a little backup as well. The 5 fighters and the Berserkers coming out here from CFGD, not going to find its mark this time. It's going to be the Berserker Fighter Bulwark style. Coming out here from Drudo, leading the charge here. Ever have that moment where you write out your tweet but you totally forget to actually send it? Yeah, that's me. Whoopsie. Now we've got everything situated in green. And possibly one more time here, it's going to be Drudo up against Patch Tourists. And I thought I saw the Rake. Sure enough, this thing, at least personally, is up there in the S tier for me if they build Omnivamp. Does Patch Tourists have that? They do not. So this thing is still going to be doing a ton of damage, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be the unstoppable menace that we've seen 1v6ing teams at times. But now here for Drudo, they opted to put their augments onto their monk here as they're able to get the exalted variant, and it's going to have the one-on-one there with the rake. The untargetable is going to make it turn away, but it actually turns right back around, starts swinging away on that rake, and with that thing going down very early, I feel like this is just going to be the Zerg swarm as they charge on through across these fighters. The monk here is completely safe for the most part. Takes a little bit of damage, but nothing to be worried about. And with so many more Illuvials on the board here, Patch Tourist is about to take a major hit here to their health. Knocked down to 54. With that, Drudo is on an absolute roll. I want to roll around here now as we have McCrowan versus Okina. Okina taking a ton of heat here in this early game. Round 16 and they're already into the low 20s. So this is a scary spot to put yourself. What in the world were they going for? They were trying for that 6 air, 4 shock. They got 7 air, 3 shock. So I mean, they've got some firepower, but they just could not find an augment, I think, to really make it happen. They couldn't find the Riley, so that definitely hurts. You see, they're so close, but could not quite find it. Is this enough firepower here to get through McCrowan, though? They dive on through right into the middle of them all. That Arctase is going to be loaded up on attack damage augments. The squeeze is barely going to be able to get a shot off, but the Octius on the other side doing a ton of damage here to Okina, and it's looking rather good right now for McCrowan as they are right there. They put so many of their augments onto the Tibiruko, and unfortunately, at least in my opinion, that thing's basically a meat shield. It feels like it does nothing. And Okina is now on death's door with 10 health left. We're going to ride with them here. I want to see how this ends up turning out. Can they find the stroke of luck they're looking for? Well, at the same time, quickly taking a look here. Perfect opportunity for a chat check too when we have these NPC rounds. Of course, got everything open, so by all means, anybody have any questions, any comments? Do you have a favorite? Which Illuvial is BS to you? By all means, let me know. And why is it the penguin? No, I'm just playing. This one's going to be a tough one now here for Okina, as they were able to at least level up their squeeze into the Octius. But again, their only real backup, like, this is a painful spot to be in. All of your augments are focused on a mixture of tank and attack damage, but the thing that's going to be doing probably the most damage on this team is going to be probably either your Ranger, which you can't put augments on, or the Octius, and you have no Omega power augments. This definitely hurts, and you're going up against a fully loaded Scoriox here on the side of OLA's Gazera. This looks troublesome, but it's not impossible. Let's see if this Mammoth can maybe stun things up. You've got that Vermilia or in the front line as well. Good shock coming on down, but immediately we're going to see this Octius just get lasered down. The double Snolfs on the side of Gazera. I was not expecting that at all. I'm sitting here looking at the Scoriox, but here comes the double Kamehameha from the other side. Immediately destroying the carry, immediately destroying Okina. They will find themselves out very early in this one. That hurts here for your opportunity to get into that round of 32. Not impossible, but a lot of things have to definitely fall your way. Drudo and CFGD. Drudo did have a little bit of a winning streak for a while there, but then seems to have gotten taken down a couple of notches. Both of these players into the 30s. Let's take a look and see what everybody's running. The 5 Bulwark 3 fighters alongside the Berserker led the charge by this Blotto. Not quite fully loaded, but still deadly. Meanwhile, on the other side, speaking of penguins, the Slash and Dark Hollow on top of that. Damn, nice. Going to be the main damage dealer of sorts, but they don't necessarily have the dedicated tank here on the side of CFGD. So this one's going to be interesting. We're going to see a couple of the Illuvials melt in the backline here for the green side pretty well immediately. It is going to be slash it or bust, but at the same time, we've seen these things pop off. It does have that invulnerability here in just a second, but I think there's just too many Illuvials, and at this point here, I don't think there's enough damage. Do they have the Omnivamp? They did have the Omnivamp, actually, but it was not enough. The rest of the team couldn't find eliminations, so it could not stack that Omnivamp. Well, let's see if this ends up being a bad loss. This could be an early exit here for Patch Tourists, as they're going to go up against Drudo. I know we just saw Drudo, but I want to see if Patch Tourists can fight their way out of this one. 2 Tempest, 6 Air. Going up against the 5 Bulwarks alongside the Fighters and Berserkers. So, I mean, in theory, the Air and the Tempest should be able to help them out, but can they find the damage and survive long enough? Because this composition does really lack a super strong main tank. The Mammoth is fine as an off tank, but I really don't see it doing too great as the main. It's holding the line for now. The Rake is going to be pretty much immediately demolished before it even finds an opportunity to fire off its Omega. So it is going to be all damage based off of that Polar Bear that we see on the right-hand side being escorted by the Kuka, but it is not going to be able to hold the line for very long. And this is a rough one. Is this going to be Patch Tourist eliminated out of this one? They are going to hang on just barely here with 4 HP and a dream. CFGD also on to death's door, so we're starting to lose some players here in this event. McCrowan versus Patch Tourist, GABA versus CFGD. Scary moments here for both of these players. Is that a Blazonite already here? Very nice find here for GABA. Finding the fully loaded Blazonite. Doesn't even care about the Wildfire, which honestly, fair enough, because they have the 6 Air, 2 Tempest composition going up against the Frost, Air, Water, Earth kind of mixed style. The Slayer coming out here for the side of CFGD. They need to make this work, and it's good positioning here for the Penguin. The slash on the far right-hand side is able to start ramping up. Meanwhile, the Blazonite here on the side of GABA is getting messed with a little bit by that Lura, but overall, rather untouched. It's able to just free fire in the back line. It is now targeting that slash, and the invulnerability is again going to come out, but the Omnivamp, it's just not there. And that is going to be CFGD being taken down out of this lobby alongside Patch Tourist. So CFGD in 6th, Patch Tourist in 7th. Silly me, forgot to grab water, so I'm gonna have to do that in between games here. I don't know about all of you, but at least where I'm at here in Canada, things are starting to slowly but surely bounce between cold and warm. The weather cannot make up its mind. So, of course, that means cold season. So bear with me if I have to mute every once in a while to sneeze or cough, but try to make that as discreet as possible. Of course, Fox Spirit's still absolutely crushing it here, leading the charge in this lobby. 5 Empaths, 3 Bulwarks, the 2 Mystics, with the Apon alongside the Geyser, as well as Aegis, and look at this hollowed out Forest. It's all the attack speed it could possibly want, while also chaining its attacks to multiple units. That is a deadly old bird, alongside this Virtuous Flora Lynx that has the double Elder Surge. So not only is there a ton of damage coming out from this composition, but there is a ton of healing here as well. See them plow on through this NPC round. I don't think anybody's going to get eliminated here in this round. So I'm going to ride along here with Fox Spirit for one more as they go up against Gabba once again here. Gabba running the 6 Air 2 Tempest style. The Fighters, the Templars, and the Empaths with all of their eggs basically in the Blazonite basket. Let's see how this one goes. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that forest up on the right-hand side. Does have tons of damage, and actually did switch out the one Chrono Flux for the Leviathan's Fury on top of that. And look at this thing just chaining from alluvial to alluvial. The rest of the team is holding the line while it just murks everybody. That untargetable coming out of the Blazonite is going to make things a little bit difficult for just a second. But Fox Spirit looking like they're on absolute cruise control in this lobby. Now going up against XAU's Drudo. What could possibly be an elimination round here? Things don't go Drudo's way. Leave it to me to break my browser, apparently. We're back here right in the nick of time. So, of course, this 4-fighter, 5 bulwark style here from Drudo. Trying to go up against this very, very brutal style coming out here from Fox Spirit again. Where's the forest? Is it going to be able to pop off like last time? It's being focused down a little bit. That Rip Lance is going to be able to take them down extremely quickly. So Fox Spirit might have finally been bested here in a little while, as that Rip Lance is going absolutely nuts on the right-hand side. The Goliath here from Drudo as well, finding some very high-value stuns, and they're just been able to completely hold the line here. They have a ton of healing and a ton of tank, ton of damage, but it is not going to be enough to take down Drudo. He's going to hang on for a little bit longer here in this one. Right along with Drudo one more time here, going up against Gazera. Did just lose their last round as well, so they're getting a little bit closer to the danger zone in terms of that health bar. In the 30s, they've got probably one, maybe two more shots to them, in theory. The 5 Bulwark, 2 Harbingers, and the 2 Scions were on the table. It looks like they're trying to cook something up steam-wise, re-steam into 2 Magma as well. This is going to get nasty when the Rip Lance hits the Magma. Will it be able to survive? A nice last-minute position here for Drudo. Is that Rip Lance going to turn onto the newly evolved Umber? I don't think it will. Big shot coming out here from Gazera's Sinalf, and it's going to take down 2. And now the steam is cooking. The snowballing effect here now of that steam affinity is going to come in clutch. You have the Scoriox from backline as well. Just a beautiful shot coming out here from Gazera's Sinalf alongside the Umber, just able to clean house. And that will mean we have an elimination here in 5th position, as XAU Drudo will fall in 5th. McCrowan is going to fall in 4th as well. Now we have Gabba going up against Gazeria to try and keep themselves in this game. Fighters all over the place, and now that some people are actually getting eliminated, maybe we can start seeing some of these later stage alluvials here for the Fighters. They've been contesting each other for so long that they haven't really necessarily been able to get their full potential, and we are going to see that fully evolved Jota now, full stage 3 alongside the Blazonite and the Forest. So lots of firepower here for Gabba, but can it deal with this Scoriox? Can it deal with the now fully evolved Dwelf up in the left-hand corner? Shots fired directly onto that Blazonite. It is going to fall pretty well immediately, and the stun doesn't matter when you're immune. So So big plays coming out here from Gazera once again, really making that Dwelf do massive work, but you still have to deal with this polar bear. The Umber is going to try and do it. The one-on-one here kind of in the middle, but it is not going to be enough here. We're going to see an elimination once again. Gabba going to fall in third, a very respectable finish, but Gazera's ability to get themselves into a proper position to find the most amount of value. This Dwelf as well does have that final abounding, which basically lets its water beam that already does a ton of damage at this evolution stage now allows it to crit on top of that. So that is absolutely disgusting. We've seen what happens to that Blazonite. Blazonite isn't necessarily the squishiest of targets, but it melted like butter. So beautiful plays here for Gazera. While we have this NPC run, just trying to see if we happen to have any other tournament matches finishing up here. We may have a couple. I'm curious as to how this works. So for the first time here today, let's try and whip out the bar. See if it allows me to... Let's read this. Okay, it's not going to show me until the very, very end. So a little bit too soon to fire off the results bar, but soon enough we'll be able to play our little thing. Okay. In the meantime, though, your final two here in this round, it's going to be Fox Spirit with that loaded up, hollowed out Blazonite with this Empath and Mystic style. Meanwhile, on the other side, we're seeing that big water beam coming up from that Dwelf once again here. The 5 bulwarks, the 3 scions on the side of Gazera trying to get the job done. Lots of low health bars here for the red side. It looks like Gazera's been able to breach, whipping the Blotto directly into their carry, though. Is that Dwelf going to be able to hang on? It's going to be able to get the job done just in the nick of time. The Scoriox on the left-hand side as well, peppering things in. And while all that was happening, of course, the Umber still alive in the background. So beautifully done there for Gazera, taking the lead here in this lobby. Fox Spirit had control pretty much this entire game up until this point. So beautifully done here for Gazera to get back in here. Of course, no matter what, fantastic finish for both of these players, but who's going to clutch this out here in the end? Fox Spirit going to end up taking away this Alfie, which at this point that Dwelf's already fully evolved, so it's not necessarily in regards to stealing it away from Gazera, but maybe they can find some use for that red augment. We do see the Blazonite has that red augment on top of it. Can they hook up one more and maybe make a another item out of it? It looks like they're going to. Sure enough, Fate Sealer going to be added on now to that Blazonite. All legs pretty much in that Blazonite's basket. Granted, you do also have this forest off to the left-hand side. To bring the firepower, it's a little bit of an outcast of sorts, but it is going to give Bloom to Fox Spirit. Meanwhile, 3 steam, 2 magma, 4 water. This Dwelf is going to load its shot extremely quickly here while being immune, so it's not going to get stunned up. Here comes the shot alongside the Umber's reinforcement. It's going right through the Crunk and the Geyser. The Geyser pops its heel pretty much as it's falling, so it is going to be effective. Big shot coming out here from the Umber onto that Blazonite. The stun, though, making things difficult. Here comes that Virtuous Lynx to try and keep them healed up. It is trying to keep that Blazonite there, but as soon as the Dwell fires off its shot once again, that is when there's too much damage. Fox Spirit going to take another hard shot here. Only one more in the tank. It's make or break here for Fox Spirit if they want to end up winning this lobby. Again, at the very, very least, this is still a fantastic finishing position here for our first round. But obviously, you'd love to be a little bit more secure. They have Arcanite now. Try and maybe make a switch with the Ranger bindings. I'm not 100% sure, to be fair. So 3 Mystic, 6 Empath, going for Wildfire. And can they stop this Dwell? The last second switch here as well from Gazera is going to make it so that Phosphorus that has now been fully evolved here for Fox Spirit is going to have to go the long way if it wants to try and get there. Shot immediately going on into the Geyser, but not going to be hitting any of the tanks this time. But that Phosphorus is going to get thrown directly into the Lynx, but it does not heal it in time. It's going to be taken down. One of the big carries off the board pretty quickly here. Once again now, all damage on the side of Fox Spirit is put towards that Blazonite, but the Umber is on top of it. The healing is going to fall. The Blazonite needs a kill and needs to kill quickly. This is much closer, but the Umber is still right there. The 1v2 can absolutely handle this one. And that is going to be Gazera winning the lobby here. Lobby number 2's first game. Congratulations to Gazera. Of course, that was the 4 water, 3 steam, 2 magma composition with the 5 bulwarks. Harbinger, Scion style. Lots of emphasis on that Umber and the Dwelf to get the job done. Fox Spirit had the 6 empaths with the 3 mystics, Nature Wildfire style. That Lynx did a fantastic job of keeping everybody alive so that the Blazonite could keep going, but once it was taken off the board, there was nothing you can do there. Gabba is going to end up falling here with the 6 air, 2 dust fighter style. 4th here for McCrowan, the 6 air Inferno Fire style with the Octius for backup. Could not quite get snowballing, but still makes it into the top 4. Drudo falling with the Toxic Bulwark Fighter composition alongside Berserker. CFGD had a lot of emphasis there onto that slash-in, but it could not get snowballing, did not get the Omni-Vamp I was hoping for. Had a little bit of it, I believe, but not enough to get the job done. Hatcher is falling in 7th with the 6 air, 2 Tempests. Balanced kind of style, just couldn't get the ball rolling, unfortunately. And same thing for Okina. Really tried hard for the 6 air, 4 shock composition, but it looked like it got denied pretty heavily. That is going to result in them falling in 8th place for this one. All right, all right. One in the books here for this IPL 500 round of 64. Game plan will be to stick with the same lobby. If I bounce around too much, we're not going to understand the storylines. We'd be cutting ourselves off short here. Squawk, I definitely appreciate that. Thank you so much. One thing I'll definitely have to do before we hop into this next one is get a brief water break in. But I just don't want to run away and see that the lobby's already started. So I'm going to quickly take a look. Not yet. Well, I peek over and see, or peek over to X and see that CFGD and Rich with the retweets. Thank you both. And CFGD, good luck in this next one. You happen to be spectating your lobby in 6th place. Obviously not optimal, but still can absolutely climb back from that one. Good luck with the next one, of course. And while I have the breather, I'm gonna quickly run and grab water. I want to see if I have something I can put up here so you're just not looking at my background. Let's see, do I have... Okay, here we go. I'll disappear for a quick second here just to grab some water, and I'll be right back for the next round here of the next game here in our round of 64. Alright, we're back. There we go. Now with this style of tournament, of course, this event essentially takes all day, right? So I will give, if there's one thing that I've learned, rather, and I'll give a thing of advice here to the players, has absolutely nothing to do with gameplay, and it's probably going to sound stupid obvious, but it's surprising how many people screw this up. Because in my time of broadcasting college esports and working with a specific team, I would see this all the time for when they have these big endurance-based kind of events. People just straight up do not take advantage of the breaks that they do have and eat something. It's incredible how much of a simple power-up that eating is, but I hope that these players end up doing so. Because I've watched so many times the team that I was working for dominate a tournament. It gets into the later stages, they end up winning like the winners finals, so they're sitting in grands. They just end up doing whatever and don't end up eating. And then they have to wait around for a couple of hours for the next match. And they're so focused or unfocused because they're so damn hungry that they don't end up performing, and then they lose what should have been a sure win. So there's my free advice, I suppose, for the players that has absolutely nothing to do with gameplay. Make sure y'all are eating. See if I can get a look at our lobbies here. Well, we have a bit open. Oh, a lot of these kind of wrapped up, actually. I wonder if there is a page updated here. Let's see. Okay, it is kind of hard to see, but it is updating here. So let's take a look at around the IPL to see where everybody is standing. There we go. Starting from the top, so we're still awaiting this first match here for match 1. They were down, I think, to the last 2 or 3 players, so I imagine it's going to be finished up rather quickly. Fox Spirit's match here in match 2, we do have the results for, of course. This is the one that we were watching, where Fox Spirit, Mikroen is being showed in second. That isn't right. And I imagine that's getting fixed. So, of course, as with anything, take this as unofficial results. Because, yeah, didn't Zera win that lobby? Okay, we'll go through it, but of course, take everything with a grain of salt. Things could very well change here. In regards to match number 4, this one is completed. It looks like Not Complain leading the charge here, which, fair enough, they were probably one of the higher seeds in this lobby, alongside I'm Fishy, who actually ends up showing up in 5th place in this one. But to wrap up our podium here in match 4, that's going to be Nika and Texan Hype getting on the board there. Coolagas finding themselves in 4th. Of course, it's nice to see taking care of I'm Fishy as well. Don't Contest Me must have got contested, got taken down in 6th. Unhappy with an unfortunate 7th place finish there. And then Illuvium Hunter wrapping up the lobby there in 8th. At match 5, the show looks like they took that lobby alongside a past IPL winner with Moo. Thanatos Hype and Soda Hype gonna round up the top 4. Meanwhile, just Simon, Patate Hype, Sura Tubek, and Owale's Haas gonna round up that lobby. Match 6 also has been completed. Fancy Pants, or no, it's gonna be Lynx PQP, Fancy Pants, and FRK Phantom must have gotten the weapon they wanted for once. Going to be able to find themselves onto the podium. Meanwhile, alongside Carl Phantom to wrap up the 4th spot. Axel from Team Apex going to find themselves in 5th. Ponier from Team XAU going to be in 6th, alongside Anon and Zico Perico with an unusual low placement here, if this stands true with an 8th place finish. Hollow Hype going to be leading the charge here for match number 7 alongside Web3, Dare, and Ole Frodo. Did this thing basically just 1-for-1? Yeah, pretty much the seeds did exactly what they wanted here, or what they predicted. That ends up being the thing that's actually kind of funny. You don't see that too often. Normally 1 player is at least out of, or 2 players are out of position. Not this time. Match 8 also has wrapped up. Looks like Fury Hype leading the charge alongside Alnert from Team Phantom, then Stagian Hype, Slex Hype, former multi-time winner here in the IPL, squeaking into the top 4. Ollie Changs are in 5th. Zarin, Team Phantom in 6th. Scorpio Zada 7th, and then Nick Hype going to round up our lobbies here. I'm just waiting on a couple of more results before we get this going again. Unless the lobby happens to have gotten started already. Let's take a look. It's all refreshed and cooking. Tournament. No, there's just the one. Looks like they're waiting for everything. A couple of these. Oh, it looks like it was Brightman Steps. So, okay. Fair enough. That'll absolutely happen. I don't think that Discord knows I'm alive, so I'm going to quickly fire off a link to them. While apparently a boat or something has now arrived nearby. Oh, jump scare. realized my stuff was still live, so let's get that fixed quick. We have successfully done it here. Look, this is going to sound stupid as hell, and it may not seem like much to many, but hearts out to everybody on the YouTube side of things. Big, massive thank you. We hit 50 subscribers on YouTube today, and it may not seem like much, but to me, that is absolutely huge. Of course, backstory for myself a little bit in the past. I might have been working as a esports broadcaster since the release of StarCraft 2. So I've been doing this for over a decade. However, all of my work has always been attached to someone else's business, for the most part. I never got myself out there. Here as Silent, here with Illuvium, is the first time that I've broken away from any sort of company and tried to make stuff myself. So the fact that we've even hit 50 is absolute blessing, and I am super thankful. Big thank you to all of you. Soda, you're also, I don't know if you're still here because I know you've been competing, but you're also the GOAT. Thank you for sharing my stream in the community content page. I was just about to do that, and you're already on top of things. Much appreciated there. Of course, just waiting on Lobby 2. Their next match should be starting very, very soon. One of the rounds did end up getting Brightland steps, so it's still wrapping up. It's a one-on-one, it looks like, between, I always butcher his name, unfortunately. Jonakino from Team Sura is up against Narkish, so they're wrapping that one up. Should be done very, very shortly. Everybody else has been eliminated, it looks like. Karabasov got third in that lobby. Lukitz from Team Sura is also in fourth. Orgus 420 in fifth. Mito from XAU in sixth. Snootyboo in seventh, and then XAU BRZK, or Berserk, I would imagine is the acronym there. Up that lobby, so I imagine we'll get the next rounds coming up in just a second here. One thing I'll mention as well, for any of those Leviathan lovers out there, I know that we had the first one, I think it was last week. I wasn't able to get a part of that at all, but with this one here, we have, out of, I believe it's Tempest Gaming, they do have Leviathan tournaments now on Tuesdays. So that is kind of exciting. I'm always down to see more Leviathan. So that tournament is there and ongoing. But, of course, the IPL still in progress here. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, some of these results did not seem correct, but now they're starting to come around here. Now it shows Gazera as first, Fox Spirit second. Yeah, okay, there we go. That sounds better. We also, of course, do have the finish here for match one. That one did complete with your first and second seeds being Nariba and Detective Alané from Team OLA. But it's actually Maru and AI Blaze getting first and second in this one. Then Nariba and Detective Alané. Asu OOKK OLA's Costa Pires and Manute's going to have to have a solid run in this one if they want to get themselves into that top 4. Manute and Costa Pires definitely need the ball to bounce into their side of the court, get a few things to go their way, but of course not impossible. The fact that the tiebreaker does still rely on your last game played is always a benefit for those trying to play catch-up. Still waiting on that one game, it looks like. So here, I'm going to take one more quick second, grab a snack while I still can. Be back before you know it. All right. We're back. Coffee, check. Instant spaghetti, check. Ready to rock and good to go. Just waiting for a match to get underway. Keep forgetting I have my internet browser loaded up. Not like I have anything to hide anyway, but still a lot. All right. Whew. And of course, that's just round one here. For game one of round one, we still got plenty of Illuvium still to play here today. I think the opportunity, or rather the game plan, is to pretty much go from round of 64 all the way to the semifinals. So we should have quite a long day. Picking myself over one thing though, I spent so much time focused on setting up the in-game portion for today's stream. Simple things like break screens I don't even have, so a little bit of a misplay on my part. But I appreciate y'all sticking around. Seems to be a tournament-wide delay here, or they're just getting started with their next match. One of the two. See the tournament admins in the Illuvium Discord. Hard at work, I know. Bulky's got his stream up. I know Quant's in there, I believe. Maybe not. Yeah, it looks like we're in a bit of a... excuse me. Looks like we're in a bit of a waiting game. I wonder if any other lobbies had issues with the website like ours did in regards to the results from earlier. Get to work, I am, man. I'm just waiting for the game to start. Microphone up a tad? Absolutely. See if I can do that without completely destroying my my video with peaking. How we doing now? Is this any better? I see some higher yellow bars. Okay. Lost updates. Uh-oh. Are we living? Ripcast, are we good? Unfortunately, it was something that was happening a couple times during this week, actually, that my internet would randomly shut off for about 3 seconds. Just enough to annoy me and cause a problem. But at least it would come back. I see even here I have like 0.001% of drop frames, so it's probably had a couple lag spikes here and there, but it's holding on for now. I definitely gotta give a shout out to my ISP though later. Still no tournament games as of this moment. And it's still too early to collect on my Illuvium 0 plots, so I can't even do that yet. Dude, it's okay. We're chilling. It does happen sometimes. Yeah, the internet will flicker for like maybe 2-3 seconds. So just enough to give you an annoying lag spike, maybe sometimes even have to force you to refresh. But it shouldn't happen too often. It happens like maybe once an hour or so for me. Oh, Twitch itself died. That's interesting. Oh, I see. Yeah, it does look like it actually rebooted the cast. I was gonna say, why does it say that my session is only 3 minutes long? Okay, so it was just enough of a disconnect that it chopped the VOD. Looks like it's back up now, but... Otherwise, I think we're alive. Yeah. Yeah, my stream died on Twitch, yeah. Yep, I see it now. It's only been live for 4 minutes, so it must have shut down and went back up. I was gonna say, why are you on YouTube all of a sudden? That makes sense to me. Yeah, it looks like there's some tech issues or something in regards to the results page, so I'm guessing that's what the holdup is here. And there we go, back on Twitch. There we go. It's weird that it does that. Everything else reconnects just fine on the same video, but not Twitch. Yeah, it seems like everything else is okay. Yeah, wake up while you can. At least this way you can still say you got up in the morning. Get up now while you can. I know gamer morning is usually like 1 p.m., but you can still say that you got up in the actual morning in a few seconds here. That's the problem with the kiddos. Even when I'm when it's a weekend and we don't have to worry about school or anything, my body clock now just recognizes it's 7 o'clock. Get up, get up. Even it's like, no, you can sleep another hour. You can keep going. And oh, it's this. All right, looks like our wait's over. Ten and noon. From the people that I at least used to hang out with, that's tame. That's early to some people. I'd always laugh at them. Playfully, of course. Yeah, of course. Makes sense. We do have the next round, or the next game rather, game number 2 of our round of 64 getting underway. Oh, maybe not. Oh, not everybody was in. We have bots apparently. Okay, well, it's just around the corner then. We're right there. We're right there. Okay, if you're working midnights, you have special exception by all means. I definitely don't wish that upon anybody. You loved it. Wow. There's very, very few people that I would ever hear say that. Have an excuse to stay up all night. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Again, just looking for lobby number 2. So that's the one there with patch tour. Number 2. So that's Fox Spirit, CFGD, and them. Looks like they started off the lobby, but not everybody stayed connected, it looks like. So they're going to have to quickly remake that one, I would imagine. For the sake of continuity, I would rather stick with the same lobby instead of just bouncing around all over the place. Cast on Twitch died again. Kadoki, thank you for letting me know. I don't know what's going on there. I'm not dropping any frames. Wait. I don't know what's going on with Twitch, man. Unfortunately, just as the whole platform as a whole. I'll keep my peace about it, but let's just say there's a reason why I'm multi-streaming. Okay, 4 of the matches are up. And there we go. Okay. First, thank you for bearing with me during this wait. Let's kill the music, why don't we? There we go. All right, so game number 2 here in this IPL 500 round of 64. Once again with lobby number 2. We did get to see Ole's Gazera have the comeback win there up against Fox Spirit, who was dominating the lobby extremely early, pretty much the entire time, up until the very end. Was able to find the fighters I believe they were looking for and got the job done there. Was able to outburst and out damage that squad from Fox Spirit through the links and all. I know they had the one Dwelf that did a fantastic job at bursting down very, very key targets. I'm gonna be starting off, of course, with the King of the Hill style. Everybody at 100. Riding along here with Gabba, who loves to apparently just park their drone directly into the middle of everybody, and I cannot move it, unfortunately. But picking up a couple of the early Illuvials with this head-to-head battle. And so far so good here for Gabba, as we're of course going to go around the IPL to show what has been happening across all of the matches, because of course we have our lobby here that we're focusing on, but there's still plenty of other matches going down. I do want to of course give highlight to down here. So of course we're watching match or lobby number 2. We did see earlier in this one, or lobby number 1, Maru and AI Blaze off to a fantastic start for themselves with Nariba and Detective Alan A. Everybody else trying to catch up for the moment here. As Gabba versus Gazeria, 2 winners going to be going at it here in just a second. And of course, kind of recap the match that we did just see again. It's going to be Ole Gazeria and Fox Spirit leading the charge. Gabba and McCrowan currently in the top 4 in the positions to move on. But anything could happen here in game number 2, as we're seeing Gazera basically picking up where they left off, it looks like. Oh no, I don't think that Valente is going to be able to get the job done. The quick Lura pickup coming out here from Gabba going to help secure this one. Narkish was the first seed for Lobby 3, and it looks like fair enough there, as they were going to be able to take that lobby alongside Jonakino, Garabasov, and Luke Heats in the top 4. Not Complain, Nika, Texan, and Kulagast currently in the positions to move on for the next one, as I do realize that we've kind of bugged out here for a second. There we go. In lobby number 5, currently being the advancing positions being held by Dasho, Ma, Thanatos, and Sota. Lobby 6 currently being held by Lynx, PQP, Carl from Team Phantom, Zico Perico. Okay, I was gonna say Zico Perico getting last in a round of 64. I wouldn't have believed you if you told me that earlier. So seeing them in 3rd, that makes a lot more sense. They're glad they've got that situated. And then the Fancy Pants in 4th. Lobby number 7, Insom and Hollow Hype in the top 2, Jer and Web3 Gaming TV. So okay, that result that we had seen a little bit earlier was off as well, but it has been fixed. So Insom finding a nice win here early in this round of 64. And then our last lobby here for number 8 is going to be Fury Hype, Owl Nerd, Stagian, and Slicks Hype. Well, we've rode around here with Gabba for quite a while. Let's hop in here with probably the player that is on the spiciest of hot seats. We do have Okina went for a very risky 6 air 4 shock build early, but got kind of contested on the Riley, so they were only able to get 7 air and 3 shock, missing out on a lot of the damage that they would have wanted, and with that they got eliminated extremely quickly into the 8th position. So they definitely need a lot of things to go their way to get themselves into that top 4. But off the rip here, they're definitely taking a lot of heat, as Drudo going to once again find themselves a good start here. We'll be hopping in the first draft round likely in just a moment's time. Take a quick peek at what we have going on. I always like early on to see who's been picking up the Lynxes, personally, because of course Lynx is probably one of my favorite alluvials, as it is my favorite animal. But I like to see who actually commits to the Lynxes, because once you hit level 5, there is opportunities to really roll hard for them, and it can carry your mid-game extremely well. But they do fall off a little bit the later it goes, depending on which Lynx it ends up actually being. As we now have the carousel coming on through here, couple of tier 3s on the board. Another lure are going to end up getting picked up. Winks as well going to be picked up here for Drudo. Fox Spirit does find the app on. And of course, everybody has their own way of doing this. I know personally, if I don't see something in particular that's super juicy to me on the carousel, I'll just go for the fragment and don't really care about what is actually being placed. This has to be a bug, right? I was gonna say, that was very, very weird. They had components, but they didn't combine. Okay, there we go, there we go. Might have just been a visual. Again, Drudo now versus Gabba. We do have Empath Enchanter coming out here from Gabba, alongside the rather balanced composition here for Drudo, which is heavily reliant on this Relentless Lynx, the fighter Lynx of the Lynx group. Has that extra damage there with the Rift Striker, but the shield on top of it here may not necessarily be getting the most amount of value, but it does keep it safe at least a little bit early for these first couple of Ranger shots. But now it is a 1v4, and it does not look like it's going very well here for the Lynx. It's going to be able to take the one, but as soon as that Tatofi loads up once again, able to burst them down, and Gabba is going to win that one. Gabba versus Okina in this next one. Okina does also have this fighter Lynx with a very mixed match composition of augments on it. You've got the DPS boost with the Chrono Flux, but then a little bit of utility with the Safeguard Protocol and the Guardian's Grid. So those are mainly tank items for the most part. Granted, I guess you don't necessarily have a super tank. You do have the Axon that could probably use some of those, but a good rule of thumb is to just make one of your alluvials super stacked compared to spreading augments out across multiple alluvials. Trying to take down this Kuka extremely quickly. It's going to get a nice old shield at the very end there, but it will end up falling. But where's the firepower from this Tianti? Surrounded by a bunch of empaths. This is extremely tough to breach. But right now, the Lynx and the Axon are doing a pretty good job. Good little stun coming out here from the Greater App-on. Going to allow for the TNT to get another shot off. The Rogue, the Lura in the background, just making a mess of things as well. One more shot coming out here from the Lynx is just going to be getting the TNT down to half. Going to get taken out. Just a matter of dealing with that Eve that does not fight back. And it will end up going down, so Okina's rough streak here continues, but still plenty of health left in the game for them to make something happen. Gabba going for win number 3 in a row here. Can they make it happen versus Patch Tourist, who's doing the tried and true Rogue Revenant style? Got 4 rogues, 3 revenants off the top. Of course, the big goal here is to try and get an imprint to allow you to get that 4th and get that additional attack speed debuff. That is a core portion of the rogue revenant composition. Getting it early should allow them for many chances to get a job done. But of course, it is not guaranteed. It is a very, very scary way to play. But if you get it, it definitely does pay off. As we are seeing Patch Tourist rogues dive on in, immediately destroying the Kuka. Now it is on to the empaths. Good shields, good stuns, going to keep them alive for a little bit longer, but there's still 5 bodies directly on top of this corner. The lure is not going to be enough to distract. Again, low health bars, but the TNT cannot get another shot off. Patch Tourist, with the rogues and the revenants, going to take the W here in this battle. Okay, now I'm just paranoid about my internet dying, but it looks like all is well. I don't see any more drop frames, so I guess we're good here. Twitch is doing its own thing, but I mean, what's new there? And who did we just see win? It was Patch Tourist, who's now going up against Okina. Same idea still here for Okina, but we do now have the stacked Vermilia. I'm saying it right, the Verminio rather. Tanky, but also does a decent amount of damage all around it, so a very, very strong Illuvium. Still not as crazy as it used to be, but still very, very valuable. Okina's key fighters are falling extremely quickly here. That Lynx got popped very fast. This is going to be another rough hit here for Okina. Patch Tourist looking good so far here with these rogues. And down to 58 already. That definitely hurts here for Okina. We go for the next NPC round. Leading the charge here in this lobby is not Fox Spirit, not Gazera. No, it is CFGD. 5 fighters with the 1 bulwark on top of it, making things work here with the help of this shiny, hollowed out Relentless Lynx. Love to see it. Dark Hollow on a couple of these as well. Quite beautiful finds. Let's take a run down the line and see what everybody's running. So of course, fighters here for CFGD, Fox Spirit. Little bit of a mixture of the Rogue, Predator, and Berserker. It hasn't necessarily decided if they want to go Rogue or go for fighters. You still have a lot of flex options there. Gazera with Enchanter Empath currently. Gabba, Earth Grand Knights, Empath Enchanter Scion. Drudo going to then have Rogue Bulwark. Revenant Rogue, so McCrowan trying to contest Patch Tourist here with the Rogue Revenants, but right now Patch Tourist seems to be much better off compared to McCrowan. And we see them leveling up rather quickly here. They want to try and get maybe some of these dashes quicker, or maybe get the Penguin faster. And try and maybe beat out Patch Tourist. And then Okina, heavy water with Fighter Scion Bulwark. So we see our top two players in the lobby currently going to be battling it out. That Valente just got immediately popped here for CFGD. That's definitely unfortunate. Big battle into the front line here with this mixture of fighters. 7 fighters here for CFGD. Granted, you do start getting healing when you have that 7th fighter, but there's still just too much damage on the side of Fox Spirit. So the Fox Spirit are going to take the lead here in this lobby, introducing a little bit of mud into this composition as well. Now that they happen to have that Exalted Gorilla completely leveled up and evolved, so fair enough, good addition to the squad. But before that one, I was on Patch Tourist, so I do want to give them their third game because they didn't technically lose yet. They're still technically our king of the hill. The 7 Rogues, 3 Revenants, 2 Predator. Build like this was definitely popular about 2, maybe 3 weeks ago. Lots of people were crying for this thing to get nerfed. It did, and I think it's still going to be hit even harder in this next patch coming up if I base it off of the testnet. But even right now, it's maybe not as crazy as it used to be. But it does heavily rely on getting that 4th Revenant, so we'll have to see if Patch Tourist can make that happen. It requires getting an imprint, which is extremely difficult. Meanwhile, Gezera, Fighter, Empath, Enchanter, with a lot of the augment being placed onto that Polar Bear. The Jokel in the middle of everything, trying to take care of this Penguin extremely quickly, will be successful at doing so. The Lynx on the left-hand side here alongside the Ranger doing a good job of cleaning house as well. Revo going to come in here for backup the Lynx, and a fantastic fight here for Gezera. The team working together exactly as they needed to be able to secure that one. Next round of the carousel, what's the juicy targets? We do have a Dash on the board, we have the Mammoth on the board, and that Flare that Okina just picked up. A very nice tier 4 pickup here. Drudo opting for the Dash, gonna take the Rogue off the board. How about that Lura? That's gonna get picked up here by Patch Tourist. As everybody else snags the tier 1s, Gezera's gonna snag the Ace as well, the lone tier 3. The one thing I did not give the shout out to was the region that we were on. We're back at Halcyon Sea. However, it is not the same type of game. Instead of the free credits, we end up getting a free reroll that's stackable for every single round. So whether it be trying to boost your composition up early or trying to make a late burst in the end game and save those up and do and just buff your team a ton. McCrowan versus Gezera. We have the 6 there, 2 Tempest, led by the Kukaraf, with the DPS coming out from the Jokel. With the Rogue Revenants, we do see a Ramphy on the board. It's still, of course, just the Ramphy, so it's the smaller, squishy version that doesn't have as big of a area of effect, but I mean, anything standing in it is still going to get wrecked. A good little chuck here directly into many members of the McCrowan squad, but there's the ult that I was looking for. That Omega was huge, but you still have to deal with this Polar Bear, and look at it go. It might go down, but it's taking you with it, and he still has friends with it as well. McCrowan gonna end up losing this one. Big fight here for Gezera. That was actually a close one. Player I want to watch now is Okina. I would hate to see them go 8th and 8th, but right now they are in a very, very tough position. They have quite a lot of Illuvials on the bench here, including that Krunk. What are they even going for in this instance here? We have Scions, we have Bulwarks, and we have a decked out Rake. Loaded with the Fighter composite as well to give it a little bit of a boost of attack speed. Does it have Omni-Vamp? It very well could. It's loaded up to be an unstoppable Rake. But you're putting all of your eggs in this basket. A bad loss here versus Fox Spirit's Mud composition could be dangerous. We know that Mud is fantastic at slowing you down. Big damage being done to the Rake pretty well immediately. Thank goodness it popped its Omega to get itself safe, but it's going to be turned onto. It's untargetable one more time. There's nobody else to back it up. The Rake is going to go down, and this is another very brutal loss here for Okina. He's still in the game. Yes, just barely. 8 health on the board. I mean, what to do in this instance here for Okina. At least you have this NPC round to take a breather and kind of see what's going on. And they're very, very close to getting the stage 3 Axel. Getting that Axodon would be a nice buff in terms of your tankiness, but definitely seeming to have a bit of a hard time in this one. All right. Now or never here for Okina. They basically have to play perfect Illuvium to keep themselves in this tournament. Otherwise, they have the threat of being eliminated. Immediately going up to level 8, where does this allow them to do? They threw another fighter onto the board. The 5 bulwarks is potentially there, but they don't have the Illuvial for it, actually. So opting to go for attack speed, this will buff up their rake because of the implant, or not the implant, the imprint that they have. They have the steam, so again, it's just completely relying on this rake. And their ranger in this position is going to go diving directly into the opposing team. Right on top of the squeeze, actually, that's going to be doing some pretty decent damage. Can it get the job done before any serious damage comes down? It does end up falling down. Some decent damage again coming on through, and the front line just melts here for the most part here for Okina. They still do have a couple of tanks. The Mammoth tries to push them aside. Not going to be able to get the job done. The rake gets turned on. It's still alive, hanging on by a thread, and Okina will end up falling. That's Sepphoris wound it up and just popped those missiles out, and unfortunately here for Okina, popped them all. 07s in chat here for Okina. A valiant efforts, but unfortunately getting eliminated here today. Alright, with that being said, nobody else is near elimination as of this moment. Let's hop along here with Gazera and Hatch Tourist. Hype versus OLA, the Rogues versus the Empaths. Can the Mammoth hold the line? Can that Bear stay alive? All the way over there on that left-hand side, we also see the Arctace flying on through. That basically just did a perfect little carpet bomb on top of the entirety of that Rogue squad, and they are just ticking away damage so quickly. That was beautifully executed here by Gazera. Positioning is everything, and being able to get that many targets with that that dot, the flame, is beautiful. I don't think we've sat around here with McCrowan for a little bit, so let's catch up with them and see what they're up to. That's a ramp fight that I see over on the bottom left-hand side, going up against Gabba, who of course has almost the 6 Scion composition going. Does have 5 bulwarks here for backup as well. Got the Mammoths. They do manage to get the 6 Scions before the battle starts, but they're going to lose that 5 bulwark bonus in order to get it. But I think they realize they need the firepower to get rid of this ramp fight quickly. Can they do so? In the position that this ramp fight's in, it is going to get some pretty decent value. Up to the sky as it goes alongside the water beam, but it is going to take half of pretty much everybody on the board. But at the same time, McCrowan has a lot of low health bars. Where's the shock? And that's exactly what McCrowan did not want to see. Gabba coming in clutch here with the Sepphoris once again, with the Ranger as well, adding on that additional Granite. So with that, we now have someone on death's door. Hatch Tourist. Kinda want to double check for myself. Where is my bar? There we are. I can recall where we were last time, match 2. Yeah, if they do end up getting taken down right now, that would be the end of their tournament. Alright, so let's see. Can they make the upset here? Take care of Fox Spirit running that mud composition. Rogue Revenant stuck at 3. That Malura is very, very tanky, and it's doing a great job of interfering with everybody. But it's relying strictly now onto the Stabbin and the break to get the job done. They have no emergency safety net augments. They will get immediately taken down. Patch Tourist going to be eliminated here in 7th place for the 2nd consecutive game and will be eliminated from the tournament. Valiant effort, don't get me wrong, but unfortunate to see here for Patch Tourist as we now go into the carousel one more time. Bunch of tier 5s. Drudo, not going to mind picking that one up here for the Alfie. The Ramfie getting picked up here by CFGD, someone that we need to take a look at because we haven't seen their matches in a little while here. I'm surprised the Scorebach has still not been picked up. It's got that Ion Shard, which is a beautiful safety net. Fox Spirit knows what's up. Going to immediately pick that up. Even if you don't want the Scarebach, being able to just sell that thing for 5 coins or 5 credits is very, very valuable. And the fact that it had the Ion Shroud for the safety net augment, you could pretty much use that on anybody. I'm surprised it made it through the carousel that long, but good on Fox Spirit to pick that up. CFGD alongside XA use Drudo, both on the hot seat of sorts. Drudo probably a little bit more so. They were also going for the Rogue Revenant style, and you can see now that I believe it was Patch Tourists who had a couple. Yeah, Patch Tourists was going for Rogue Revenant too. Now that they've been eliminated rather early, they've been able to pick up a couple of extra Illuvials, but hopefully they did not wreck themselves economy-wise so that they can keep rolling, try and get those Illuvials. The free stacks from the Halcyon Sea is definitely going to help them. I just hope that they've been saving them. I mean, CFGD, this team looks good. 7 Fighter Berserker is going to be devastating, but we have the possibility of elimination here with Drudo, so I want to see what's going on here with Drudo versus McCrowan. This is awkward here for McCrowan. It's Rogue Revenant versus Rogue Revenant, but Drudo does actually have the 4th Revenant, and they have it exactly where they want. They put it onto the Slashin'. And this thing, if it makes it to the end game, is going to be an absolute menace. Where does it go? Looks like it's going directly forward. That Quinks off in the top. No, it's actually going to come on back here and go for the Rake instead. Meanwhile, the fully loaded Ramp Fire in the bottom left-hand corner here for McCrowan. Rolled hard for it and must have paid off. It's going to fire off its first ability, and it's going to get absolutely nobody. It needs to charge up another ability before it goes down to the skies. It's going to be able to do it, but it's not going to be able to burst anybody. And McCrowan going to take the heat here. Unfortunately, that misfire on the first Omega is going to hurt it badly, and now potential eliminations here for McCrowan and for Gabba. They don't play each other. But very, very scary again. If I reference my bar once again here, McCrowan was 4th and Gabba was 3rd, so I mean there's potential for some of these other players to come back if these players both do manage to get eliminated. CFGD, one of those players kind of on that bubble that would love to see one of these players fall right here, right now. Rogue Revenant with that beautiful Rampfire alongside the 7 fighters in Behemoth Berserker. Where does the Omega come from? Here comes the ult from the Rampfire. It's going to burst down. The Rip Lance right till the last possible second, but does get the job done. It's still now a 5-on-2. CFGD is going to get taken down here, it looks like. Sure enough, that will be the case. The Rampfire finding value. And the 4 Bloom fighter style from CFGD could not get the job done. Drudo does end up falling here in 6th place. Now, one way or another, somebody is getting eliminated right here, right now. Once again, to reference the bar beside me here, McCrowan was 4th in the last one. Gabba was 3rd in the last one. Both of them really need to get at least 1 or 2 more spots to keep themselves ahead of CFGD. If CFGD falls here, they're sitting pretty. But if CFGD does end up winning and one of them falls, it could be troublesome, especially since I believe the tiebreaker heavily emphasizes on your last game's placement. Lots of burst damage coming out here from the Vermilier rather. Here comes a ramp fire right on top of the squishies, and just like we've seen time and time again before, that's some big damage, and you've got other rogues here to help seal the deal. That Octius does some good damage, but is it enough? It is not going to be enough. Gabba will fall in 4th, but CFGD has also fallen. So these 3 right here are sitting pretty. They should be safe in regards to making it into the next one. We'll keep riding along though. See this to completion, but in terms of our top 4, I think we have a rough idea of who it will end up being. That being, of course, being Gazera, Fox Spirit, Gabba, and McCrowan. But let's see here in case there's anything in regards to seeding to worry about. Of course, you still want to play for the W. McCrowan, how much longer can you hang on here? Diving directly on top of the Appon, gonna get stunned up pretty quickly, but now that it's taking the heat, it's gonna get everybody close up in here. Big damage coming on through, but it only takes these members down to about 3/4 HP. But that stabbing rather, still in the background doing work until it gets focus fired. It will end up falling. We have our final 2. A very, very similar tale compared to game number 1 between this, or in this lobby, between these 2 players. OLA's Gazeria versus Atlas's Fox Spirit. Fox Spirit in the last game, of course, was ahead by quite a wide margin. Dominated the lobby for the most part until Gazera made the comeback. Is it going ahead by quite a wide for the most made the to be here, or does Fox Spirit get revenge? Either way, both of these players do move on to the next round. But in case of seeding, definitely want to get that win. The one thing that I will say that I was kind of surprised about with McCrowan's ramp fire, that thing was fully evolved, and yet it still felt like it was just a little bit short at one-shotting things. I've seen ramp fights one-shot things. I'm curious if it was just because of the augments or what, but it just felt like it was missing just a little bit of firepower, or if it wasn't landing crits. I don't know what would have happened here. But of course, your final 2 here in this lobby: Fox Spirit from Team Atlas, Gazeria from Team OLA. Mud versus Inferno, Fire and Air. Let's see how this one goes. Empath Enchanter on the side of Gazera, compared to the 5 fighters, Empath's Mystics, Predator and Berserker. Let's see how this goes. The Singe is going to be the first thing targeted down, stunned up, and completely demolished. Here comes the Monarch through the back line with the help of the ramp fight to try and get the job done. Nope, it will end up going down here. So now the Jotun, the big damage dealer here for Gazera. The tank is going to fall. They're going to be able to focus onto this bear, but a lot of the damage here for Fox Spirit has fallen. Guys are going to try and keep everybody topped off. The Riptors will end up falling, which means it's just a matter of dealing with the bear, and they'll absolutely be able to do so. Which now makes that Fox Spirits lobby to win, gets revenge for game number 1, and takes it. Ooh. Well, good showing there from everybody. Of course, as these results start to pile in, I will recap them as they do come in. Ooh. None of the games looks like they have finished yet, so we'll have a bit of a breather, which honestly I'm probably not too upset about. I'm definitely feeling it today, but all is good. Oh, Twitch is living. Hello, Chelsea. Yep, wife and kids are out today. My youngest has, or not my youngest, my oldest has bowling for their second time, giving that a shot. They seem to be enjoying it, so I'm happy. And they're out for a little bit more, but might see them in a little bit. Yep, that was something even I personally used to do. Their family's been doing it for a while. It's peaceful, to say the least, as long as you're not taking it too seriously. You got your league load tonight, though. Yes, good luck with everything. May the pins fall in your favor. Now, of course, I don't have any alerts, but I'm glad that I took a peek here at at Twitch. Slooper, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you hopping on in here, doing the cast here, of course, for the IPL 500. Still the early stages. We're just in process of wrapping up the round of 64, getting into the round of 32, and I plan on being here at least until the quarterfinals. Let's see how far I can go. I want to try and keep on going here till about, say, 5 o'clock my time. So it's another 4 or so hours of casting here and IPL coverage. And of course, I'm going to be casting on Illuvium stream tomorrow for the grand final. So very exciting weekend for myself. Yeah, we're just chilling as we do await for the next matches and for some of these results to kind of pile in. We have a rough idea of how our lobby number 2 is gone, but I don't necessarily have the info in regards to everything else yet. Once I know, we'll go through it all together. That is one thing I think need to get installed and working, is getting some alerts of sorts, at least some sort of audio cue, so I know that this is happening. If Gear didn't tell me that welcome in Raiders, I would not have seen the pop-up. But SlooperX, once again, thank you so much. I hope that you had a fantastic stream here for yourself. What were you up to today? Were you yourself competing? Oh, you were competing. Oh, awesome, awesome. Well, if your rating ends up meaning that you ended up getting eliminated, well, I'm definitely sorry to hear that, but congrats on making it into the round of 64 nonetheless. That is awesome. I know personally that's not even something that I can do. It's an achievement in its own right, so congrats on the round of 64. As the rest of these start coming on through here, I'm going to quickly recap the results that we do know from around the IPL. Hop on through. Of course, at the very start of this, of course, match number 1, it seems like it should be heavily favored towards OLA's Nariba and Detective Alanay, but if anything, a little bit of an upset here as Maru and AI Blaze led the charge here in that first game. Nariba and Detective Alanay still made it into the top 3, so sitting relatively comfortable going into game number 2. Match 2, of course, this is the lobby that we were spectating. Fox Spirit was the favorite going on into this one. Gazera rather, I did it again, up there as well, winning this first lobby with a nice little comeback. Then in the second game here, Fox Spirit was able to get revenge on Gazera, but they both move on anyway. And the ones that did end up moving on from this lobby ended up being Gazera, Fox Spirit, Gabba, and McCrowan. Match 3, they put the endurance shoes on immediately. Narkish and Jonakino, of course, that entire lobby had to go into a Brightland Steps match, which had the increased health pools. So that one dragged on forever, but Narkish was able to take the lead there from Jonakino, Karabasov, and Lukeets. Match 4, of course, Not Complain leading the charge here with Nika, Texan, and Kulagast. I'm a Fish, he's probably and Unhappy, to be honest, both of those are kind of upsets to me. Seeing Unhappy and I'm a Fishy both below the top 4 off the start there is rather surprising. Kulagast is a player that I constantly keep shouting out because rather new to Illuvium still, but yet they put in the work to learn over these last couple of weeks, and they find themselves for their second qualification into the top 64 and possibly top 32. Lobby 5 to show Moo, Thanatos, and Soda. 3 Hypes and an OLA leading the charge here. The big upset here, I think, there is that a Tate, a former IPL grand finalist, falling a little bit short. Speaking of grand finalists from past IPLs, Lynx PQP leading the charge here for this one. Carl Phantom, Zico Perico, and the Fancy Pants round up that top 4. Insom, Hollow Hype, Jer, and Web3 Gaming, another former IPL finalist, is in there. And there's Slooper in 6th in that lobby. Atlas Frodo and Deus Ex Machina round up that one. And then match 8, of course, Fury Hype, Owl Nerds, Stagian, and Slicks Hype are multi-time IPL winner in the top 4 there. Take a look and see if we happen to have any more. We do have a result here from Lobby 5. Sota Hype finds the win here in this one alongside Moo for their second place in a row. Same thing with second, third in a row here for Thanatos, so they're sitting pretty. The show went from first to last, though. Of course, take this as unofficial because the standings has changed in the past. But damn, that would be an upset here for Deshow if that ended up being a from first to last moment. Petite getting fourth in that one. Match number 6, the past lobby winner, Lynx PQP, ends up falling in 5th. Fancy Pants, Carl, FRK, and Hanir from Team XAU. A couple Phantoms up there as well. Zico Perico, I believe, was 3rd in the last one, getting 6th. That does put things into question. That lobby is going to be interesting. Gonna await the final results for that, though, before I make any speculation. I'm curious, do you have full live results here? Let me try and refresh. Lobby 4, we do have some results, it looks like. Now, of course, again, unofficial results, these could change. Do not take this as gospel. But based off of Lobby 4, no, Lobby 1, let's start from the top here because I see a couple of double digits here. Moving on from Lobby 1 unofficially is going to be Maru, then OLA's Nariba, AI Blaze from Team Hype, Hasu, and OLA's Detective Alané. Going to end up falling, but I'm very, very curious if that is completely accurate. Because in theory, if it's based off of your last position, then AI Blaze would then be 5th. Detective Alané would be 4th. Something to keep an eye on, that's for sure. Lobby 2, Lobby 3 don't have their points updated yet, but Lobby 4 does. It looks like Not Complain leading the charge with I'm a Fishy. Don't Contest Me having a much better second game, it looks like. And then Nika is going to win the tiebreaker. Not based off of that last final placement. So again, we'll have to see. In theory, that might be Kulagast. But Unhappy being eliminated is definitely a bit of placement. So again, we'll have to see. Gast eliminated. Lobby 5 being led by Moo, fair enough. 2 second places in a row makes sense there. Soda winning that second lobby is going to make sense as well. Thanatos 2/3, fantastic. And then Deshow, even though they had a first and a last, it is enough, it looks like, to get them through because Petite is just a point short from making the tiebreaker happen. Might get away with it this time here. Lobby number 6, we do have Carl Phantom going to be leading the charge alongside the Fancy Pants, Lynx PQP, and based off the tiebreaker, Zico Perico is going to get eliminated. That is going to be FRK Phantom. Moving on to the top 32. Lobby 7, let's take a look here. Hollow Hype going to be leading the charge in first alongside Insom. Both of those players, of course, winning one game respectively. Web3 Gaming, nice and consistent, going to be able to take that 3rd spot. LLA's Frodo going to end up being 4th. And then in terms of the tiebreaker between Jer and Slooper, I think Slooper would end up being 5th in this situation if I am correct here, and if the lobby is not shown up properly in the cards. Lobby 8, Fury Hype, Slicks Hype, Zarin Phantom, Malnert Phantom going to be the players moving on. No tiebreakers necessary with this one. And we're going to see our, of course, multi-time IPL winner Slicks move on to the top 32 rather convincingly. Now, Lobby 2, it's not updated, but we do know the results of that one, of course. That is going to be exactly as you see it here, actually. Midcroen, Gabba, Fox Spirit, and Gazera. And I think in terms of breakdown, that's pretty well everything that I've got so far. Just a matter of getting the next games in, it looks like. And I just chugged a bowl of spaghetti and I'm already hungry. Just yapping so much, I made myself hungry, apparently. I feel like I just saw some things move, but I could be wrong. I imagine it's going to take a few minutes here just to kind of confirm some of these tiebreakers. Oh, that is one thing as well. I'm used to calling out the last game as the tiebreaker. I forgot. It's right there in front of me, but I kind of forgot about it. It is based off of average, then your best finish, then last game played. Last game played is not the second tiebreaker anymore. So that's where the best part is appropriate here. Because yeah, AI Blaze, their best finish was a second. So even though they had a little bit of a rough second game, they are going to be looking to move on, which means Detective LNA falling out of the tournament. A fourth both times, just unfortunately was not enough to get the job done here. And ranked, that might give you positive points, but here in the tournament, gonna bite you. Ooh. I'm gonna quickly peek into the Discord and see what's going on tournament-wise. I think they're probably working on everything. If I have the opportunity, I'm gonna take a very, very quick breather just to refill my water. Get a bunch of extra coffee as well, and then grab something to snack on. Power through, but of course this is still very early here in the IPL 500. We just finished a round of 64. We still have the round of 32. We still have the quarterfinals, and we still have semifinals to go through today. I'll go through as much as I possibly can. I'd love to be able to make it all the way to semifinals, but there may become a point near the end of the day that I might have to tap out. But I will try my damnedest to give you as much coverage here on this IPL 500 as I can. One more time, of course, big thank you to Slooper for the raid. I hope everybody had a fantastic stream, of course. And if you want to stick around and see how this tournament ends up going, I'll gladly welcome you and gladly have you on. Discord-wise, it looks like they're just in process of making some lobbies. So while I have the briefest of opportunities, I'm going to go grab that snack. And we'll be right back. Just a moment's time. Yeah, leave it to me. I do all this setup for the end game overlay. I do all this setup for the stream, but I did not set myself up a be right back screen. Leave it to me. So I will be 1 second here. You'll see on the screen here, if active games start loading up, we'll get to take a look. We'll go through and see what our top 32 matches end up being, and we'll pick a lobby to stick with throughout the round of 32. So I'll be 1 second. Don't go anywhere. All right. Hey, looks like we got some games going. There we go, there we go. All right, so tournament lobbies are just starting to pop up here. Any recommendations as to who do you want to see? We, of course, now went from, from 8 matches happening at once to 4. And this is our squad. Trying to make it so I can get everybody fit here. Personally, I was aiming for the lobby with the least amount of crossover from the last one, but it does look like it is seeded, so that is going to be unavoidable. And we have Nariba versus Fox. Already? Oh, Soda's there too. Alright, I'll give the quick pause to see if anybody else has any suggestions. Otherwise, that is going to be the one I want to go with. Yeah, thank you, Texan, with the call-out. Gear, I know you're open for anything that works for you. Sweet, sweet. You want to see me compete? Maybe one day. We'll see. Usually what ends up happening when I compete, wherever the middle is, I'm maybe like 1 or 2 steps above the middle. So if there's 200 players, I'm like 80. Something like that. Nah, I think... Yes, I'm saying I suck. Yes, there's a reason why I'm casting and not competing. Throughout all of my esports career, there's a reason why I cast and not compete. I started casting StarCraft and getting started because I got my ass kicked at an MLG Orlando. That is how it all started. It looks like we're gonna go hop in here with Soda, Fox, and Nariba. Story time with Silent, absolutely. Hey, I'm always happy to reminisce. For being pretty much a nobody in the esports, I can say that I've still had a very, very fun little career so far. And I have plenty of stories. Now, which lobby was that? Let's double check. I want to make sure that I have my overlays actually proper. That's one here with Sota and them. That is lobby 3. This is also a best of 2, it looks like. Thank God. Definitely enjoying myself, do not get me wrong, but early stages having very, very long best ofs can be problematic. Same idea though, top 4 going to advance. Oh, that was the player lobby. You want to see me compete? No, I'm just kidding. Don't. Whoops. I always forget that there is a different code, and uh-oh. The lobby we were about to go into has disappeared. I'm either blind or it ain't here no more. I'm gonna have to check the Discord for that one, because that is a match I do want to see. Okay, yeah, they're just rebooting it now. There it is. Of course, it would have to be the lobby that I'm trying to watch that crashes, eh? Crystal Shores, okay. Let's kill the music, let's get into this. It all looks good. Cool, cool, cool. Chat, where art thou? There you are. Wait for a while if you're watching this as I'm loading in. I should have had my chat up a little bit sooner. Whoopsie. We'll have to see. The loading seems to be taking quite a while. Okay. Alright, well, let's bring it back one more time here. Okay, looks like the players got stuck too. So I've never seen commentators curse actually crash a game before, but I think it's kind of what's going on here. God dang it. Commentators cursing the lobby, yep. Ay. Yeah, so everybody crashed on load, so it wasn't just me. That's fine. I'll take blame. If there's anything that old work did teach me, it's how to accept blame regardless of how valid it might actually be. Alright, third time's a charm. They're going in now. I mean, at least since we're the last lobby to get into game, it means we won't be waiting around for other lobbies, right? Did anybody get Brightland Steps? I see Sanctum Mesa, I see Abyssal Basin, and then one says unknown, so that's probably Steps. I see Sanctum Basin, so no region. Just as a heads up, I think I did have one of my little lag spikes there, so my apologies about that. That was not you, it was me. More than likely, Twitch probably died. All other platforms should be fine, though. Just give it a quick refresh if you have not done so already. As if you're going to hear me. Back after refreshing? Okay, cool. Yeah, that was on my end. My ISP loves to disconnect me for 3 seconds randomly every hour. I don't know why that is. Kind of happens. But it's always very, very short, so I'm glad that we're back in action. Maybe I'll do a refresh on my system before tomorrow's grand finals. That's one thing I'll bring up again, of course, anybody just tuning in as we get ready to load in, as the lobby has just finally popped up. But again, I'm going to do as best as I can to go from what was the round of 64, make it all the way to the end of semifinals. We will see. If there's a point that I have to tap out, I do apologize, but I'm going to push as hard as I possibly can. There have been a lot of delays today as well, so unfortunately I'm not 100% sure if I can make all the way, but I will try. But then tomorrow, you will see me on the Illuvium stream for their grand final. This one you can blame me for, and it's actually valid, yes. Now, oddly enough, this is a new ISP for me. Both of those comments are kind of valid, though, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, just firing up Illuvium. I've got the code. We'll see if we can load in this time. Okay. Third one's the charm. Let's see. And there we go. All right, we're in. Okay, so of course I thank everybody for waiting at a little bit of downtime between rounds, but we finally have our round of 32 just getting started. Another best of 2 here, ready to rock here in this IPL 500. In this lobby, I got a bunch of new faces compared to the, new faces compared to the round of 64 that we've seen, but they're not necessarily new to Illuvium by any means. In fact, many regulars in this one. Ole's Nariba, we've got Fox Spirit, from Team Atlas. We've got Zarin from Team Phantom, Soda from Team Hype, Carl from Team Phantom, Ole Frodo. We have Lukit Sura, and then the lone individual teamless player here in our top 32 match, who inadvertently is probably painting a target on its back, is Don't Contest Me. I don't know why I love that tag. The game of this is Illuvium, but hon, I don't think I ever actually showed you the menu. You normally see it actually in the game itself, so this might be, if you saw the lobby, that's probably what that was about. In terms of game, this is game 1 though, if that's what you meant. The region we're going to be playing here for game number 1 is going to be Taiga Boreal. So in this instance here, the players will get to re-roll their drone augments one more time, which is nice. It's a very, very tame region, thankfully. I know a lot of the players don't necessarily like the heavy random, heavy augment or composite versions of the regions. So getting a nice tame one like this is a nice change of pace, I'm sure. How many games are left? There are still a ton. I've got one more match here for the round of 32. We have, I believe, 3 in the quarterfinal, and I'm worried at that point I'm probably going to end up tapping out because it'll be closer to 5, 6 o'clock my time. There is still a semifinal. I'd love to cover it, but there are a lot of delays, making things a little bit difficult today. But it is okay. Everything's figured out, everything's smooth nonetheless. Just takes a little bit of time, but that is fine. Admins are absolutely killing it, do not get me wrong. Not meant to be a shot at anybody by any means. Wait a second, this is technically the quarterfinal. I am an absolute dunce, ain't I? Yeah, I'm a dunce. This is the quarterfinal. I thought there was a whole extra section of matches to go. Oh my goodness. Yes, Texan, thank you for keeping me in check. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought then. We have this best of 2 and then one more best of 3, which should in theory line up around 5, 6 o'clock my time, which is about the time I think I told Jahan, so that works out perfect. Dude, I've lost it. I'm not losing it, I've lost it. Of course, to go over some of the players here in this lobby, Nariba, Fox Spirit, I mean, they're 2 players that basically almost need no introduction to fellow Illuvium players because you see them at the top of the leaderboards all of the time. We've seen Fox Spirit in our last match as well. First seed there, was able to end up keeping that first seed, if I do recall correctly. Soda, as of recently, also made a big push when the ranked resets start, so they were able to get themselves all the way up to first. Eventually, I think Nariba and Fox Spirit and Web3 kind of fought them for it, but Soda was absolutely up there. We do see them in community tournaments doing well as well, especially Leviathan ones. We do see them doing a very, very good job. Zarin, I know, is a favorite to a couple of our TOs, oddly enough, from Team Phantom, and made a grand final for the IPL, I believe, 2 tournaments ago. Looking for another fantastic finish. Frodo, one of those players looking for a breakout opportunity. We see them in community tournaments all the time. They usually make the final table, the final round of sorts, or the grand finals, but it ends up coming up a little bit short there. Luke Keats from Team Sura is new to me. I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how they end up performing here in this one. A little bit of a slow start, but not taking too much damage, all things considered. Carl from Team Phantom, I've seen them around, but I don't think I've ever seen them in tournament. I could be wrong, but for whatever reason, just not ringing a bell. And of course, Don't Contest Me is brand new to me. And let's see if, while we have this going with the draft deck, I'm gonna double check and make sure I've got my bar work in here. Wait for it. Scroll down to where we were. This is just showing quarterfinals. Refresh, please. Okay, so we can keep an eye on the other tables, on the other, on the other matches as they're happening here. With the bar, will check in here and there. Keep it closed for now because we're still waiting on results, of course. It's King of the Hill time now. We're gonna ride along with the winner up to 3 times of each respective match. If they happen to drop, we'll switch to the person that beat them and ride with them up to 3 times here. Same kind of format that we would run here with the IPL itself, to get through this early game and kind of build things up to see what everybody's doing. Lukeets versus Sota. We've got the mixture of rogues and bulwarks alongside the bulwarks and fighters, and right now it looks like the rogues are going to be able to do this quite nicely here for Sota. That Lynx with the extra little Fate Sealer on top of it is definitely doing a bunch of work early on in this damage. Not as much as the monk here that doesn't have any items, but leading the team and just a lot more spread out damage compared to the last one. So with Sota getting the victory, let's ride along with Sota. Going up against Don't Contest Me, who's going to be opting for a very fast Aegis here. With that Archos in the center, that Ranger is going to be placed directly next to the Lynx. So they're trying to supercharge that Lynx, because if I do recall correctly, it's EPS, so it's a little bit of everything here. So the Aegis units do share the percentage of attack damage, speed, and then resistances. So you park your Archos, you park your Ranger right next to your Lynx, that Lynx is going to be supercharged with the statistics from the other Illuvials. For Nature is going to assist Don't Contest Me here as well. Maybe with the Archos can give the sustain it needs, but just going to be keeping an eye on that Lynx at the very, very top, coming around the left-hand side right now. It's going directly into the heady, so it's going to be blinded and not be able to get much damage on for a second. But as soon as it does, look how much damage this Lynx is doing. If I can pop open the chart here, we'll see exactly what the Battle of the Lynxes. But now, I don't care how much damage you have individually. If you get swarmed, there's nothing you can do there. So that is going to be sort of cleaning up that fight. Now going up against Carl Phantom, who happens to be leading this lobby early on here in this one. Sota, move your drone. Oh, it's almost as if he can hear me. There we go. And it moves it right back to center. Y'all are trolling me at this point now. But team composition wise, 4 air, fire, and an earth here for Carl. Empath, fighter, and bulwark. A nice little balanced squad coming on out here. Rogues, Lynxes, and bulwarks once again here for Sota. Where is this Valente going to dive? It's going to immediately dive towards the Doka, so take some of the damage off the board. Meanwhile, Sota's Lynx is chopping away at this front line. The Valente has finally been turned upon in the back line here, so Carl's going to be able to take them down. Doka Chop going to be taking care of one of the Lynxes, but the big tank has finally fallen here for Carl. 3-on-3 battle here. If I can look past this dang drone and see what's going on. There we go. It looks like right now Sota is the one getting swarmed down. All up to the little heady. It is not going to be able to get the job done. Sota shall fall. Carl is going to be the winner of that one, and let's ride along here with Carl. Battle of our top 2 now in this one. Olaze Nariba looking to take charge of this lobby. Very early onsets of Rogue Revenant. 4 Rogues, 2 Revenant. Decent crit chances available here for each of those Illuvials on the side of Nariba. Can this empath and bulwark style with a couple of fighters sustain through the burst? We'll have to see. And of course, as always, shout outs to the shinies, the Dark Hollow there for Nariba on that Revo. Absolutely love to see it. Nice little pickup here from Carl, though. They do end up finding the Fern that does allow them to get the 4 empaths. Good stun. Doka going to try and take care of this Lura, but it is being swarmed down before the Lura even has the opportunity to fire off its ability, so it's going to go directly next to that Fern, do a ton of damage, and distract as long as it possibly can. Revo still at about half health, going to try and escape, but he gets caught directly into a stun. That is going to be a major DPS member probably falling here in just a moment's time, I would imagine. There it goes. 3 on 3, and one of them is a Tiru Cub, so it does not have the damage to get the job done. Just a matter of chopping through. Carl, for what looks like was going to be a problematic fight, seems to be winning this one. They will be able to do so and keep control of this lobby. Nariba going to fall. And of course, here in this IPL 500, this is just one of what is many tournaments here in the Illuvium Pro League. There is smaller ones with the IPL 250s, the medium-sized ones like you're seeing right here, right now, with the IPL 500s. But then in a couple of weeks' time, I do believe we have our very first IPL 1000. That one is going to be a major invite only based off of the points that you are getting in these IPL tournaments. So definitely pays in terms of pricing and in terms of the potential to play in multiple one of these. And I give the players mad credit because these are long endurance type battles. One of the things I know personally, trying to explain to parents of players, for example, back when I was doing the collegiate esports stuff, was just actually how oddly physically demanding and mentally demanding that this is. Because some of these tournaments, like say today, you're playing from 10 in the morning, you're probably going till about 6 or 7, at least in my time. That's a long day, that's a full shift. And you have to be 100% the entire time. It's definitely a tough task to do, so I always respect the heck out of all the players that get the job done here in these battles, or in these tournaments. Carl has been able to move this thing over to a Templar edition now that Railu is here loaded up with items as well. Meanwhile, Don't Contest Me looking for maybe the 5 Bulwark with Harbinger, but does not have that 5th Bulwark available just yet. And I think that's going to be enough for them to be able to end up just getting kind of run over, it looks like. That right-hand side is trying to prevail, but the damage here on the side of Carl has not really been touched. The Railu's been able to just buff everybody up this entire time. Fern is safe in the background, just firing away. And with Carl successfully winning 3 in a row, it shall be our King of the Hill, and we will move on elsewhere. As we will drop on down to the bottom, we're going to have Zarin versus Lukitz. Lukitz opting for 5 Bulwarks, 2 Fighters. If there's one thing that I know personally about this composition, positioning is even more critical than normal because it is so easy to actually get in your own way. You have so many Illuvials that want to be up close and fist fighting that they oftentimes have a hard time pathing around each other. And you lose out on a lot of damage because your Illuvials end up running around like chickens with their heads cut off and they don't end up actually swinging at anything. So it's a rough composition to try and pull off. It is strong if you can get it. 4 water, 3 toxic, with 3 natures on top of it. Could be strong here for Lukitz. Meanwhile, on the other side here for Zarin, we do have the Berserker Empath fighters coming on through. A little mixture of rogue, just pretty much any sort of style of damage you can have is there with the exception of the Empaths. And even the Empath's shields do not seem like it's going to be enough to stop this onslaught of Bulwarks and fighters coming out here from Lukitz. So Lukitz winning that one Zarin down to 51. Nobody in the danger zone just yet, but I'd say anybody around that 50 mark's probably sweating a little bit. I keep laughing every time I look over to the chat, and I just see over at the very, very top, it just says, "You're losing it." And yes, I know. A couple of juicy targets here on the carousel this time. Couple of tier 4s have made appearances. I see 2 flares, the Fern, and even the Heady is not too bad. I doubt that anybody's going to really hard focus the Ebe, but maybe you will. If you want to just pick it up to sell, we'll have to see. Fox Spirit picks up that flare right in front of Frodo. Highway robbery, doesn't matter. Frodo going to pick up the other flare that happens to have been there. And Carl going to end up picking... Actually, that's not even bad because he's going for the Railu anyway, so... Normally, if you're the last pick, you kind of just get the scraps, but the scraps actually end up being something that Carl does not mind picking up at all. Lukeet's now going up against Nariba, and this one could be problematic considering how much these fighters tend to bunch up. And we have ourselves a Ramfy here on the side of Nariba, and it's got the damage amplification that it's looking for. Omega power all over the place with a little bit of extra tankiness as well, just to try and make sure it does not get bursted down. A wise choice here for Nariba. Let's see if this pays off. Let's see if Lukeet's strong front line here can hold off this onslaught. It's going to end up being the Archie and the foe kind of taking the first onslaught of rogues. Here comes the Ramfy. It's only going to be able to target down this Ranger. Barely is able to do so thanks to the assistance from that Arctase. Now the Ramfy is starting to close in on the rest of the squad, but it is being dealt with currently by this Twine. Does it get enough chance to fire it off? It gets up right before that taunt comes out from the Cardalulu, and it is going to be able to push on through. Yes, I might have just had a stroke while trying to talk about the bull, but in the end, that is Nariba taking this one and putting the Keats down to 38. What did I just say there? The Cardalulu? Here's the thing, I'm having fun, and part of having fun is being able to make fun of myself. I take myself too seriously here. You just end up being a stingy suit and tie caster, and you don't stand out to anybody. No stroking out on stream. I'm sorry, it's against TOS. Knowing Twitch, it probably is. Very much so, yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, a little bit of an OLA team kill going into this next one. We've got the 6 Air 2 Dust style fighters, Templars, Empaths coming out here from Frodo. Meanwhile, again, the early on sets of Rogue Revenant, but you don't necessarily need the Revenant if you can just blow everything up here with this Ram fight. Brand new evolve here for Nariba. To the skies it goes, and it's going to be able to get 3-4 of them immediately chunked down to half. Everybody else is going to be able to clean this up instantly. Best case scenario here for Ola's Nariba, going to be able to clean this thing up. And that instance right there with the Revo, I always call the Revo just a magnet for trouble, and that's exactly why. It always seems to dive directly into a ramp fight as it's ulting and dies every single time. But big value coming out there from Nariba and their ramp fights. Well, we have ourselves this NPC round. Let's take a ride through the team compositions and see if we spot any patterns here. So Templar Fighter is going to be coming out here from Carl. We have Rogue Revenant with Fire Dust here for Nariba. Fox Spirit, Bulwark, Empath, Aegis. Fighter Templars once again here, but with the 6 Air style coming out here from Ola's Frodo. Soda, Rogue Revenant, and much closer to actually getting it as well. Just needs the imprint, I think, and they're golden. The 5 Bulwarks, 2 Harbingers, with what will I imagine eventually be the Pariox or the Scoriox coming on through here. Or Don't Contest Me. Zarin, Berserker with Air, Dust, Earth. And last but not least here, Luke Keats is going to be going for the 3 Toxic 4 Water 4 Nature Colossus Bulwark style with a couple of extra fighters as well. We have second and third playing here in this next one. Nice epic battle before we probably have some players on the hot seat if they are not careful. All eyes going to be on to this ramp fight. Looks like it's going directly towards that Archos. The only healing really on the side of Fox Spirit outside of any sort of passive healing from Empath or Nature. But granted, for Nature is actually a surprising amount of healing over time. We'll have to see directly towards that Axon. The shield's up, tries to stall things out. But now, there's a lot of clumped up units in that corner. It is going to just do damage to 2 of them. And now that it's kind of being held back by this Krunk, it is allowing for the rest of Fox Spirit's Illuvials to try and push on through. They are falling, but that Riptorus in the middle is doing a pretty decent amount of damage, essentially not touched as of this moment. But that ramp fight is still hanging in here as well and does have the Arc Taste. 2 on 4, including that full health Riptorus. That is going to be Nariva being taken down. Fox Spirit going to end up moving on up here. Or I say moving on up, but still ends up in third, but it's pretty much right there now. Zarin in the hot seat going into this next one up against Nariba, opting for a heavy air style with some earth, mud, and dust. Moving on up while staying completely still. Yes, by all means, feel free to call me out, but you know what I mean. But on the other end here, again, for Nariba Rogue Revenant style coming on through, but again, more so focused on that ramp fight. That, unfortunately, does not work most of the time. I've definitely given it a shot, but here, now that I've said it, let's see if it works. Alright, so anyway, it did end up working. Thank you, Newsology. But with this one, let's look for that ramp fight. That stun from that Apon does delay it, but if anything, it just lets more members of the green side walk directly into the ramp fight's fury, and that is some major damage coming on through. Granted, that Exalted Gorilla, this is an elusive little bugger, but can they get shut down? Taunts on through, but if anything, it's just going to delay the inevitable. That monkey is going to end up getting blown up, or the gorilla rather gets blown up. It's just up to the Quinks, which is not going to be long for this world. That is our first elimination here for this lobby. Zarin taken out in 8th. Yeah, Newsology, I don't know what it was, because I've been silencing these, yeah, like even right now. I've been silencing players this entire time to try and get them off the board. And only now that you mention it, is it actually working. But thank you, yes, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, like it's not working for Carl, but it works for Frodo. That is definitely interesting. Since we happen to be on this battle here in the midfield, let's take a look and see how this one ends up going. We got a little bit of shock coming out here from Frodo now. Now that the squeeze has arrived, Ranger going to be bonded with it as well to get that consistent damage coming on down here. But look at Carl, look at that Polar Bear. It is stacked up. Polar Bear battled in the dead center. The Untargetable is going to make it so that it's now going to dodge and just be able to go free reign towards it until it turns around. Will end up getting the job done here. The Flood probably going to get one more pop of health before it goes down, but the Polar Bear does end up falling as well. It is up to the Fur Knight to get the job done. Smoke is flying on the right-hand side, but this battle is not done by any means. Ranger point blank here with the Quinks takes it down, and now it fires it off. There it goes as the squeeze does end up falling. Frodo going to lose that one. Alright, don't contest me, Luke Keats. Let's see how this goes. That is a beefy little Gnarl right there. Am I casting League of Legends? Why did I just say Gnar? Am I... Get out of my head, get out of my head, get out of my head. Anyway, let's see now again with Don't Contest Me. Opting for Bulwark Harbinger Scion with the main firepower kind of being put through this hollowed out Barriox. Meanwhile, on the other side, just opting to put all eggs in the basket of that Rip Lance. See how this one goes. That Axon gets immediately torn through. The rake on the right or the left-hand side as well, something I did not necessarily notice. But enabling the steam here for the side of Don't Contest Me. But they are not going to be able to really deal with this Rip Lance as of this moment. That Archos gets chewed on through. The damage is now threatened here for the side of Don't Contest Me. And a fantastic job from the tank line here of Lukeets to be able to just hold the line so that that Rip Lance can go completely bonkers. Gets the targets it needs to, and just slowly but surely in like a clockwise fashion just tore through that squad. Ooh, we got a couple of actually fully made augments here this time alongside some tier 5s. I know some players were playing Squeeze. Are we going to see that get picked up? We're going to see the Mammoth get picked up nice and quick alongside the foe. Fair enough. There are some players that are probably going to want that Eid for that Steadfast Pulse. Fox Spirit going to pick that up nice and quick. And Carl's got a pick of a couple of tier 1s. What would you rather? One of 2 tank items or the damage by percentage? I'm going to opt for the tank. One opportunity here, of course, since we do have ourselves another NPC round. Let's pop open the bar one more time. Let's see if there's any results that I can take a peek at. Did anything happen to finalize as of yet? Get down to the bottom. Nothing from match 3, nothing from match 2, nothing from match 1 yet. So no results yet for these games, but I imagine they'll be coming out soon. This was the last game of the quarterfinals to start. Which actually, that does remind me, since this is technically the quarterfinals, I should change my text up here in the corner. Success. When in doubt, tank it out. Gotta be careful of what context I use that in, my goodness. We got Nariba once again here going up against Don't Contest Me. I do kind of want to follow Don't Contest Me. Again, the only individual player here in this lobby not attached to a team. And Nariba, do they have Inferno now? They do not, but they do have that Monarch completely loaded up. We do have some decent augments onto this stabbing as well. Didn't quite get the slash in, but this thing is still going to be doing a ton of damage. Try to cast after seeing that comment is definitely going to be a struggle here, but we are going to see some decent value come out here from that Ramp Fight ult, but it is going to fall rather quickly afterwards, but it did the job. That Scoriox in the back is going to be the last to fall, but the front line just falling ahead of it. And Nariba going to end up taking that one. It looks like Nariba got blasted by the drone, oddly enough, but when in doubt, check the sidebar health. Aren't your friends supposed to make your job difficult? Yeah, fair enough. It wouldn't be them if they weren't, right? Possible eliminations here on 3 fronts, it looks like. And oddly enough, it could be right here, right now. So I'm going to stick with this one. Brodo, in a best case scenario, if they lose by just 1 alluvial, I think they can live, maybe? But Soda probably cannot, so I do believe one way or another somebody is going to get eliminated right here, right now. course, watch me be wrong, but I'm going to be keeping an eye on these Arcanite fighters here on the side of Frodo versus the Rogue Revenant, but not the 4 Revenant here this time. Big damage coming out here from the ramp fight. Let's move this camera so I can actually see what's going on. Slashing over on the top right side, doing some work, but oh my goodness, Soda, that ramp fight is just doing so much work. And based off of that teleportation, I think we do have ourselves an elimination. That is going to be Frodo down in 7th. But what happens here with Don't Contest Me? Don't Contest Me versus Fox Spirit. The Umbered on the side of Don't Contest Me is going to keep them in the game. Frodo will fall here in 7th. Don't Contest Me lives another day. But now they go up against the lobby leader, and my gosh, is that Seer kind of scary. Completely loaded up on these adaptive carapaces as well as that overguard. So it's got so much resistances. Every time that thing gets hit, these resistances are going to be doing splashback damage or reflective damage, however you want to call it. That is going to be scary, but granted on the other side here for Carl, they also have that Blazonite. Scoriox is here though for Don't Contest Me. It's got a lot riding on its shoulders. That and this Umber is really reliant on this damage. Umber going directly towards that Blazonite in the top right hand corner. Will go untargetable in just a moment's time. It nearly chunks out the Blazonite, but it actually switched targets oddly enough. One more Alpha Strike coming on through. Going on towards the Polar Bear now. Scoriox is relatively untouched here in the background. This is actually looking pretty decent here for Don't Contest Me. But there goes the Scoriox. Somehow they just get popped. And there goes the Umber. It just teleported from its ultimate directly into the Shadow Realm apparently. But it will end up winning its battle. As we see 2 eliminations here in this one. And arguably 2 rather large upsets. Soda does end up falling. Fox Spirit also ends up falling, so 5th and 6th respectively. Don't Contest Me making the upset right now in this lobby because this is currently a killer lobby. Same thing with Luke Eats, at least in my opinion, and honestly same thing with Carl. Making the upset right now in a killer lobby, in my opinion, and Carl. Some of the players that I expected to be on our podium are not going to make it. The only one who of, I guess, high seeding that I would expect to still be up there is Nariba, and even Nariba's not in a comfortable spot. But they were at least here in this top 4. Let's see how they do. We got that Penguin all the way up on the top-hand side. Able to keep things alive. Safe damage, big damage coming out here from the ramp fight. Falls immediately afterwards, but now has enough damage been done here to this green squad to let the Umber go nuts. Does Don't Contest Me have that Omnivamp? They do not have the Omnivamp that they were, I guess, looking for. They will be eliminated. They had the one from the tier 4 unit, but not the stacking Omnivamp drone augmentation that I think they were looking for. Don't Contest Me. Fantastic little run for yourself, getting 4th place. Twitch is being Twitch here again, it looks like, so if the stream did happen to fall, thank you, Gear, for letting everybody know to refresh. I'm still living. I don't see any dropped frames in this instance, so nonetheless, apologize for the inconvenience here for the live viewers. All other platforms still seem to be alive and well as we hop on in here to another NPC round. But you know what that means. Let's check this thing one more time, why don't we? Around the IPL. And I might, in fact, is this current? Let's have a result here. Match 4, it's not going to show up for you guys. I did not quite crop that out right. But in lobby number 4, it is currently Thanatos, Narkish, Gazera, and Hollow leading the charge in that one. Lobby 3, we are currently looking at, of course, Lobby 2. I'm a Fishy, who had a rather scary early tournament, making it count now. Leading the charge here with Web 3, Gabba and Maru. Last but not least, Yonakino Furies not complain and does show in their top 4 for their current battles. Speaking of current battles, we got Luke Keats looking to try and get further up here onto the podium, going up against Ole's Nariba. Here comes a ramp fight, does some decent damage. It does take care of the Archos, but the Gnarl is standing. It's holding the line as far as it could. Could it do enough? With that power ascended Rip Lance now ready to shred through this Penguin. It did its job. It did what it needed to do. And Nariba is going to fall in third. Luke Keats gets first pick here at the Illuvial. Going to be picking up that Heady. Does have that purple augment on it as well. Where does it want to end up? Where do they want to end up putting that one? We'll have to see. Carl, though, going to end up picking up the Cling. So try to... There's plenty of other things that you could have picked up in regards to selling it, so must want that Cling. But this is, of course, your possible final battle here in this first game of our Illuvium Arena quarterfinals IPL 500. Not a rogue revenant in sight. Is there even a rogue in sight at all? I do not think so. The Discord can rejoice for at least a moment here as Carl goes up against Luke Keats. Luke Keats really relying on this Rip Lance to be able to survive for a couple of seconds, and right off the rip, it's actually been stopped. It can't move. Its own teammates are going to just get in its way. That is so much time of missed DPS, but that does inadvertently allow it to proc that power ascent rather safely. It might have not have been necessary for it to get in the right away, but the Blastonite here for Carl is ripping into it. Rip Lance goes through the blotto, and it will, but the time is just not going to be into their favor. The Rip Lance getting stuck, I feel like, might have been the decider there. As somebody who's done that myself many times, it's almost foreshadowing. I was literally talking about it during the opening stages. That Bulwark fighter compositions can be scary because of pathing. It's almost like I had this pre-recorded, but nope, this is live. And that is the way it shall fall. Carl Phantom, congratulations on winning this lobby here with this Templar Empath Bulwark fighter style. And for the first time in a while, I'm seeing Wildfire leading a lobby. Luke Keats, valiant efforts getting their 5 Bulwark 3 fighter Aegis style. Get to second. Nariba originally went for Rogue Revenant, but just essentially screw it. Let's get the ramp fight to do the big damage. And to be fair, it did, but eventually ran out of steam. Don't contest me with the 5 Bulwark style, doing rather well. That Scoriox did well for the longest time with that Umber, but could not finish the job in a couple of those final fights. Fox Spirit falling in 5th, probably kicking themselves a little bit. The Bulwark Empath style does end up falling short. Sota, Rogue Revenant could not find that 4th Revenant. Of course, again, you need the imprint to get it, and it's kind of random. You can manipulate the odds in your favor slightly, but at the end of the day, it is still random and hard to get. Going to fall in 6th. Scion Fighter, Arcanite here, the Air and Shock. Unfortunately, could not find the ones they wanted, and the game is going to kick me out before I can see the last one there from Zarin, so apologies there. But there we go. Another one. Our first quarterfinal in the books here. And because our lobby was the last to go, I imagine it's going to be pretty quick as we get into the next one. Alright, take a quick breather here while we wait for the next one. This is our round of 64. Where's our round of 32? Yeah, that was my mistake earlier in regards to the schedule. I for some reason played it up to myself that there was the round of 64, there was the round of 32, then the quarterfinals, then the semifinals. It did not click to me that the round of 32 was the quarterfinals. I feel a little better knowing that, because I thought that I would have to stop streaming before the semis because it would have gotten too late. Again, just to go over the current standings in the other, or around the IPL here in these quarterfinals. Jonah Aquino from Team Sura leading Lobby 1 alongside Fury Hype, Not Complain, and OLA The Show. Match 2, I'm a Fishy, Web3 Gaming Hype, Gaba, and Maru in the top 4. The scary thing here, big upset potentially, is actually 2 upsets at the same time. 2 past IPL winners, even multi-time IPL winners, not in the top 4 right now, with Slicks Hype and Moo Hype both being in 6th and 7th currently as it stands right now. Of course, unofficial results, these results here could very well change, but based off of what I'm seeing here in front of me, Slicks and Moo are putting themselves in the hot seat. But let's be honest, this lobby in general is full of killers. I'm a Fishy, definitely no slouch, constantly in grand finals, and I think even won one of the first IPLs, or got second in one of the first IPLs. Web3 Gaming's always at the top of the ranks with leaderboards. Gaba's good. Maru, we see them in top lobbies all the time as well. Slicks and Moo, and then even Kurbasov's been having the opportunity as of late to get themselves up there in a lot of community tournaments. Definitely can't write them off. And then before I get yelled at, of course, Freak Phantom always there for the upsets as well. At a very solid early stage here in this tournament. We'll see if they can pull that back around. 5th is a relatively solid spot to put yourself in. One more good round here in this lobby, in the second game, to get the job done. Or could get the job done, rather. And of course, the game that we did just see, Carl did win this one. Carl from Team Phantom alongside Lukeets from Team Sura, OLA's Nariba, and then Don't Contest Me, making it into 4th place. The big upsets again here in this instance, Fox Spirit and Soda falling in 5th and 6th. It's not the end of the world, but gosh, they need a great game number 2 to get themselves into this one. I know if this was Leviathan, they'd find a way up into that top 1 and 2, because they are both absolutely crazy in Leviathan. But that's not what we're playing here today. This is just standard arena gauntlet. Last but not least here, lobby number 4, Thanatos Hype breaks that 3rd streak and is going to find themselves the winner here of this 4th lobby alongside Narkish, Oles Gazira, and Hollow Hype. Mika, Alnert, Fancy Pants, and AI Blaze, and Alnert, Fancy AI here in this one. Oh. Go. Not gonna leave you, but I am gonna get a quick snack in, of course, while we're waiting for our next lobby to be created. We are gonna stick with the same lobby, so lobby number 2 was it that we were in? With Nariba, Fox Spirit, and Soda, and Carl and all of them. We'll stick with that for continuity. Definitely interesting as well, some of our top players in hot seat positions. Zico Perico, hello, hello, how's it going? Good to see you, good to see you. I know you're still competing and whatnot. Or my apologies, I forgot you might have gotten tiebreaker last time, so my apologies about that, but of course, congrats on making the round of 64 nonetheless and qualifying here in this IPL 500. A good run nonetheless, although I'm sure that you're itching for more. Yep, I'm just waiting for the lobby and the codes to be made here. It looks like we don't have to wait too long though. I'm just waiting for the lobby that I was watching last time to come back. So this is the quarterfinal. Second game is about to come up here. The final game in this quarterfinal. And in classic fashion, the lobby that I'm looking for is going to be the last one to be made. My commentator's cursed the lobby, crashing 3 times last time. Now, round of 32 because there's 8 players in each lobby. In a standard environment where it's an individual versus an individual, you'd be correct, 100%. But we're weird. This is an 8-player free-for-all. Alright, let's see if I break the lobby. Actually, no, I don't need to reboot yet. This is only game number 2. I always reboot my game after 2 games, because for some reason, every single time I do a 3rd game without rebooting, my game crashes. So, that's just a me issue. Let's see if this works. Currently casting the, I think it's lobby 3, lobby 2. I keep losing track, but it's the one with Soda leading the charge there. Let's kill the music because we are just about to be in game. I'll get the confirmation as to the lobby number. It is lobby number 3. Don't listen to my overlay. I gotta change that still. This is game 2. And there we go. Let me make sure I got the beautiful people up here. There we go. All right, game number 2 here for lobby 3 in this IPL 500 quarterfinals. At a pretty exciting game number 1, with that one being taken by Carl from Team Phantom. And with a couple of favorites not necessarily cracking the top 4, we could have ourselves some interesting strategies to try and confirm yourself into that top 4. What will Nariba play this game? We'll definitely have to see. Is there a game plan in mind going into it, or do you go with the flow and see what happens to be open? That is always the question. Region this time is again going to be Taiga Boreal, with again the drone augments being re-rolled one more time. Nice and tame. Any sort of crazy RNG fest is not going to happen in this one. It told me Nariba is a Revenant hater. Well, oddly enough, in the last one they were running Revenant. Granted, only 2 or 3 though. It wasn't the full Revenant committal that we have seen in matches past. A little bit of an OLA team kill to kind of get things started off here. We were talking about Nariba. Well, there he is going up against Fruto rather. Say, where is the T from? Where did I get that one from? As we now see a little bit of a duel here in the far center. Gonna end up going on over to Nariba, it looks like. Again, for full additional context for anybody who might have just been joining us now, I will pop out my bar here one more time. In regards to this lobby in particular, no, let's go the other way. This was your finishing order from the last time here. So, of course, Carl, Lukitz, and Nariba, and of course, Don't Contest Me, were your top 4. But again, we absolutely have some very, very strong players here. Fox Spirit, Sota, Oli, Fruto, and Zarin looking to make the comeback here in game number 2. It's going to be tough for a couple of the players down towards the bottom. A lot of things are going to have to bounce in their favor. We'll have to see how this one ends up going down. And this one for Carl. Carl's going to pick up right where they left off, taking care of Fruto and winning this one with some early rogue pressure. But I'm curious, of course, this is being streamed live, and we've got the fantastic people in the chats, regardless of which platform you happen to be on. You got any favorites, or you want to see somebody in particular make it into our semifinal? I'd love to hear it. I want to see where the favoritism lies. I'm very, very thankful for the most part here in the Illuvium community. I don't necessarily see anybody talking about I don't want a certain person to win. But I do see a lot of support towards everybody in particular, so, or as a whole rather, so it's awesome to see. Inadvertently going for a couple of rounds here with Ole's Frutos. They're going up against Lukitz, of course, second in that first game. Might have been one of those players that kind of flew under the radar for some people, but putting themselves in a fantastic position to make their way into a semifinal if they could keep this up. They do a bit of a rogue empath kind of style here versus the pure rogue coming out here from Fruto, and it looks like, at least as of right now, especially thanks to the help of that ranger, that Fruto should be able to 1v2 this one. It's gonna be close though. It's really anybody's, but the ranger will prevail. I know that weapon in particular, this Vinebound Cleaver, does an absolute ton of damage. In fact, I'm curious, did it lead the charge? It did end up leading the charge there for the team, so a lot of people sleep on the ranger in terms of either tankiness or damage or anything along those lines. Well, you gotta stop sleeping on the ranger. While we have ourselves an NPC round, let's do a quick through the field. We do have fighters and bulwarks here for lobby leader Fox Spirit. A couple bulwarks and fighters here for Carl, of course. Ole Fruto. Rogue does have Predator as well now. Soda looking for the bounce back. Fighters and the bulwarks. Nariba at Path Bulwark to start things off. Lukitz, heavy rogue. 5 rogues already. Don't Contest Me, as of right now, looks uncontested. Complete granite earth style with Empath's Bulwark and that TNT and Lynx for some damage. Zarin had... Oh, never mind. I guess there is a little bit of a contest going on here. The Bulwarks and Scions coming out here for Zarin. Also going for a granite style. And of course, as it stands right now, Don't Contest Me, the only player not actually on a team. So, Individualist making it into the top 64, doing a fantastic job getting into the top 32 here in this quarterfinal. It's definitely the hard way to play. I know personally, I know how tough it absolutely can be. While I do get offers for teams, I do want to keep myself rather neutral. So I opt not to join any, but I know that I'm missing out on so much knowledge from other players in the community or on those teams. So whenever I see an individual come up through the ranks and doing a fantastic job, while just like not necessarily having the team backing, I always got to give them the shout out because they're putting in the work. Not that the team players aren't, but they're taking the hard road and they're making it happen. And with that, Don't Contest Me will take out Carl. So leveled up to 5 just in time to make sure they won that one. And let's go King of the Hill here. Well, let's start things off with Don't Contest Me then, with 1 win on the board. Again, for our King of the Hill, basically I'll ride along with one player. If they keep winning, I'll stick with them until they've won 3 times, then I'll go to the bottom of the board. Or the bottom of the leaderboard, unless something in the middle also happens to catch my eye. Luke Keats is going to be the next one we're looking at, and oh my goodness, they did not let up on the rogues at all. They now have 6, right on the borderline of giving that 7 rogue buff. Getting that additional crit amp when they crit, so they are right there. Could not quite get it yet, but they're definitely on the road to something. Meanwhile, other than the damage coming out here from that TNT and that Lynx, it's just basically all about the granite. And look at how well that Ranger tanked all of these rogues down in that bottom center area. So far, so good it looks like here for Don't Contest Me, but the tank line is falling. The support is falling as well. You still have the Grogo, the Valente is there, and all the augments are onto this bear. Now they have jumped onto the TNT. Can they get a shot off before it goes down? It will, but it is not going to find an elimination on the 2, or the Illuvium and the Ranger in front of it. Don't Contest Me will fall. Luke Keats is now on the King of the Hill here, going up against Nariba. Nariba, Bulwark, Empath, Mystic, with a little bit of an emphasis on the Earth side of things as of right now. Caradulo, the bull that I absolutely stroked out trying to pronounce earlier today, going to be the front line here for Nariba. Does have that Guardian's Grid augment on top of it as well. There's consistent shields while also being able to tank that much better. Considering the taunt that this bull does have is very, very nice. Nariba does a pretty good job of catching the bear immediately as it dives through. Even as it goes untargetable, it is going to fall pretty well immediately, and that's where pretty much all of the damage augments have gone. There is still a little bit more here onto the Pyre, or rather, that's on the other side, rather. Just since that bear went down, it's just been an absolute snowball here, and Nariba is going to take care of Luke Keats. They will now be our new King of the Hill. I might be talking about King of the Hill in regards to who we put the camera on, but one person who's been absolute lobby is currently Fox Spirit, and there is definitely no better time for them to do that, considering that 5th place in the first game. While not an absolute terrible finish, it does make things a little bit scary. Puts the pressure onto them, and seeing Fox Spirit under pressure is interesting considering the way that they do end up playing. 4D chess, if you will. He's a very, very smart player. Granted, all these players are, but at the same time, it definitely does seem like Foxbeer performs quite well under pressure. Meanwhile, in this one here, Nariba versus Carl from Team Phantom. Bulwark Fighters here for Carl. Meanwhile, the mixture of Bulwark Scions, Empath Mystics here on the side of Nariba once again. As of right now, Carl seems to have the damage to break through this front line. The Caradulo shall fall, the Groko will fall as well. Lots of low health bars here for Carl, but nothing's really been secured. Pyre gonna fire off one more opportunity, one more burst of speed with that Omega, but it is not going to be able to get the job done here. Carl going to take the win here over Nariba. Alright, so we'll hop along here with Carl in 1 second. I do want to go through the field one more time here, see what everybody is running. Fox Spirit, when in down, is one of the players that I feel goes for what I'll call balanced compositions the most, where it may focus kind of heavily on affinity or two, but in terms of whether it's fighters, bulwarks, or something heavy in that line, it feels like they don't really necessarily focus a specific type. Like right now, the two bulwarks, they have the one rogue, they have the fighter, they have an Archos in the middle of their team for sustain. Just everything has a role, even if it's not necessarily giving you a class buff for it. And he's one of the few players that I've seen do this often and do it well. So, props to them, able to lead the lobby with this composition. Aaron Dust with the balanced mixture. Fruto from OLA going to lead the charge, or not lead the charge, but show up here in second. Opting for Rogue Revenant with a little bit of Bloom actually as well. Soda with the fighters. I'm getting everybody at a bad time because I'm sure they're doing their whole crate shenanigans where they try to manipulate which composite crate they get. Reba with the Mystic Scion. Meanwhile, Fighter Bulwark here for Carl. Don't contest me, Mystic Empath Scion. Heavy, heavy Earth. Lukeets, Rogue Predator, not even Rogue Revenant. And then Zarin with the Scion Bulwark with a little bit of water. I said that we'd follow Carl. Let's go back to Carl. We've got them. Carl versus Lukeets, the Rogue Predator style with the additional Bloom. Diving right on in, we do see the slap in there for Lukeets on the right hand side. Because it's not very, or it's not evolved, it isn't going to be doing, I guess, the most amount of damage here in the world. But it is still some pretty decent, good, consistent damage. Can they get enough eliminations in hand to get the snowball effect they're looking for? They actually can, and that Ranger absolutely enabled it. Beautifully done, utilizing the Bloom to keep themselves in that fight way longer than they honestly probably should have. Nicely done. So if that was with Lukeets, Lukeets is now back on the foreground here. And look at this lobby. Everybody from third on down is so even here. Third through eighth only separated by 6 points. That is absolutely ridiculous, but in a good way here. You see Zarin now, the Bulwarks and Scions, opting for the 4 Scions, not going to be able to get that 5th Bulwark. Lots of augments placed onto this beautifully hollowed out TNT. But considering how easy that thing is to interrupt, it could be a little problematic going up against these rogues here. Once again, from Lukeets, keeping an eye on that Ranger. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that Penguin. Where do they target? They immediately target that left-hand side. Let's see if I can get this camera raised up a little bit. These corner comps I always have a hard time to actually get the view of. Here we go. TNT not touched until just this moment. But beautifully done there from the Ranger and the rest of the squad here from Lukeets to get the job done. Apologies for the janky camera movement. I was having a very, very hard time actually trying to follow that one. I had to move it a little bit. And by the time I moved it, pop, everybody was dead. Now, of course, the region's not going to mess with the carousel, so what do we end up getting this time? Having another stroke. Not this time, no. I mean, yes, absolutely. That explains my janky camera work. Yes. You caught me. Twitch, please don't shut me down. A couple of tier 4s were in this one as well. The Eve is here with the Berserker imprint. So Soda, were they going for something fighter based? They absolutely were. So that's very valuable for them. A good pickup there for Sota. Let's see, do we see win number 3 in a row here for Luke Keats? We have a bit of a rogue battle. Rogue Revenant, Rogue Predator. They both have the same weapon as well here, both with the Vine-Bound Cleaver. But again, of course, Luke Keats does have the Bloom. Health and Omega Power on their side. Emphasizing, or Rudo here, emphasizing a lot onto this T-Rio. Which again, personally to me, is one of the Illuvials that I find personally a little bit underwhelming. We'll have to see if they make me eat my words. Lots of low health bars here in the center. The Ranger, though, on the side of Fruto is able to come on top. And now it's just a matter of dealing with the Penguin. Looks like the Rogue Revenants are going to take this one. That was a messy little battle there in the midfield. With Fruto's victory, let's hop along with them and see how this is going. They have just added a Rampy to the mix, it looks like, as well. Have the burst damage they're looking for, and as soon as they do, no, they're actually going to keep all the augments here onto their T-Rio. Meanwhile, on the side of Soda, I do kind of like this play here from Soda. Does have that... never mind. They're actually going to switch it on over. I was going to say, I like the Essence Siphon onto the Quinks to get some faster charms. But at the same time, I also do like it onto the Fur Knight for some additional disruption. And then they have this Jokol. This Polar Bear is completely stacked with items. And it's going to be in a solid position. It has that jagged end, so it's got some additional range. It does not have to be point blank with you. The fist fight this time, oddly enough. But you cannot stop the swarm of rogues from taking you down. Frodo from Team OLA coming on through and absolutely crushing this fight here. Soda falling down to 36 health. Slowly but surely, these health bars are whittling away. Nobody is really running away with this lobby. We did just see OLA's Fruto take the lead in the lobby here as well. So, big plays coming on through. Nobody above 90 compared to what we've been seeing all day, where it's been basically one player at the top of the lobby sitting with 90, 91, 92. And then only losing when it gets to the final two. That is not the case here this time. Briefly check during this opportunity. Did anybody happen to finish quickly here in terms of matches? No. Does not appear so. One more time here with Fruto. Can they get the trifecta of 3 wins here in a row? Going to have to go up against Aaron, who is still very all in here onto this Tianti. Doesn't necessarily have the most amount of attack speed at the start, so we're going to try and see if they can maybe bump this up. You can see as they realize going forward or going up against these rogues. It's time to collapse and bring your bulwarks together. Try to make a bunker composition of sorts. They do find the Gnarl at the last possible second as well. Can I move Fruito's drone? Nope, it's already muted. It's just going to do what it pleases. Okay, let's dive on through and see. It's still that Tiruro off on the outside. Where is the Vermilio? Right into the side. It gets taunted out of its shot, actually. So it's a lot of AoE damage off the board. The Ramfy does not necessarily have the burst damage to get through this Gnarl right now. It is a rather close back and forth here with the front line, but they're too beefy. The Life Storm coming out here as well in the front line. I can't even see which Illuvium it is. It's actually the Axon that's been able to lead the charge here with the rest of the tanks, and it held the line for so long that it allowed for the Ranger, it allowed for the Tianti, and that chip damage that they had from the 5 bulwarks comes in clutch. Beautifully done. And that is going to win going on over there to Zaran, who of course did just win. Let's hop on over. Darren versus Soda. Hype versus Phantom. Having this Crunk up against the fighter style is definitely going to be valuable, but can it buy enough time to allow for Tianti to get more shots off? I do not know. If it's ever a time that I'm personally actually playing with it, it does come up short 9 times out of 10, as I didn't even realize I had my bar open there for a second. Sorry about that. But let's see, eyes on the Crunk. Where's the blind? It is going to come out just in time, buying a couple seconds here for the newly evolved Sephoris here to come on up for Zaran. One more shot firing on up. It's going to go into that Mammoth. Some pretty decent damage. The Jokal going to take some serious damage as well, down to half. But in the back line, we do see the Fur Knight and the Quinks doing a solid job at just crowd controlling all of these effects. And with that, it should now allow for the 4-on-1 to go into Soda's favor. Zaran is going to take the hit. I don't think we're going to see an elimination. 20, if we see an elimination off that, that would be a pretty crazy loss. So I am going to make the assumption that we're not going to see one. And immediately commentators curse Zaran. I am so sorry. But right along here with Sota. Drone's not going to move for me, but that's okay. Rogues on the side of Luke Heats, of course, once again. 7 Rogue, 3 Revenant versus the 5 Fighters, 3 Berserkers, Templars, and Empaths. Heavily emphasized on the Air Dust combination. This main carry here is going to be that Jokal for Soda on the other side. Look for this stabbing to go from one side to the other, as well as the assistance from the Rampy off on the left-hand side. Looking for the burst damage. It's only going to do about a quarter, and it's going to immediately heal at like the perfect time of like a second wind drone amplification. So nicely done there so far here for Sota, but their carries have fallen. With the exception now, it's going to be Luke Keats with that Penguin. It is going to be enough to take Soda down. It says 8. I don't think that's the case. It's going to be 22. And Nariba now is actually down in 10, with 10 health left. We have some eliminations now on board. This would be scary here if I bring my bar back one more time. Of course, this is the results from game number 1. And it's not like Nariba won the lobby. They were in 3rd. So an 8th place here might actually be a death sentence. I'm very, very curious to see how this one will end up turning out. Going up their teammate as well. I'm sure Olea as a whole would be absolutely sad about it, but you can't let off on the gas just because it's your teammate. Rogue Revenant versus the rather balanced composition with a lot of earth here on the side of Nariba. Look for the Rampy. Goes to the skies. It does not have the damage to get the job done. It actually looks like Nariba might be able to run away with this one as long as it could deal with that Vermilio and deal with the Ranger. The Ranger is eventually going to fall here. Thanks to the other Ranger and the Monkir on the side of Nariba, they will be able to run on through. Frodo down to 20. A lot of low health bars. Nobody in the lobby above 60 health. Tell you what, I know I mentioned it before, but you do not see a lobby like this very often. Nobody truly has control here. Rampy's still on the board. Fox Spirit, where are you looking? Gonna end up picking that one up. Get to that health augment. Sell off the Rampy if you don't end up wanting it. At the end of the day, +5 credits is +5 credits. We'll absolutely take it. Reba, did they get a Mystic? Is that what that was? That imprint was? Curious if we'll see it. We'll have the opportunity in just a second here. I think that was a Mystic imprint. Now, we don't necessarily see much emphasis on Mystic too much, but I don't think it's because it's like bad. It's just not a flashy way to play. And the easiest way to get value from it is by going Earth, which we do see Nariba doing, the 7 Earth. So there is reflective damage being done based off of the team's mitigation, which they are of course gaining by being Earth Alluvials. +40 mitigation to all the Earth ones, and then +20 to the non-Earth ones. And when an ally dropping below basically half health, they get damage amp and damage reduction in terms of damage taken. So even tankier teams can all of a sudden just turn it around on you and have a ton of damage and not be very killable. Very quickly through the field. Zarin from the bottom. Bulwark, Invoker, Scion. Nariba, Force Empath Mystic. Rogue Revenant here for Frodo. Soda, Fighter, Berserker. Fox Spirit with the Arcanite Fighters with Shock. Don't Contest Me in the top 3 once again here. Earth Granted style coming on out. Lukeet's in the podium as well with Rogue Revenant. Carl is again leading this lobby. Fighter, Berserker, but we're going to ride along here. Don't Contest Me versus Nariba. Very serious implications here if Nariba does end up falling, and this is a disgusting composition actually here from Don't Contest Me. For Granite, they're going to be constantly going invulnerable in this one, and they've even given it to their Forest. Their big damage dealer is going to be untouchable. I think it's every 8 seconds. That is absolutely crazy to think about, and it has the evasive veiling on top of it. Look at it just wail away on this front line nice and safely. Right now, it looks like Don't Contest Me is going to be able to take this from the right-hand side and clean on over. Nariba, the front line is breaking. The healing is there, but it's not enough. They have no firepower left, and they will slowly but surely, I would imagine, fall in this instance. Valdura in the back is tying up the TNT, but it does not matter. And get charmed all you want. You can stop my Omegas, but when you got that Forest just absolutely releasing hell in this fist fighter style, is it going to be enough? Unless Nariba can somehow win this by timeouts, I don't think they're going to be able to do so. Nariba has fallen in 8th place, with Frodo short the follow. 7th and 8th respectively. And once again, Nariba was 3rd in the last one. They need the hope that it ends up being Lukeet's as well as Carl ahead of them, and then maybe Don't Contest Me. But you know there's a bunch of people ready to take their spot. We'll have to see how this ends up going here. Frodo falling at the same time, definitely unfortunate, but now we do see another possible elimination. Zarin from Team Phantom with this Invoker style, trying to make this Sanal work for them alongside the Sepharis. Forrest winding up, pops the shot. It is going to go directly into the tank line. That's Forrest, a massive shunt all the way over into the tank line. Stuns them up. It's going to allow for the polar bear to get some free shots. But now the Blazonite, it has been exposed. What about the polar bear? It does end up falling as well. That's a lot of low health bars here. It is a Ranger versus Ranger battle for Zaren's tournament's life. And it goes untargetable. The shield. Does it have the burst damage? The blind as well. That is the first time I have ever seen a battle for an elimination go down to a Ranger versus Ranger scenario. And unfortunately here for Zaren, it is not going to go into their favor. Very exciting moment. I know personally, trying not to yell because I know my mic does not like it when I yell. It tends to just cut right out. But a crazy moment there in that battle, and we still have more to follow. Now gonna ride along here with Luke Keats. Possible elimination if they cannot get this one. Going against a lobby winner from last time, Carl from Team Phantom. Fully loaded, Umber does have the power ascent. Do they have the Omnivamp? They do at least have a little bit, but it will not stack. Big damage from the ramp fight, but now it's all eyes onto this Umber. Can they turn on it, or will it run away with the game? It will absolutely not. So that's going to be Carl knocked down to 2. 2 HP in a dream, and I know this is exactly what some of these players at the top of the lobby would love to see if they can manage to knock Carl down. Maybe improve their seeding here for the semifinal. One of these players being right here right now, Soda would absolutely love nothing more than to knock Carl down a peg here. Better their chances at trying to get into this semifinal. Of course, Soda being 6th in the last one did not do themselves any favors. Definitely playing the hard mode, so to speak. We'll have to see how this goes. Once again, Fighter 4 Berserkers coming out here from Soda. This is a pretty disgusting squad. It basically is the kind of composition that I think Carl wishes that they were able to roll. But between the Polar Bear and the Blazonite and the Ranger, there's just too much damage. That is going to be an elimination, as Carl will fall in 5th. Luke Keats will fall in 4th. We are now down to our final 3. We're down to our podium. Don't Contest Me leading the charge. They found a phosphorus now. This thing was deadly just as the Forest. Now that it's fully evolved, that thing is going to be absolutely ridiculous. Adding the Bloom to their synergy pool alongside this 4 Granite, 7 Earth. This looks like an absolute terror to have to deal with. Meanwhile, with Sota, they barely have a tank line, if they have one really at all. But what they do lack in tank, they do not lack for in damage. The 4 Berserkers basically, of course, making themselves have invulnerability when they're about to go down for at least a couple of seconds, so it kind of makes up for the lack of tank. And riding along here with Fox Spirit, who has an absolutely ridiculously decked out Seer, over 6,000 health on that Illuvial alone, alongside the Arcanite, alongside Shock, does have the Octius that's going to be powered up by the Arcanite as well. Not necessarily a lot in terms of Omega Power augments, but hopefully the lack of Omega Power can be compensated by the amount of tank and amount of time that this Seer should be able to buy you. The only thing that would make this thing even crazier is if maybe one of these was swapped up with the Life Well, or was able to heal based off of its percent health. That would make things ridiculous. But if there is one thing here, as we have Fox Spirit from Team Atlas possibly able, or possibly going to fall if they lose this one, they do have the air in their favor. They have the dust. Going up against some powerful fighters is exactly what they want. And look at that sear. It's basically taking nothing, but at the same time, the members here from Don't Contest Me have been able to get into the back line and at least get a few aside. The laser beam goes through, as we do see Don't Contest Me is able to drive on through with the leadership alongside that phosphorus. It is going to knock Fox Spirit out in third place, which now leaves us with our final two. Air versus Earth. Well, it looks like Earth prevailed that time. And we're gonna see it again here. The Earth Granite style with a little bit of bloom. May not have necessarily as much in terms of their classes. Much more spread out and not necessarily as focused, but the fact that they have that tier 5 fully evolved phosphorus is going to make this so terrifying for Sota to deal with. They may have the berserkers. They have 5 berserkers on top of that as well, which is almost unheard of. But with that, here we go. Your final two here in our second game of this quarterfinal. With Don't Contest Me getting in the top 2, I imagine at this point they've made it in. Sota in this instance, though, needs every point they can get. It is not confirmed either way. How will this one end up turning out? Don't Contest Me charging on through. Of course, they've got that invulnerability with the granite right off the rip, which allows for that phosphorus to just go absolutely nuts on the tank line. The tank is gone, but look out for the DPS for Sota on the right-hand side. It's got it on to the Ferriox. Can they deal with this phosphorus? This is the one that I'm worried about. Can they chunk it? They're damn well going to try, but the invulnerability is going to make it so that it is going to be able to escape for the time being. It's healed so much as this fight goes on, and look at it, it looks like it hasn't even been touched at this point. This phosphorus will shred on through, and with that, that's exactly the amount of points they needed. That is game. The only player without a team in this lobby has won this lobby. Don't Contest Me. Beautifully done. Oh boy, that made things interesting. That made things interesting. Oh. And this is why I always love streaming these early rounds of the tournaments. There's always so much emphasis on in esports in general. Just do the grand finals, just make it a spectacle, and then everybody will remember it. You're missing half, 3/4 of the story if you do that. Need a quick medicine break here for myself personally, and then we'll take a look at some of these results. Of course, remember, unofficial results until we see the next bracket. Anything you see here can very well be swapped. Can be changed. Now be 1 second. Alright, I'm glad that lag spike only happened while we were out of the game. That was not on your ends, that one was on mine. Yeah, that phosphorus was absolutely ridiculous. Like, you didn't even need that many class bonuses or anything along those lines. At the end of the day, You just had a damn good Illuvium, fully evolved with pretty much the exact augments it would want. The fact that that thing was healing up so much as well. The bloom on top of any Omnivamp on top of that was absolutely crazy to see. Okay, this is all from round 1, so let me refresh and try and see if I can find updated. Of course, this is the lobby that we were following. I think we went from being the last lobby to finish in Game 1 to being the first one to finish in Game 2. Because everything else is still to be decided. But we have the opportunity when we wait for these results to load on in. Of course, big thank you to the Illuvium community for joining me here today. For anyone who happens to be sharing the stream around as word of mouth. And the fact that I'm seeing all these people that I play up against online here in the chat is absolutely fantastic. I thank you all for joining, and I hope you're having a fantastic time here on the stream. All of y'all have always been so supportive of my commentary since I've started here with Illuvium, so I definitely thank you. Alright, so yeah, I've got nothing in that regard as of yet. That's not what I wanted to do, though. Live results. Oh, hang on, we do have... Oh, it's, again, wrong lobby. Stop getting excited too early. Okay, I've got 2. Okay, oh my goodness. Okay, so the lobby that we were just following, again, unofficial results. Do not take this as gospel. Something could absolutely change. But, as it stands right now, Don't Contest Me wins that quarterfinal in Lobby 3. Carl from Team Phantom, the first and the second, or not the second, but the, excuse me. Getting second here in this lobby, freezing up again, don't mind me. A massive tiebreaker, or no, that's 2 separate tiebreakers rather. Carl and Luke Keats getting second and third respectively. And then the tiebreaker with Soda and Fox Spirit goes in the favor of Soda as it stands right now. So what does that mean here, per se? Means I can't breathe. Give me a second, sorry. As it stands with Soda getting that tiebreaker, assuming this is final results, but of course unofficial, we are going to see a semi-final where there is no Nariba, there's no Fox Spirit, which is very rare, to say the least. Absolutely, Kira. I'm looking forward to it as well. Over on Lobby 4, it's the only other one that's played both of their matches as of this moment, it looks like. So Narkish picking up where they left off in the last IPL, leading the charge here once again. Nika getting a fantastic second game, it looks like. I thought they had a hard one in game 1, but they look like they've been able to bring it back by winning the lobby in the second game. Thanatos is going to end up getting third, and third pretty much most of the day, with the exception of that first in game number 1. Getting it done this time. And then the tiebreaker, Ole Gazera versus Hollow Hype, and it is going to go into Gazera's favor to get them fourth. I cannot wait to hear all about how terrible the rule set is in the Discord in about 5 minutes time, Hollow. Then we've got AI Blaze, Alnert, and Fancy Pants rounding up the rest of the squad. Now we're just waiting on lobby 1 and 2 here. So lobby 2 is definitely interesting here for me, because as it stands right now, 2 favorites with Moo and Slicks would not be making it as it stands right now. They need a phenomenal game number 2 here to make it back. And be good for Maru, good for Gaba, if they were able to make that upset happen. Jonah Kino leading the charge here with Furies. Furies being up there is personally no surprise to me. Not Complain being up there is no surprise to me. However, I would love to see what happens here between Deshow and Lynx. And in fact, as I'm talking about it, it looks like it did actually update real time. I thought that Fury Hype and Lynx were probably the sure ends alongside Not Complain. But as it stands right now, Not Complain has fallen out in 6th in that lobby. Lynx is going to lose the tiebreaker to get into 5th, and Fury is going to be able to get it because of that 2nd place finish in game number 1. The show looks like they had a fantastic one, and then Hasu ends up winning, I believe, that 2nd lobby. So wow, clutching it up exactly when they needed to. Hasu straight up wasn't even on my radar going into this one, and they just pulled off the upset. Beautifully done there from Hasu. Which then means it's all down to lobby number 2. Do we see our past IPL winners, Slicks and Moo, not make it, or do they pull it off here? Let me see if I can find that lobby. Oh, it's already done, so we'll know soon enough. Whew. Yeah, which then means 3 semifinal games, and then we are set here for today. Of course, big shoutouts to the Illuvium community. Shoutouts to the Illuvium mods here running this tournament. I know there was a couple of hiccups early, but they've been absolutely cruising this past couple of this last round or two. He's definitely improving, and I appreciate that we're not waiting around for too long in between each round now. Much love to them. Now, one thing, of course, because I do also, outside of the casting, I do my own streams, of course, try to aim for twice a week, but as a good thing and a bad, like a good and a bad thing. So I've been having a lot more opportunities to do work with Illuvium in terms of broadcasting and tournament organization. So I'm very, very, very thankful. However, those have always landed on my traditional stream schedule. So going into this next week, I am going to be changing it, and changing it kind of drastically. It may affect some of my regulars, and I do apologize for that. But like, technically you'll still be able to see me, it'll just be as a part of Illuvium. But because I would always stream at 8:30 p.m. my time, I would line myself up with IPLs or other events. So what I'm aiming to do starting this week coming up is morning going into the afternoon streams. While the kids are at school, I'm going to try and shoot for a 10 to 12 or 10 to 1, if possible, on Monday and Wednesday instead. So that's something to keep in mind. If you happen to have followed and see me live, that's what I'm doing. Of course, it's for the most part, especially as of late, it's been everything Illuvium. Going over topics, maybe casting a recording of a tournament, or if I have extra time, maybe playing some ranked and trying to level up. I know I've almost hit my personal best again, almost hit 1,400. I'm at like 1,395 or something like that right now, so I'm right there. And while I'm yapping about my stream, hold the phone, we do have ourselves some results now. Again, as always, results are unofficial unless said otherwise. Oh my, okay. Looks like some results are still being kind of finalized here across everything. So again, this is why I said unofficial, because we're seeing a few changes, it looks like. The show in Lobby 1 actually looks like they have taken the entire lobby instead of John Aquino. But in terms of who made it out, that stayed the same. But Lobby 2. Gabba takes the lobby by winning that final lobby, it looks like. I'm officially going to be the second one out alongside Maru. And then the last one to make it into our semifinal is going to be Web3 Gaming TV Hype. We lost both of our IPL winners here in this one. Slicks is out. Moo is out. Are we guaranteed a first-time winner now? I think Narkish is the only one that can possibly repeat now. Unless I'm forgetting somebody. I'm officially got close, but I think they got second, right? Good night, Texan. Thank you for joining us. Rest well. That is pretty crazy here if Narkish is the only possible repeat winner. There are then now 15 others that can absolutely make that upset. Okay, so with that I will take a very, very brief break. Snack one more time before we get into our final set of matches here for tonight. Again, best of 3. Talking about back to back to back, we'll pick a lobby once we see who's all in each lobby. And we'll go from there. I'll be right back in about 5 minutes time. Don't go anywhere. Damn, that didn't take long. All right. All right, all right. Our lobbies are both right here in front of us. Best of 3 action right around the corner. I'll leave it open in the chat. Do you have any preference as to which one we take a look at here? Two fantastic lobbies. Our top 16 players. I'll leave it open for just a couple of minutes here. See if I can bring it back down. Yeah, so we got lobby 1 that has Gabba, Web 3, Narkish, Gazera, Asu, Donakino, Luke Heats and Carl. You want lobby 2, I'm a Fishy, Maru, Nika, Thanatos Hype, Yuri Hype, Always the Show, Sota Hype, and Don't Contest Me. I need to say something right here as well. Assuming that Don't Contest Me is not a Smurf. Which, I mean, there's always the possibility that it's a new account. But, considering it's the IPL, you wouldn't use your Smurf on a tournament. I'm looking at the ranks of everybody else in this tournament still. We have golds, diamonds, platinums, masters even. Don't Contest, just silver 2. They've beaten hundreds of other players as a silver 2. So if there's any newcomers out there that feel like they can't join in, that they're too late, that they're not suited to play competitive, I want this to be a example as to why your actual ranked and competitive scenarios actually does not mean anything. Because at the end of the day, it's just a matter of, here's the event. Did you perform? Can you perform? Your rating does nothing. Don't Contest Me was able to, in this instance here, like, took out Nariba, right? That's a top 1, 2, 3 player in the world. So I never want to hear an excuse from a newcomer saying that you're too new, you're not ready. Just do it. In terms of the lobby, I'm going to end up taking match number 1 here. So my intent is to see specifically with Narkish. There's a few people here that we've not really gotten the opportunity to cast here. A couple repeats, yes. But the big thing for me personally is, does Narkish make it through? Because they are the only one that could be a repeat winner in the IPL. Just gotta reboot my game, we'll load into the lobby, and we'll get right in there. Needed that. And of course, a reminder for the grand finals tomorrow, you will not be able to find it on this stream. You'll have to go to Illuvium stream. That's where the grand finals will be hosted. I will be there. I'll be commentating it alongside Paz as usual, Paz Illumination. And I believe we're getting one more commentator as well. Normally they like to do 3, so I would imagine we're finding one more. Alrighty. Are we ready for some semifinal action? We'll be loading in just a moment's time. Very quickly, just put a post out saying semifinals now live.
If you're good at something, never do it for free.
What the? The sound effects from the emotes always catch me off guard. I'm really quickly trying to put a tweet in, and I think I have a bug in my ear, basically. Almost there, bear with me, my apologies. We'd get through some of these early rounds. Let's just not gonna go out, I guess not, but nonetheless, let's get a move on here. All right, semi-final action now here for this IPL 500. This is game number 1 of lobby number 1. Getting started with a couple of these early rounds. Maybe even not necessarily as early as sometimes. We're hopping in already here in round number 10. Keats versus Carl. But as they battle it out here in this early ones, we see a Psionic Lynx, actually. Or Scion Lynx. One of my favorites, even though it's super inconsistent. But a close battle. Let's finish this one off, why don't we? Ion Shard on that Railu is going to make things extremely difficult here for that Ranger. But they'll eventually turn and burn. That's going to be Luke Keats taking that one. In our semifinal here, of course, a best of 3. So we'll have 3 possible opportunities to score points based off of your finishing position. We have Carl from Team Phantom, Jonah Kino from Team Sura. We have Gabba. We have Luke Keats from Team Sura. We have Hasu. We have Web3 Gaming TV Hype. Then we have Narkish, a past winner here in the IPL, and they are rather, I believe, the only possible repeat winner left here in the tournament. And then Ole Gazera rounding out our lobby. Gazera and Narkish taking a lot of heat to start off this one. with them both being knocked down below 7, or not below 70, but like 75 and below. Riding along here with Luke Keats, who's been one of the surprises of the tournament for me, at least personally, so far. Making the top 64 is an achievement in itself in one thing, do not get me wrong, but by being able to make the top 32 and now here in our top 16, bit of a newer face to me, so I'm glad to see some new faces here in this top 16 alongside Hasu, Gaba, for example, Carl, Jonakino. There's a lot of newer faces that I'm seeing having a fantastic run here in this tournament. You see Luki's trying to take care of Narkish. It is all down to the little Fleesh, but unfortunately, not going to be able to take care of that one. In terms of the region, we are in Taiga Boreal. We had the couple of the ones last time where it was just in regards to re-rolling your augments. This one, it just keeps things consistent. All drone augments are going to be stage 2. For the viewership side, it's a boring augment, or a boring region. But to the players, it's at least consistent and less chance of any sort of random shenanigans. Comes to team composition. Leading the lobby right now is Jonakino with the water toxic based bulwark and fighters. Gaba short to follow with Harbinger Scions. Then Carl with the fighter berserkers. Asu with the bulwark and harbingers. We then also have Luke Keats, heavy bulwark with the toxic as well. Bulwark Scion coming out here from Web3 Gaming. Narkish is going for Empath Enchanter with a lot of air and a lot of fire. Gazera looking for the heavy Earth Mystic style. Dennis, thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed. Have a great night. Of course, for the video later, just for an explanation, of course, all these matches are streamed live at one point. And I will absolutely, compared to a lot of esports commentators out there, I do actually look at your chat, whether it be Twitch, YouTube, or on X. So a little bit scrappier in that sense, but I love the fact that the community is here, and I'll gladly associate with everybody as I'm casting. With an Narkish winning that one, we are going to follow along, see how this Empath Enchanter style works out. I don't see it a whole heck of a lot. Or at least personally, I don't really use it really at all. And we're going to see 6 Air Inferno coming up there versus the Fighters and Berserkers coming up here from Carl. Lots of eyes onto that Arctase on the right-hand side here for Narkish. It's able to trigger that Inferno, and it's in such a safe position. It even has the Revo as a dive buddy, so it's always going in safe. Beautifully executed right now here for Narkish in this early phases of our semifinal. Who ended up getting the most DPS there? Out of all of the augments, the Arctase is loaded, but it's the Vermilio that ends up leading the charge? I mean, I believe it. This Arcane Conduit, allowing it to fire off its ability more often and letting it hit harder. Definitely a good pick there. And of course, our King of the Hill will go with a player for 3 times in a row, see if they can win 3 times in a row. It'll be 3 for Narkish if they can take this one off of Web3 Gaming TV Hype. I'll probably just refer to them as Web3 Gaming, because that is a rather long name. Not impossible, but it would make things difficult a little bit. Early Magma here for Web3 Gaming. With the bulwarks on top of that, a little bit of Empath for a little bit of sustain as well. Got that Archos in the background. Looking to try and back up their Fur Knight. Where is this Arctase going to go? It is going to go directly into the corner, and it's not going to be able to get the Carpet Bomb it was looking for. It gets kind of caught up in the side, as I do seem to lock up for just a moment, but we're back. We're living. Gets one more opportunity to dive on towards the back line. It is going to hit the Archos, but nothing else. Meanwhile, the back line here for Narkish has been able to just fire away uncontested until this moment. Web3 Gaming is going to be able to pile on through here. All the augments in the world here onto this Fur Knight, and it pays off dividends. Just trying to fight that team on top of the magma was too much here. So once we leave the carousel, we shall go back to Web3 Gaming's point of view for at least a little bit longer here. Fern going to be picked up here from Narkish. Definitely going to end up robbing Web3 at this point. Just leaving the rogue augment. So now let's take a look. Looks like Web3 is going to be going up against our lobby leader, rocking the 4 nature, 2 toxic, 2 water. With the help of Bulwarks and Aegis users, it's going to be Jonakino. Been seeing them in a lot more tournaments as of late, especially these IPLs, and they've been doing a good job of qualifying pretty consistently, but not necessarily making it super far in the tournament. Maybe, or I guess making it into semifinals, but I've never seen them in the grand finals or anything yet. Maybe this is the weekend that changes that. Still level 6, but yet still very, very high health as we see Web3 diving on through. Of course, that magma is going to make things a little bit annoying for the front line of Jonah. Shot from the Fur Knights are just doing so much damage. Again, that may be an empath. The Fur Knight might be an empath, rather. But it still hits like an absolute truck. And the win streak here for Jonah is going to end up falling right here, right now. It says 69, but I don't think it was that hard of a hit. Nope, it is 81. It's going to give the lobby lead now over to Lukeets, who is going up against Web3. See if this is going to be Web3's 3rd victory here in a row. Let's take a look at the carry here for Web3. The Fur Knights loaded up here with the Ruination Prism. Just getting so much damage amp off the rip and then stealing resistances, definitely nice. The regen to get that disruption kicking early on is definitely nice as well. A little bit of extra attack damage on top of that. Meanwhile, on the side of Luke Keats, who is running the water toxic bulwark with fighters, relying heavily here on this Scorpion. The Riptor is completely loaded up, especially with that evasive veil as the emergency button in case it gets focused down, can go untargetable and gain a bunch of attack speed at the same time. Battle of the carries. Here comes the Twister coming out here from the Fur Knight, going to slow things down for at least a little bit. Riptorus here on the side of the keys, pretty well untouched, but the rest of the team has fallen around it. The untargetable is going to buy it a few extra seconds, but there is nothing it can do in this instance. It will get melted down, literally, as it stands in the magma. So that is 3 wins here for Web3 Gaming. As the NPC round goes on through here, let's go through the field, starting with our leader in this lobby. We did see them lose one just a moment ago, but still very, very healthy. With 71 health, it's going to be Lukeets. Water, Toxic, Bulwark, Aegis Fighter. Meanwhile, Jonakino, Nature Toxic with the Bulwark Aegis. Bulwark, Magma, Nature, again here for Web3 Gaming. They also have the Harbinger on top of that as well. Narkish with the Empath Scions. Air Inferno, it looks like here, as they do their composite crate shenanigans. Heavy Fighter coming out here from Carl, but does not find the 7th. So still waiting to get full use out of that fighter class. Steam water-based Bulwark Scions coming out here from Hasu. Gaba is going to be also going for water steam Scions. Seeing a lot more steam as of late, I wonder why. And then Gazeria, heavy earth. I feel like we've seen this composition like literally just in the last battle here. It did quite well, to say the least. If they can manage to get that forest up to a phosphorus quick, that is going to be nasty. As we see a battle here with our top 2, Lukeets in the green, Jonakino in the red. Again, carry-wise, it's all up to Lukietz's Riptorus in the center, kind of just wailing away here, doing a good job overall. But meanwhile, the Forest in the middle here for the side of Jonakino has a bunch of extra Omnivamp. Can it out-damage the Riptorus in this instance? I don't think it will be able to, especially because of that evasive veiling that is going to end up proccing here in just a moment's time, I would imagine, unless it's done so already. But as you can see, the Omnivamp is just absolutely ridiculous. This Riptorus was so low, but it still did not go down. Lukietz is still going to be leading this lobby at the end of that one. Gonna go from the bottom here. I'm curious, very curious to see what's going to end up happening here with Guzeria, considering that I believe it was Jonakino. Oh, actually, they're literally playing each other. They both have some of the same units. What made this work last time in the quarterfinal for the player that ended up doing it, or for don't contest me, appropriately enough, was that they went for something that was uncontested. But now they went for this heavy earth fighters with heavy earth mystic fighter style, and their carry is contested. I don't think any of them are going to be able to get to the phosphorus at this point, or if they do get it, they're going to have to blow so many credits on trying to get to it. It might be problematic for the later portions of this match. We'll see how it goes for now. The Jagged Edge onto the Forest of Gazera is going to make it so it can shoot from afar, shoot safely. And it is, in theory, going to be able to duel this other one from Jonakino. Does so quite nicely. And very favorable matchup, it looks like, here for Gazera. Team OLA able to run through that one rather easily. It's cold season, but we push on. Battle of two of our players down a little bit low on their luck, but found the alluvials maybe that they are looking for. Gonna see Gazera once again, but I'm keeping my eye on this Sanalf here on the side of Gabba. Can they get the job done? They've got the 2 steam proc here as well to allow for that rake to do a bunch more damage. Where does this water beam go? It should be going cross town right towards the Apon. It goes through the Grilla as well, so some damage taken off the board here from Gazera extremely early. Good little shunt there to get that Goliath out of their face, and that is a good beam coming out here from that Sanalf, but it is not enough. It may have the crit, it may have the Omega power, but the team has not been whittled down. Now it's all up to a rake that has no augments. It will be taken care of rather quickly here. That is going to put Gabba onto death's door here. And we will absolutely focus in on that one. Hasu is pretty low as well. Possible implications, even though it's still very, very early. I know if Jonakino does end up falling, the fact that the Forest does get put back into the shop, gonna make Gazera very, very happy. However, in this instance here, Lukietz returns once again, this time going up against Gabba. Once again loaded up with many bulwarks, really focusing in on that Riptorus. But the Scion and the burst damage coming out here from this Scion comp here get the job done. They actually moved their augments over to the Rake instead of the Sanalf. I kind of like that idea. Unfortunately, the Sanalf is just a little bit underwhelming unless you can get a ton of damage immediately. And wow, that Rake does end up falling. The DPS here for Gabba is gone, and they will be taken care of in very decisive fashion, meaning that's our first elimination here in this lobby for the semifinals. Gabba has been taken down. Lots of juicy alluvials here for this one. Hasu going to end up picking up the Alfie. With Gabba being eliminated, so that means that the Alfies, the squeezes, a lot of the Scions did get freed up in the shop, so definitely an option there. The forest we already know is rather contested, and one of the people holding the forests is actually Jonah Kino, who is on death's door pretty much right here, right now. As we go into this NPC round, let's go through the field one more time. Narkish the only chance at a repeat IPL victory. Leading this lobby here in the semifinal, 7 air, 3 fire, 2 infernos. Meanwhile, the Magma, Nature and Fire Bulwarks coming out here for Web 3. Luke Keats, Bulwark Aegis with a lot of Nature and Toxic. Carl did manage to get those 7 fighters, which includes a foe, but not a forest, so they're also being kind of contested there with that tier 5 fighter. The 7 Earth 3 Bloom. Gazera may have had a very, very rough start, but you can see as the yellow light shines by their border, they are on a win streak and are going to be an absolute threat. Especially if Jonah Kino does end up falling here and more of those forests end up showing up in the shop. Gazera, of course, again, yeah, same thing, just the competent stuff. Asu was running Steam, but I think they're trying to find themselves some more Steam or some more granite augments, maybe. You can see them trying to manipulate their board as best as possible to get it. And then Jonah Kino, of course, who we're witnessing right here, right now. Let me see, will it let me watch? Going up against Web3 Gaming, it might be their ghost in this instance, but I still want to see what ends up going down here. Because this could absolutely turn the way this game ends up getting played for the rest of the match. A lot of the augments got switched over to the Riptorus, actually. Not relying on the Forest as much, making it more so of a flanker with that rogue imprint on it. And actually, there's just too much. Even though Web3 is not necessarily going up against Jonah Kino, there's too much firepower. Jonah Kino will fall. But at the same time, so does Hasu. More dashes on the board as well. The Alfies are going to be fought after as well. Gazera, do you have the credits to roll? Oh, they're trying. They're selling things off the bench to try and get it done. They have another forest. Of course, Jonah Kino being eliminated means those foes are on the board. They're selling everything. They loaded up with augments, but it looks like that's about as far as they're going to be able to go. They get the second forest, but they are not able to get any more on top of that. Does Gazera find a way to survive up against Luke Keats? The forest does have that extra safety net now with that ion shroud. And it's doing pretty good, but it has to deal with this nasty Rip Lance that's directly in its face right here, right now. But the Rip Lance does kind of put itself in an awkward spot. It does have that evasive veil. It's going to be able to go untargetable for just a second. Look at this thing absolutely flail on everybody. The Forest has been eliminated here on the side of Gazera, and I don't think there's anything Gazera can do. The Malura, it's the big tank. It still has so much health left. But they just left it alone up until the very end, which means Gazera shall be eliminated. The 5th place finish there for Gazera, and now we have our top 4. Possible elimination at hand here for Carl if they do happen to fall in this one. We ride along here with this battle. the 7 air, 3 inferno, 4 fire composition coming out here from Narkish. This thing is nasty. I mean, we've seen Monarchs do some crazy stuff lately, especially a couple weeks ago. Is it going to be enough to take out Carl right here, right now? Has that Ion Shroud as well as a bit of a safety net. Here comes the ramp fight. Big damage coming on down, taking one out and nearly taking out the Forest as well. It will, in fact, take care of the Forest. This was an absolute slaughter. Not even close, unfortunately, here for Carl. Shall be eliminated in 4th place. That damage was just straight up nasty. My goodness. Now Luke Keats going up against Narkish. Should be no elimination right now, so I kind of want to see the player versus player battle in this instance. We do have, again, with Narkish, the 7 air, 3 inferno style. On the other side, though, 4 magma coming up here for Web3 Gaming. Considering all these alluvials are going to be diving into them, that's pretty much exactly what magma wants to do. They're just going to be constantly chipping away at them. Not to mention that extra little mitigation that you get. Fighting on your own turf is definitely nice. Can that ramp fight be pushed aside? That Scoriox is doing a ton of damage from the side. Here comes the Monarch right across the tank line alongside the ramp fight. That was enough damage to get the job done. The stun comes out to stop the Snarf, but it might have been enough. No, the Scoriox is still alive. Where does the shot come out here from the Octius? Does it fire away? I don't think it had the time to do so. Narkish is going to lose this one. The tank line on top of the magma there for Web3 Gaming was enough to get the job done. And this lobby is so close, it is not even funny. Curious to see as we go around the IPL if I can get a refresh on this. See if we happen to see what's going down on the other side. Of course, the bar is going to break and it's not going to show me, but basically on the other side, the game hasn't finished yet either. That's, of course, I'm a Fishy, Maru, Nika, Thanatos Hype, Don't Contest Me, Soda Hype, Bullies, The Show, and Fury Hype. They are still battling out as well as we speak on the other side of semifinals. Once we got a result of that, I'll absolutely let you know. Try my very best here to keep track of everything across the IPL. Definitely a lot to do. I try my best to be the one-man band here. Thankfully, as much as it can be work, it is also very, very fun, and I'm thankful to be here with everyone. Web3 versus Luke Keats. Nobody going to be eliminated this moment, but whoever takes that second spot with stride. So we'll have to see how this one ends up going down. Blasonite on the field here for Web3 Gaming. Gonna be your carry of sorts, but you also have the Scoriox with you. Not to mention the Blasonite buffing up the Scoriox if it hits it with its tornado. Meanwhile, on the other side, looking at that Rip Lance, that Archos just got immediately annihilated and is being focus fired right now by the Scoriox. The positioning here on that Rip Lance might be to its detriment, considering it's so far off to the side that it's just feeding itself over to the Scoriox. And look at this red squad melt. Luke Keats is going to take a huge hit. Pushing Web3 into a fantastic position to get themselves into the top 2 into this game. One more time around the carousel we go. Lots of tier 5s available. Foe immediately taken off the board here for Luke Keats. Maybe they can finally pick up that forest if they can find one more. 5 magma here for Web3 Gaming. That is absolutely ridiculous. Add the fighter. And you give that fighter maybe to your Scoriox and give it even more attack speed. That would be bonkers. Meanwhile, the 4 Inferno coming up here as well, which is going to be so useful versus Lukeets. It'll be pretty useful versus Web3 as well. Narkish is just in such a strong position right now. And unfortunately for Lukeets, it could very well mean elimination here from this game if they cannot figure it out within the next couple of moments. Like, an Narkish might not be prepping to play against your team in particular, but that is still a lot of firepower that you have to deal with. That fully loaded or almost fully loaded, but that fully evolved mammoth in your face. Chuck away your teammates. Gonna be scary. My eyes are on that Rip Lance. Diving on towards the mammoth. Good damage coming out from the ramp fight as well. It took care of the healing line. And the healing was already neutered a little bit because of the Inferno. But by taking them out so quickly, it should in theory be curtains, unless this Rip Lance can perform a miracle 1v3, but with the Monarch shooting from the sides, getting the job done, there is no chance that is going to end up happening. And we have a little glitcheroony, so we will quickly hop out of here. Anytime I get eliminated and see myself on the draft deck, I do not take any chances. I will reboot. Right in time with 7 seconds to go. What could possibly be our final battle here in our first game of this lobby's semifinal. The 5 Magma versus the 4 Infernos. See how this one goes. The Mammoth directly point blank here with that Seer. Ramp fight in the top is going to take care of one. It's going to probably take care of that Archos as well. The backline is melting here for Web3 Gaming. I don't think they have to sustain that shield, though. It came out at the perfect time. Scoriox is going to be able to pop off. Wow, that was close. I don't know where that damage came from. But one way or another, being able to push away the ramp fight. Team in clutch, and Web3 Gaming in a position here to maybe take another chunk out of Narkish. Narkish trying to finish the job. Lots of rearranging here. Heck, even the ramp fire is a close option, but I imagine they must be close on emptying out their credits. If not completely empty. They completely move away the Scoriox and the Blazonite, but it's going to put it point blank here with the Monarch. But in theory, this Monarch should run away in just a moment's time. What a brutal shot from the corner here from that ramp fight. It did so much value. I get what they were trying, but it left the door open for ramp fight to absolutely eat that corner alive. And with that, Narkish, congrats on your win here in this first game of our best of 3. Holy moly. Oh, how many times have I know I personally have done something like that? I feel the need to make a huge drastic move and end up kind of throwing myself into something that I was not prepared for. Definitely a nervous situation. A very good finish here for Web3 Gaming nonetheless, but congrats there to Narkish on that win. Starting off this best of 3 here in this semifinal nicely. All right. Time out. I need a breather. Now, based on this, in theory, our next, or the other lobby would have finished, I think, right? Either that or it's being worked on right here, right now. I don't see results here yet. That's okay, though. There's ours. Okay, lobby 2 is still being worked on. So we got a brief breather. I know, personally, I'm not complaining. Especially with the... from quarterfinals onwards, things have been moving rather quickly. Of course, big shoutouts to all of the staff members of Illuvium and the Illuvium moderators, admins. Getting the job done nicely here this week and all the weeks. Stepping over Amazon packages to get somewhere isn't good. Yeah, that'd be a little bit of a problem. No, I keep myself busy. It's fun. But at the same time, it's definitely hard work. I know one of the most common things that I would get when I was working with college esports, but you see this a lot with traditional esports as well, is that people think that because you're working with gaming that it's all fun and games and super fun. You don't work a day in your life. If they only knew. Especially working the broadcasting side of things. It can definitely be a lot, regardless of which role you're in. I don't mean to pat myself on the back by any means. I don't want to sound arrogant, but soloing a show like this as well is definitely difficult. I'm sure all of y'all can see some of the clunkiness that happens with some of my streams, which is exactly why when you see fully produced esports broadcasts running so smoothly, just how impressive that truly is. I'm definitely curious here as to what happens with this second lobby. While I do wait though, I guess I can get some of this other stuff ready for the next one. Oh, I see green. I promise I'm not smoking up. There we go. Okay, Dashome. Okay. OLA Dasho winning this lobby. Of course, again, unofficial results. OLA's Dasho, according to this, is leading this lobby after winning game number 1 with Fury Hype right behind them. Don't Contest Me continues to impress, at least impressed me with this third place finish, and Sota Hype rounding up the top 4, with Maru, I'm a Fishy, Thanatos Hype, and Nika rounding up the match. So, of course, we still have got plenty of Illuvium here to finish off the day. 2 more games to go in this lobby. Sure, we'll be seeing it start up very, very soon as well. You call me arrogant, bro? I'm open-minded to it. I've always been told I'm hard to work with, even though I don't say a word, so I mean, it's possible. Other people did, yeah. My post not even go out? Oh, hello there. You're a brave little fellow right now, aren't you? Getting ganked by a fruit fly, apparently. Which I don't even know where they're coming from. I don't keep any food on my desk other than my coffee. If that bug wants my coffee, it's gonna have to fight me for it. Oh, next lobby's up. Give it just a quick second here to load, but again, we're gonna hop into the same one as last time. Just for continuity's sake. Yeah, getting ganked by a fruit fly. Very confused because I was looking at my X posts. I put a post saying that the semifinals were live, and I do not see it. Bugger. Quickly get that situated here before we get underway. Well, NASCAT wants us to come commentate too. My cat always has the greatest timings to come in and hijack the stream. Okay. There we go. I'll stop muffling around and we can get on to the swing of things here. Make sure I pick the right lobby. Ooh, finally an interesting region. Not that I'm all for shenanigans, but I do like a little bit of spice. And this one shall be providing exactly what I'm looking for. All right. Well, let's get on into this one. All right, game number 2 here for this IPL 500 semifinal from lobby number 1. Narkish took the lobby in the first game, followed up closely by Web3 Gaming. We'll have to see if they can keep the ball rolling and possibly put themselves into a position to be an IPL repeat winner. They're the only one left in the tournament that can do so. So definitely interesting there, but they are taking quite a lot of heat early in this game. Those here in the live chat might have heard me talking about the region being interesting, and this is exactly why. We're going to Crystal Shores, and the draft rounds now have all the Illuvials with their Stage 2 versions. So instead of the baby forms or the Stage 1 forms, you get their middle evolution right off the rip. I know some people don't like that, but at the same time, it makes things interesting 'cause it's such a good region, it's such a good buff, that you may actually want to consider going for a loose streak off the start and jumpstart your final team composition by getting something that's already evolved once. So it definitely makes things interesting. Once again, going to introduce players one more time here. We have Jonah Kino from Team Sora, Gabba. We do have Ole Gazera, Carl from Team Phantom, Web3 Gaming TV Hype, Hasu, Lukitz from Team Sura, and Narkish. Let's ride along with one of our independents, why don't we? Let's see how Hasu is doing. Those who tune in and enough know that I am a massive fan of when an independent player can go up against players that are a part of teams and still perform admirably. Because it just, I don't know if it's the motorsport fan in me. I love seeing an independent or a lower level team go up against the big guns and win. Kind of an inadvertent underdog story. But in this instance here, Hasu is definitely the underdog in terms of health anyway. Going up against the Rogues and the Predator style coming out here from Jonah Kino. As of right now, holding their own, but of course if they drop down to that low percent point where that execute damage starts coming in, it will be trouble. And it looks like Jonah Kino barely will be able to get the job done here. Just a matter of dealing with this Doka. Hasu gonna bring it into a close one, but take the hit nonetheless. Jonah Kino winning that one. As we spaz out here for a second, I will ride along, start our King of the Hill with Jonah Kino. And there we go. Of course, just as a reminder as to where we stand here in this lobby. While we're here in the NPC round. Results bar, where you at? Of course, this was the result of the first game. For those who might just be joining us here, of course, Narkish taking the win with Web3 Gaming right behind them in second. You have, of course, Lukitz in third, Carl in fourth, Zara in fifth, Haru in sixth, Kino seventh, and then Gabba in eighth. Looks like we're going for the draft deck here, so with this being a best of three at least, for some of those players who may have had a rough first game, that's still not the end-all be-all. A loss of time to work your way back up into this one. All right. Excuse me. We have 4 players doing, not necessarily flawlessly, but doing a very, very good job right now. Only taking 1 point of damage or 2 points of damage. But that'll have to change for one of them right here, right now. Jonah Kino and their Rogue and Rogue Predator style going up against the Templar Empath Fighter Bulwarks with Rogues. That's quite a mix here for Carl, considering that they are only level 4. To have that much of a mix and match with the 2 Bulwark imprints as well is kind of interesting. take some of your fighters or some of your empaths that are not traditionally tanky, give them the bulwark affinity or bulwark class, and it will tank them up a little bit. Doesn't give that much of a bonus though, so we'll have to see if they can pull through. The 4-on-2 is looking promising, but you gotta deal with that ranger. They will be able to get it done. And Carl is going to be able to get the win here in that one. Let's hop along with them now as they now go up against Gazera from Team OLA with a Scion Bulwark style that does emphasize around the granite, around this TNT. The Ranger themselves, I believe, is focused on being a DPS in this instance as well. That Earthgraph Scepter being able to shoot 3 of the furthest targets away for actually a pretty significant, especially in the late game, a pretty significant burst of damage. Good to see. Got the Caradulo here for a little bit of extra backup. Toxic could possibly be on the board if they manage to find a water, but they might not necessarily want to. What are you in the back? Oh, it's actually a Lynx. So it's got healing as well. A nice little squad here for Gazaria. Let's see if this Templar Bulwark style coming out here from Carl can breach through. It's going to make this Twine look like absolutely nothing, completely frail. The TNT is now going to be tanking, but it's the one holding the Omega power, the Apex Supercharger, so that going down is kind of an eyesore here. But there are a lot of low health bars here. Where's the Lynx? Did it survive? It did not. So throughout all of that, for me, hyping it up, Gazaria will take the heat, and it will be Carl once again finding themselves with the win as they now go up against lobby leader Gabba. Gabba having a rough first game, looking for the comeback here, and a strong start so far, has not dropped the game yet. I accidentally started my music, it sounds like. There we go. That's the one thing about these wireless headphones, inadvertently triggering your browser one way or another. But in regards to Gabba, they have themselves quite a few rogues, 5 of them in particular, alongside the double Predator, focusing on this Greater Gorilla to be the carry of the squad. But that bulwark that they had immediately got shredded. The Graco does not long for this world. Look at how fast this team is evaporating here. Big damage coming out here from Carl. One final attempt here for the Lallura to try and get to the charm off and let the Valente go. Could not get the job done. Now it's just a matter of dealing with that Revo, and sure enough, that Greater Monk here is not going to let that Revo last long. Gabba going to take their first loss of this one, giving the lead to Carl from Team Phantom. That is 3. So let's make the swap down the line here. Let's take a look and see what's going on between the Keats and Web3 Gaming. Of course, Web3 Gaming coming off of a 2nd place finish in our first game. And I believe Luke Keats was 3rd, if I recall correctly. When in doubt, check the bar. There it is. Sure enough, Luke Keats was 3rd in the last one. So 2 of our players that were doing rather successfully in game number 1 in the bottom. But it can be for strategic purposes, of course, because of Crystal Shores. It's something to keep in mind. Being able to snag that evolved alluvial off of the draft deck would be huge. Both of these players, though, playing a similar composition. 5 Bulwark with Empath, 5 Bulwark with Aegis. The same idea, but the big thing here is that Empath on the side of Web3, that Lynx, not only does healing, but it can do some pretty decent damage to anything standing near it. Granted, it is based off of missing health, though, so it needs to weaken them down, but now this is the proper opportunity, and you can kind of see slowly but surely that team's just melting away, and Luke Keats is absolutely going to eat it here. This Archos has no chance of winning this fight. How much damage is it going to be towards Luke Keats? Going right down to 68, so missing the funny number, and we're gonna end up taking a decent shot nonetheless. Let's go through the field while we wait for this NPC round. Carl from Team Phantom here with the Air Dust Fighter, Bulwark, Berserker style. Gabba, looking for that Rogue Revenant. Just got to get the second, or the third and the fourth one, though. Does have Bloom early on, however. Jonakino, 5 Rogue, 3 Predator alongside Earth, going to be the style there. Toxic Borg Fighter Rogue coming out here from Hasu. Gazera does have the Granite alongside Scions and Bulwarks. Web3 Gaming, Bulwarks and Empaths. Lukeets, Bulwarks, Aegis and Empaths, more so focused on Water and Toxic. Meanwhile here, 5 Bulwarks for Narkish with Fighters and Berserkers, having a touch of Toxic alongside Water and Nature. So oddly enough, I think first and third, or first and second, one of them, it was up there. I think the composite crate shenanigans might have thrown me off a little bit here, but I do believe Narkish's build is kind of contested as of right now. Web3 Gaming going to be going up against Carl. Now let's see, because Carl's on red side, I can actually move their drone over. There we go. I just seem to be able to do it on the red side, but not the green side. Warrior 4 Dust coming out here from Carl, so this is going to be absolutely annoying for the side of Web3 to deal with, but at least they're not completely focused on auto attacks. Let's see what they can do. Spin the win here for that Singe. It is in a beautiful spot. It is going to get stunned up, though. Beautifully done by the Kuka to shut that down. It was in such a prime position to do so much damage by spinning, but it may not matter. The Lynx is still healthy. The TNT is still healthy here for Web3 Gaming, and it just has to deal with this Quinks and with this Fur Knight, but the Fur Knight's doing a solid job of just overall DPS from the corner. Where does the TNT shoot? The Charm actually stopped it from shooting, but here comes the heal from the Lynx. It's going to try and keep the Sapon topped off. The Charm once again delaying the inevitable. One more shot, and it took a little while. But Web3 will be able to get the job done, knocking Carl off a peg here. Carl still with the lead here in this lobby, but not flawless by any means. Let's see if Web3 can go 3 for 3 here for King of the Hill. 2 Magma early on here is definitely going to make things annoying for this Rogue composition. The Rogue Revenant actually has been secured here for Joe and Aquino. Did get the imprint, so that's exactly what they would possibly want. Rightfully so, we're seeing Web3 as fast as possible trying to bunker up, which sure might do decently versus the majority of these rogues, but again, you got that little Ramfy who's just absolutely loving the sight of this. Let's see how it goes. Diving on through, the Rampy's not in a bad spot, but it is being targeted at least by a couple of the Illuvials. Vermilio's doing a solid job as well. Here it comes to the skies. Is going to chunk them down by half, but not actually secure any eliminations thanks to that heal from the Virtuous Lynx. Good damage coming out here from Web3 Gaming. They are going to be able to withstand this Rogue Revenant unless this Penguin is unstoppable. Look at that shield! That is absolutely ridiculous. Did somebody put in the Konami code for this Penguin? Because my goodness, it is not dying. That is absurd. We hop on in here in just a second here, seeing all these stage 2 Illuvials. Again, big thank you to everybody watching live. Always a pleasure having everybody here. And of course, Gear, you're here all the time, so definitely a big thank you for tuning in. New ban list. That'd be for, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Just had their ban list come out, right? In regards to that last fight, though, that was absolutely ridiculous. By all means, that Penguin should have been taken down. There's no shot that there's... There's 2 fully loaded Rogue Revenants in this game. Gabba had it. Who else had it? Was it... Oh my gosh, there's 2 of them. Okay, I know that Jonakino just won, but I'm very, very curious to see what kind of adjustments Web3 Gaming makes in terms of going up against this. I'm very curious. They dive on through. That Magma is doing a pretty good amount of damage. The Malura, rather, is going to be able to get the shield. Oh my gosh, that shield is absolutely ridiculous. It is going to slow things down so significantly here for Web3 Gaming. But the rest of the team seems to be melting, but crucially, keep an eye on that Penguin in the dead center right under the dodge sign. Will it be able to stay alive? Nope, not this time. That's how I expected it to go the first time. Beautiful adjustments coming in here from Web3. To take care of Gabba's Rogue Revenants. Now I'll hop over to Jonakino, who's actually leading the lobby now. And if there's any sort of grace for this lobby, it is the fact that Rogue Revenant is being contested. Any sort of lobby is being able to get the 4. This is where things start getting pretty ridiculous with the attack speed nerf or debuff that you can place on people, or Illuviums rather. But oh my gosh, he even got the slash in. Oh, Jonakino might be in a fantastic position to run away with this lobby, but let's do this one step at a time. See how it goes. The eyes on that slash and can he get the job done? But I do like this Kukuraf that does end up and it just ends up falling in the end. Lots of damage being done here onto Jonakino. Actually, they're falling in this one. I look away for 1 second and Jonakino just got absolutely smashed here by Carl. What composition was that? Just the 4 dust. Blinding all enemies. So I mean, that is one way to do it, especially when the main carry, that slash in, is reliant on auto attacks. Absolutely well done there. So let's hop along now with Carl, considering they won that one. Does look like I did have a leg spike a few moments ago, so by all means, that was not you. That was on my end. I will probably have to reboot my router before the stream tomorrow. And hopefully that's all it is. Through the field one more time, as it's going to be Ole Gazera leading the charge here with Scion Bulwark Harbinger, Earth Granite. Web3 Gaming short to follow with Empath Bulwark with Earth and 3 Magma. Carl leading the charge in regards to, or not leading the charge, but on the podium here currently in 3rd place. Fire Empath's heavy emphasis on dust. Jonakino, of course, Rogue Revenant, did manage to get all 4 with the slash in. Gabba, Rogue Revenant as well, opting for 8 of them, and has probably trying to find a different carry since the slash-ins have been contested. Narkish, Fighter Bulwark is going to be the style they're going to end up going for here with lots of Toxic. Lukitz, Bulwark Aegis with lots of Toxic. 4 of them got the max out on that one. Then Hasu is running Mud. But for this next battle, Carl versus Ole Gazera. Let's see how it goes. Main damage sources here for the side of Carl are going to be onto the Ranger themselves, as well as this Kukuraf, this big old bird that you see flying through the middle. Loaded up on augments, trying to do as much as possible. That is a fully evolved Lynx, trying to keep everything alive. And it just tanked so much damage that in theory, this is the opportunity now here for Gazera to dive on through and finish off these empaths. They're going to be able to finish off the one. The silence and the shot coming out here from Gazera's Ranger going to help finish the job, and Carl will fall in this one. Battle of our top two up next. Web3 versus Gazera. Yes, absolutely. It's something quick, but if you're gonna go that route, eat early so it has time to settle. Would hate for you to be bowling with greasy McDonald's fingers. But nonetheless, thank you for tuning in. Gazera versus Web3 Gaming. Gonna bunker up here for this one. But given the Scion style coming out for Gazera, they probably don't necessarily mind too much. The Magma is going to flood the field. Both players are going to be opting for this. The Link's going to keep that front line alive, and because it's missing health damage on that Lynx, it should help assist big time with this shredding of the Web3 tank line. You can see it. This isn't a blink and you miss it. This is basically like 20 Illuvials having a wet noodle fight with each other until that tank line gets broken, and you can see between the Ferriox and the TNT, the damage finally does come through. Gazera taking that one. Now up against this Rogue Revenant coming out here from Jonakino. I like how they immediately got this Ferriox up to the front lines. There's nothing going to stay at the front line. The only thing that could possibly shoot you is a Quinks, and let's be honest, it's not meant for DPS. It's more here for support, so nice little arc to try and keep things safe. My eyes definitely are going to be on one, the Lynx in the dead center alongside that Rampy, and of course the Slash-in, which is fully loaded, ready to rock. Has that Fate Sealer for additional attack speed on elimination. Here comes the Rampy. It does do some decent damage, but it does not chunk the Lynx that much. Now with the help of this Penguin, it is absolutely going to be able to do so. This is the area where things start getting scary. It might not have all the Omnivamp that it wants, but it doesn't matter when it's not being targeted. It might be sitting in the Magma, but it is going to beat the timer, and that is going to be Jonakino taking that one, as we now have a battle for a possible elimination here. Hasu down to 6. Fighters, Berserkers, Predator style, Orc, Rogue. All over the place, but the main idea here is getting mud, but they have not gotten the 4th mud, unfortunately. They have not been able to find that Exalted Monkier, and that is holding them back majorly. They're, I think, 2 away. Definitely a bit of a heartbreaker here for Hasu. So ran out of credits, but we'll have to see if they can break this bunker. Very tough squad to have to try and break through. Does manage to break in with the Exalted Gorilla in the backline as well, trying to wreak havoc, but it immediately gets focused, immediately gets popped. So that's some big damage gone already. It looks like Gazera, as of this moment, has been able to hold the line, but they have lost their main tank line. But a fantastic job by that virtuous Ember Lynx to hold the line, heal the allies, and score the elimination. That's going to be 2 eliminations here. It looks like Hasu is going to fall in 8th. Lukitz is going to fall in 7th. Oh my goodness. I keep forgetting about the Crystal Shores region here and the fact that we have stage 2s. And Octius just being out there for free is kind of incredible. Gabba's going to immediately pick up the Quinks for a little bit of extra crowd control. The Twine going to get picked up here by Narkish for some extra tank. Polar Bear with the attack augment as well. You can just straight up take that thing onto the field and it'll be deadly. Somehow the Octius has not been picked up until Gazera takes it right there. I still always want to say Gazeria. I do not know why. course, again, just to kind of recap where we are here in this tournament. Reminder, this is how game number 1 went. So with Luke Keats, did manage to get 3rd in the first game, but now falling in 7th, this definitely hurts. And for Hasu, they're going to have a lot of things go into their favor if they want any chance on making grand finals here tonight. Or getting into grand finals or tomorrow's grand. It's been a long day. Getting into tomorrow's grand finals, you know what I mean. Gaba's right there as well, and if Gaba, if they fall in 6th, I think that's probably curtains. Narkish, of course, won the last game. Would optimally love a top 4 or top 3. Doesn't guarantee your spot, but I mean, it makes you sit pretty comfortably. Meanwhile, Web3's looking good. Gazera looking good so far to make up for the 5th place. Definitely interesting nonetheless. So, of course, possible elimination here if it is a bad loss here for Gaba. And for the sake of the rest of this lobby, you kind of want Gaba to, I think, stay alive, because if you let all of these rogues through and Jonah Kino has any sort of credits left over, all of these Illuvials are going to go back into the pool or into the shop and possibly get picked up. But look at one of the pickups that Slashin has now, that Leviathan's Fury. 6% of max health on every single hit, as if this thing doesn't do enough damage already. That's a fully evolved polar bear, and it's just going to get shredded by this penguin. Oh, how nature has a turn of fate, so the tables have been reversed, so to speak. As we now see that Slashin, it's just going to clean the rest of this up without question, I think, even if the rest of the team falls, unless they make me eat my words. What a stun coming out from the Kukuraf! Locked down by the Gazatep, locked down by the Kukuraf, and the Revo was able to open fire on it. I did not expect things to turn out that way at all. So now Gaba on 1 HP in a dream. Even Narkish here with this 7 fighter 5 bulwark style, fully loaded up on Toxic and almost fully loaded up as a Berserker as well. Not able to withstand the hit. Hey Kirito, much love, man. I'm definitely having a good time, and I thank you for watching. Let's see here, with this Bulwark Empath style, lots of eyes on this Blazonite in the corner. It's got attack speed and it's got percent health damage, so it should be able to shred through. But watch out for that ramp fight. That thing just straight up did nothing. Not a lot for considering what I am used to. Blazonite free to fire on top of this magma. All of the rogues are just running into their death. Can the penguin get targeted? It will. Now it's just a matter of this Ferriox and this Blazonite. Can they get the job done? No, it's going to be Blazonite on the side. Getting the job done. Gaba came close to winning that one, but could not get the job done. All of those rogues and revenants are now in the pool for Jonah Kino to capitalize on if they really wanted to and had the credits for. Absolutely sounds good, Gear. You take care and good luck with bowling today. Narkish fighting for their tournament life still. Well, not tournament life, but for their game life. This is a best of 3. Nobody's eliminated, and let's be honest, he got first. He's probably okay. But in this game in particular, game number 2, up against Web3. Web3 spreading out the bunker a little bit more, given that nobody's really diving on them this time. And look at all of that magma being spread across the front line. These fighters are melting. They do not have the healing to get the job done. But at the same time, the tanks are falling, but some of these big carriers are taking some huge hits. Can the Virtuous Lynx get the job done? No, it will not. Here comes the Rip Lance. Here comes the Blasonite, though, firing back. But watch out for that Evasive Veil. That is going to be a difference maker. Web 3 going to take the hit, and Arquiche still in this one. We've got a bunch of possible eliminations going into this next battle. I'm going to pick two that are actually playing each other and not ghosts, but we have the potential of losing two players. Carl has fallen as well, down to 2 HP. Fighter and Bulwarks with the 6 Air 4 Dust. I mean, it did pretty good in the mid game, but it seems like they're having a harder time as this game goes on. But we've got Narquiche, who, of course, the 7 Fighters, 5 Bulwarks, the 3 Berserkers. If they can stay out of their own way and path appropriately, this could be devastating, but at the same time, they don't have to path if the opponent is jumping directly into you, which is exactly what these rogues are going to do. The Penguin's diving directly into the Rip Lance. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but it's putting itself in a very, very dangerous position. Immediately getting untargetable. Your carry's just gone at this point. Never mind, it's the Penguin. Never mind. It's the Penguin in a Revenant comp. Unfortunate here for Narquiche. They will fall in 5th. A big play there for Joe Aquino. The rest of the rogues on the other side, like, sure, the Penguin got targeted down and nearly got taken out, but everything else on the other side of the board just got absolutely eviscerated. Leading the lobby currently is OLA's Gazera. Full Harbinger, Bulwark, and then 4 Scions on top of this with Magma and Granite. My goodness, that is an interesting mix. Having this Virtuous Emberlings basically frontlining as well, being an additional tank that also shreds and heals, that's really, really cool. I like that. As someone who spams links a lot myself, I am gladly going to keep that in mind for future matches. Of course, while we have the NPC round, again, just going to take a peek here at, again, what the last results were. With Narquiche falling in 5th, it is going to kind of counteract that win in game number 1, but they're still going to probably be in the top 4 in terms of collective points, but they cannot sleep on game number 3. That is going to be scary. The player that's going to jump up the biggest in this one is probably going to be Joe Aquino. If they can keep the ball rolling and find themselves on the podium, they are going to be sitting pretty, or at least sitting in the midfield, which is much better than the back marker in this instance. Web 3 looking like they're in prime position to take over the lead in this lobby, and then Gazera might be able to find themselves in 3rd at the rate that this is going. Of course, all speculation, this is not final official results by any means. Just speculation and quick mathing. Alright, Web 3 in the red, Carl in the green. Somebody's going home right here, right now. Bulwark Empath with a ton of magma versus the Fighter Empath Bulwark Enchanter Berserker Air Dust combination coming out here from Carl. A massive mix match. Really focusing here on this fully evolved polar bear in the middle. Meanwhile, on the other side for Web 3, that Blasonite nearly got taken down by the Ranger alone. The Revo is on hot pursuit, but it actually changed its target. It's not going for the Blasonite. And look at that Blasonite heal now. The polar bear is gone. The Ranger is gone as well. It's just a support line left here for Carl. They're not going to be long for this world. They shall fall. Carl will be eliminated in 4th position. On the other side, Gazera is going to probably be able to win this one. That Ranger versus the World as this Mammoth starts wailing away on it. That is going to be another one down. Joe Aquino has fallen in 3rd place. Rogue Revenant Phantom. It's not the face roll insta-win combination that we're used to seeing from a couple weeks ago. Well piloted nonetheless to score a top 3, but will fall short of any further. Still a good points day in regards to this game. Web3 though, that's exactly what they want to see. This puts them in a fantastic position to lead this lobby, and honestly probably lead it by a long shot. Gazera looking to points their way into this top 4. I'm pretty certain they've got it already, but a win here in this instance would be huge. The one thing that is kind of nice here for Gazera, given the magma nature of the composition here from Web3, considering a lot of their damage is coming from Scions, it won't necessarily be sitting in the magma that often. However, their Mammoth will be. That is looking like one of their main carries of sorts. Granted, it's a tank, but it's kind of a carry at the same time. It will be getting lit up by at least one puddle of magma. Do they have the healing to withstand? That Emberlinks is going to be keeping things nice and healthy. It barely looks like the health bars have even moved. The Gnarl is safe. The Singe is safe. They have such a tanky front line, it's not even funny. Variox in the back line here for Gazera is doing such a good job. Meanwhile, the Blastonite immediately gets a massive shunt from that Mammoth. And without question, they could not break the front line. They were banging their head up against the wall. Ole Gazera, congratulations on your win here in game number 2. Things continue to stay interesting. One more game here tonight. What a day, what a day. It is 2 games, so let me reboot my game. But I guess also, see if I can speed run this to recall what compositions were played. Gazera with the Bulwark, Scions, and Harbingers, with a little extra magma as well. Web3, heavy magma, Bulwark, Empath. Rogue Revenant here for Jonakino. Carl is going to be playing the Fighters, Empaths, and Bulwarks. Heavy on the dust. Marquise falls in 5th, heavy toxic fighter, Bulwark, Berserker. Gabba, Rogue Revenant with Vanguard. Lukeets, 5 Bulwark, 5 fighter, the Aegis, fully loaded up on toxic. Hasu went for the fighter Berserker style with a little bit of mud, but kinda got the knees chopped from under them before they had the chance to snowball. Now let me reboot this here. That's been 2 games, so I do want to reboot to cleanse myself of any possible crashes. One more time. Does look like I did have a little bit of a lag spike there, so if you did get a lag spike yourself, that was not you, that was on me. Seems to happen like maybe once every 30 minutes or so. Of course, big thank you to everybody for tuning in so far. Of course, we're not done just yet. One more semifinal match here in this IPL 500. Thank everybody for, of course, tuning in. I do plan on doing, of course, more streams over the last couple of months. I personally have been streaming twice a week, pretty much nothing but Illuvium one way or another, whether I be casting community tournaments or maybe trying to be a player myself and getting absolutely cooked, but having fun while doing it. I definitely hope to see you again, and if you're enjoying your stay here, by all means, whether it be following or subbing on the channels depending on which platform you happen to be on. Would definitely appreciate it. Would mean the world to me if you did. Love to have you back. In regards to the grand finals tomorrow, of course, I will be casting, but on the Illuvium stream. I'm going to be back with Illumination and one more commentator as well, more than likely. I know they like to do 3 casters, so we'll see how that one goes. But the way that this tournament is shaping up, it's going to be interesting. Okay. Lobby number 2 did finish their match. We have it here in front of us here. So Fury Hype leading the charge in that one, followed by Maru. Soda Hype. I'm a Fishy gets 4th. Thanatos Hype gets 5th. Well, a Deshow from 1st to 6th in this one. That one's gonna hurt a little bit. Mika from 2nd to 2nd last as well. That's gonna hurt. And then Don't Contest Me going to fall in last in that lobby. So in theory, if I don't spaz myself out too hard, here is what our lobbies in the semifinals currently look like. Let me get rid of the text for just a moment's time. So going into this one, very, very interesting. So with Web3 Gaming being up by 2 points, they're probably, as long as they don't get last, they'll probably make top 4. But Gazera, Narkish, Karo, Jonakino, Lukitz, all of them could potentially make that top 4. For Gaba and Hasu, unfortunately, it's probably a little bit too far gone. But there is still potential for a lot of players here in this semifinal. On the other side, Fury Hype is just absolutely running away with this lobby, leading the charge by a significant amount, 4 points. They can probably finish last and make it into the top 4, but I definitely wouldn't recommend it. Ole Deshow short to follow alongside Maru, Sota. A 3-way tie for 2nd and onward. Then there's a 3-point gap where I'm a Fishy and then Don't Contest Me are. The players below, from like I'm a Fishy down, a lot of things have to go their way to make themselves have a chance at making the grand final. But I dare not say impossible by any means. Alright, let's boot this game up one more time. The lobbies are up. Loading on in just a moment's time. Was that the last game's lobby? Yeah, it was. Whoopsie. Let's try that again. Very tame region this time here, Taiga Boreal. Okay. Okay, there. Need to keep those stats close by just to help me keep track of everything, but alright, here we go. Game number 3 for this semifinal, excuse me. Game number 3 for this semifinal in this IPL 500. This lobby's concluding one way or another, and it's shaping up to be rather exciting. It's going to, of course, be interesting considering a lot of players that did really strong in game number 1 kind of fell off a little bit in game number 2. A couple of players down at the bottom of the group might not have necessarily the chance at making it into the top 4, but there are like 6 potential players that can make it into our grand final for Sunday. And just for some added context, so currently Web3 Gaming leads this lobby with Wale's, or Web3 Gaming TV Hypes, currently leading this lobby in the semifinal by 2 points over Ole's Gazero. Then we have Narkish, Carl from Team Phantom, Jonakino from Team Sura, Luke Keats from Team Sura, and Gaba and Hasu, who happen to be playing each other right here, right now, it looks like. Region-wise, this time by, it's going to be Taiga Boreal. We're just going to be re-rolling our augments one more time, possibly. If you don't like what you got, you can try again. So, not a very volatile region in the slightest here, considering we were just at the Crimson Shores. Much, much tamer. Looking like Gaba's going to end up taking this one. The one thing that I do want to give a shout out to for Gaba in regards to the links that they picked up, they do happen to have the Scion links. This is personally my favorite links of all of the linkses, but I also have to admit this thing has potato aim just like me. It's so frustrating because it cleaves everything in its path, but it only shoots in a straight line, and a lot of times it's based off of whatever it was targeting, whatever it was close. So there's times where this thing just shoots blanks. That's why I always mention that the arcane links, as much as I love it, it has potato aim like me, the highest potential in terms of damage. By God, is it not very consistent. We'll have to see if Gaba can make this work, or actually even Luke Keats has one as well in this instance. Opted to give the bulwark implant, so this is going to be a tanky little links here. Charges on through, destroys the line, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. That thing, look at the lineup that's right here for Gaba. Had that links fired up straight, but instead it just fires off to the left and gets next to nothing. Let's see if it can make up for it right here, right now. It's got the lineup it needs, but it's going to do some big damage. But considering there's that arcane links and that ranger right in its face, Gaba will be taken down as we start our King of the Hill session here with Luke Keats. Through the field we go. It's going to be Luke Keats starting off. Heavy emphasis towards bulwarks and the earth elements. Fighter bulwark with a little bit of water here for Carl. Gaba, of course, had the enchanters alongside the scions. Web3 Gaming heavy bulwark, but not necessarily focusing on an element by any means yet. Jonakino, it's going to be the second time it looks like they're trying to shoot for that Rogue Revenant style. Got them a top 3 before. Let's see if they can do it again. Hasu with the mixture mostly focusing towards the fire side of things. Narkish heavy rogue to start off this one. And Ole's Gazera heavy bulwark, already having 5. Damn. Alright. Juicy tier 3 is on the board with some even juicier augments. Chronoflux being left alone until Jonakino picks it up. Considering they were going rogues, fair enough, that is exactly what they would want. Also picking up that Apex Supercharger for that big boost of Omega power towards a unit of their choice. Leaving not much left here for Lukeets to pick up, but they do get that Mendo Skeleton, which is a snowballing augment. Especially effective for a frontline brawler. Let's see where that Chrono Flux goes then Jonakino picked up. They're actually going to opt to put it onto their Greater Earth Fleece that they have, unless they're found something else at the last possible second. Debating on it, they've moved it over to the Tyrio currently. Then on the other side here for Lukeets, the Rangers Unbounded, trying to see what they end up going for. They put the Mendo Skeleton onto the Lynx. Interesting nonetheless. The Rogue Revenant's coming on through. Can that Archo stay alive? It's going to root everything up, but it does not do a whole heck of a lot of damage. The backline has been shattered here against Jonakino. Where is the Lynx here for Lukeets? It's surviving so far. Shot towards Allura is going to do some big damage, and the reinforcements have arrived. The bulwarks are here. They're going to be able to shut this thing down. Lukeets going on a win streak to start this one off. Let's see if they can make it 3 in a row. Hasu is here looking to try and change that with a fully loaded Lynx, with the 2 damage augments with the Fate Sealer and the Apex Supercharger alongside the Safeguard Protocol for a little bit of extra utility towards the rest of its teammates. But a very scattered composition, to say the least here. Barely any affinities, barely any sort of class bonuses at all compared to Lukeets. I feel like this one should probably be a little bit one-sided towards Lukeets, but I would love to be wrong. Let's see. Here comes the blast from the Lynx. It's going to get the finishing blow here onto that Caradulo. Fleece going to get involved and start melting. And just this entire team from Lukeets, yeah. We expected this one to kind of be one-sided. Lynx is going to fire off a blank just because it can. A little bit of disrespect coming out here from the Lynx here onto Hasu. As Hasu takes a lot of heat early in this one. Down to 75 at round 10. But with 3 in a row, actually, I do see our top 2 playing. I do want to see this one. Yeah, of course, with the King of the Hill, normally I do 3 and then switch, but with it being our top 2 playing each other, I do want to see this before making a swap down to the bottom of the leaderboard. Fighters and Bulwarks does have the 2 Berserkers, lots of augments here for Carl onto that Greater Mulkir. As long as it can stay away from the Lynx, if it can stay out of the shot, it should be fine. But actually, even the tanks alone are doing a fantastic job of dealing with these fighters. The Lynx does fire it on through, does take out a couple of these fighters as well, and Carl will end up going down here. So Lukeets looking very, very strong in this early game. Let's drop down the order. We're going to see Carl once again, but this time up against Hasu. Hasu, of course, before was having a hard time, it looked like, in terms of finding a composition that they wanted to go for, but that is just me speculating. Didn't necessarily commit to anything, not yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, Carl, on the side of Team Phantom, of course, a little bit of water, a little fire, a little earth, mainly focusing on the 3 bulwarks and the Berserkers, the fighters. Hasu swapping up to get that air benefit, or the air affinity, so they will be able to try and dodge some of these fighters. Is definitely wise, but do they have the firepower to get through this? All of their damage is still completely focused on a Lynx, which is being targeted by this Railu right now. The backup from the Revo comes in to try and save the links, but the Ranger on the side of Carl is right there to chomp the links up. The secondary backup links is going to fall, but the Ranger and the Fleesh in the backline are still alive. Do they have the firepower to get through this Greater Malkir? The shot going to be coming up here from the Ranger does get stopped. How about the beam from the Fleesh? It tickling him. It's not going to be able to do enough damage. Asu very, very close, but not going to win this one. Carl going to take that. Little fast on the gun there, don't mind me. I broke it. Here, let's try that again. There we go. Excuse me. Of course, around the IPL, there's still one other semifinal currently in action in Lobby 2. Currently, their point standing is Fury Hype leading the lobby with 15 points. In second place, OLA Deshow, Maru, and Soda Hype, all with 11 points. So Fury Hype sitting pretty here in lobby number 2. Meanwhile, Deshow, Maru, and Soda all tied for second. I'm a Fishy Hype is right there as well, but with 8 points, trying to fight their way in, needing a huge third game to get themselves in this one. Same thing with Don't Contest Me. Needs a lot to go their way in order to make that top 4, but it is not impossible. Rounding out that lobby is Thanatos, Hype, and Nika, which would, I would assume, essentially need a miracle to find themselves into that top 4, but they can still find themselves a solid finish. And I do believe, because this is an IPL 500, that the pricing does extend to this the top 16 as a whole. Don't quote me on that, but if I recall correctly, even battling out for 15 or 14th could be a difference maker. Gabba versus Carl. The Fighters versus the Scions. Let's see who takes this one. The final abounding onto that Railu is an interesting choice here from Carl. So every time this thing fires off its ability, it's got the chance to crit. But looking at the Scions, can they wind up a TNT shot? Nope, it has been taken down. And the Lynx is going to finally be able to take care of that Malkir. Can this Kukaraf hold the line? It's been doing a fantastic job here so far. Takes care of the Railu. It's just a matter of dealing with this mule, and they'll absolutely be able to do so. That is going to be Gabba taking that one. Gabba versus Hasu, one player that I have not seen in a little while here. They're going to be playing up against Carl. I know we're seeing a lot of Carl here today, but a lot of eyes are on Narkish, currently our only player, I think, in the tournaments that has the chance to be a repeat IPL winner. If Narkish gets eliminated here in the semifinals, we are guaranteed, I believe, a new winner tomorrow. That being said, a lot of people like Narkish coming over from the TFT community and performing very, very well here, winning an IPL 250, I think, just last week. From caster to competitor, getting the job done. Up against Carl and their Fighters. Here comes the Rogues. Let me move this up because I can't see squat. I don't know about you. Right, there we go. That's a little bit better. Ram fight to the sky is going to be doing some pretty decent damage. That Exalted Malkir, though, is going to be able to tough it out. And I think they'll have enough firepower and enough health between the Ranger and the Malkir to get the job done. Even the Crunk is coming out to play. Narkish down to 58. Granted, that does give Narkish as well as Hasu first dibs into this one. Going to be picking up the lure nice and quickly. The dash is going to be picked up by Gazera as well. Hasu, what'd you pick up? The Vermilia. Polar Bear left on the board, going to be picked up alongside that tank augment. So nice little pickup there for Jonakino. And it actually left the Pyre there for Luke Keats. That's honestly not a bad pick for a a last on the wall scenario. I wanted to see how Jonah Kino was doing, so we'll stick around with this one here up against Narkish. Narkish going for Rogue Revenant, does not have the 4th Revenant, however, and it looks like Jonah Kino trying to do Rogue Revenant as well, but doesn't have the 7th Rogue or the 4th Revenant, so based off of class alone, you would think that this is in Narkish's favor, but a ramp fight ult in the right place can be the difference maker. Both of them firing it into the exact same spot, directly towards the support line. Instead of the Quinks here on the side of Jonah Kino, they actually opted to put the Polar Bear here, which is interesting because now everything's all clumped up. A massive ult coming out here from Jonah Kino. That ramp fight was in a perfect position. Honestly, a crafty little move there from Jonah Kino. I love the use of the Jokul in that position, just to have something a little bit tanky that can bite back against the rogues without immediately getting popped. That was kind of clever. And we have ourselves a battle between our top two. Luke Keats has yet to be defeated in this game. Still sitting at 100 health. That drone is absolutely humongous. Show off the skin while you can with a win streak like that. Opting for a defensive style with the fighters. Normally you don't hear that sentence put together in the same spot, but the 5 bulwarks and 3 fighters here to do work. You have the Aegis. They're really trying to turn that Riptorus into the hyper carry as it goes directly into the Polar Bear while everything else dives off into the back line. That Penguin are going to be doing a bunch of damage over to that Cardulo. Ramp fight to the skies, doing some pretty decent damage as well. Luke Keats might be falling, but at the same time, that Riptorus is still alive. It has backup. It didn't dodge it. It was on the outskirts of the Omega from the ramp fight, and I think that crit thanks to that final abounding. Yeah, because it does not have Phantom. So Jonah Kino putting a dagger to the heart of Luke Keats to keep that win streak. Very, very close. That Riptorus was just tiptoeing right on the line of that Omega. And it is going to pay for it. Let's go through the field one more time as we have another NPC round. Of course, we did just see Luke Keats there with that Toxic Nature Bulwark Fighter Aegis style that really tried to turn that Riptorus into a hyper carry. Jonah Kino looking for that Rogue Revenant. We'll see if they get number 4. Web3 Gaming, I mean, Magma worked before, do it again. Trying to build that Scoriox into the hyper carry, does have 2 Magmas already with the Bulwark Empath. Scion Empath coming in here for Asu, 6 Air, 2 Inferno, 2 Dust. Has the Monarch for some pretty decent DPS as well. A Steam attempt coming out here for Carl, Water, Toxic, Steam, 5 Fighters, 3 Bulwarks, and the Berserker. Gazera, Bulwark Scion, Steam Granite Water, Gabba, Scion Enchanter, and then Rogue Revenant here for Narkish, but damn is he being contested, which is going to be heartbreaking if they can't find a way to pivot or get something going here. Considering they're going head on up against Jonah Kino here, who is in a much prettier position in terms of their health. Now going up against Carl. Carl and their fighters is not going to be enough to really deal with this ramp fight, or is it? It just absolutely bursted through that ramp fight. Never mind. Carl gonna slam the brakes here on that win streak from Jonah Kino in fantastic fashion. And I tell you what, we have a lot of players that are in that top 4 falling kind of low, and I mean, when I say a lot, we have 2. Gazera and Narkish definitely having a hard time here. One more time with Joe Nakino. If they do win this, they will be... Or no, they actually had lost that one, so I need to technically swap. It was Carl that I believe beat them. So to keep in with tradition here with our King of the Ring or our King of the Hill style, we'll swap on over as we now see the Rake coming on through. It's got that final bounding as if this thing wasn't obnoxious enough. It is going to be firing off crits with its Omega onto like 3 different Illuvials. Let's watch that damage, like a quarter health chunked on everything. And there was some tanky Illuvials getting hit by that thing. But a lot of Illuvials are falling here for Carl. Luke Keats is going to be able to swarm. That is beautifully done here once again. The Fighter Berserkers being led by this Blotto, extremely tanky at that. Holding the line. Luke Keats versus Web3 Gaming. 2 players, I believe, in our top 4. Let me double check that. No, Luke Keats is technically 6th here. Web3 sitting pretty, though. I mean, Luke Keats is doing everything they need to do. The best possible scenario, like, obviously you're trying to get the best possible points in every game, but they need a win. They're setting themselves up for a win. And they keep extending this as they go up against our next opponent here versus Web3. See how this one goes. The Riptorus is going to be the one doing the major damage on the side of Luke Keats, but on the other end, you got to watch out for that Pyrrhiox. It does have Leviathan's Fury as well, so the Blotto is going to melt with that percentage health damage. Riptorus is getting focused. It is going to be shredded. Big time bunker composition coming on out here, and it is going to be doing wonders here. Web3 doing a fantastic job. Going to shut down Luke Keats as well. And now this is where things get scary. My headphones are screaming at me to go charge, so I'm going to quickly throw one in there. And inadvertently trigger my music. There we go. Alright, scrappy, but we get the job done. Gabba versus Carl, 2 players down towards the bottom. Gabba facing elimination. 5 Scions, could not find the 6. Got Enchanters and Empaths with you, but you have to deal with the 6 Fighter, 3 Bulwarks. And you hold the line. Revo and Ramfy diving on through here for Gabba. They've surrounded it quite nicely, but they're not actually doing much damage to it, as Ramfy could find some value. But while all of this is happening, the fighters on the side of Carl have shredded the back line. So it's all up to the DPS to somehow clutch this out. I don't know if they're going to be able to do so. Here comes the Ramfy. They escaped the Omega. That would have been the only way to get the job done, but I think Gabba took enough down that they're going to be able to hang on for at least one more round, one more time. Might be mathematically out of the top 4, but not mathematically ineligible to move up in the rankings, which, if I recall correctly, could result in some more prizing. So still a lot of line here for Gabba, even if they can't necessarily make grands. Lots of breathers here now with this NPC around. Perfect opportunity for Gabba to recoup, maybe see if they can find something. What are they looking for? They're actually looking to try and see if they can get the Monarch. It is going to be a little bit difficult because as I go through the field, I do believe somebody already has a Monarch. It is Hasu already has it. So if they're trying to go Inferno on top of this, it is contested. In fact, a few people having Ramfy or Ramp fights as well. Trying to get a Ramp fired might be off the table, or got a couple of augments moving around. I tell you what, one update that I cannot wait for in the new testnet patch is just being able to click and drag my augments from alluvial to alluvial. I know personally, as somebody who plays a lot of scions, I'm constantly switching my alluvials or my augments from either my Alfie or my Squeeze, depending on what kind of composition I'm going up against. So not having to throw them on the bench every single time to switch things is going to be a rather welcome change. Oh boy, actually, here we go. Gabba versus Hasu. Can I move Gabba's drone? No, I cannot because it's on the green side. Of course. Let me swap around. And now Hasu's in... I cannot win, can I? But that's a-okay. Inferno is ready here this time for Hasu. But can Gabba fight through? They both have Inferno, so this is going to be a ridiculous battlefield. Both players playing the same kind of style, one a little heavier on the Scions than the other. But one has Enchanter, one has Fighters. Let's see how this goes. Rampy's in a beautiful spot here for the red side. Here comes the other side as well, diving on through, lots of damage across the board. The Rampy has fallen on the red side, however. Monarch hanging on. The Arctase is diving directly in to try and help its partner. Actually, this isn't looking too bad here for Gabba. That is going to be a good old shunt coming out here from the Mammoth to dive right onto the Octeus, delaying that Omega from coming on out. And what I absolutely love, and I think the difference maker here for Gabba is going to be the augment it does manage to have. That Time's Respite, giving it the heal, giving it the shield on top of it. Kept it alive much longer. The fact that it was a ramp fight compared to ramp feed is also something huge to talk about. And also, right here, right now, an elimination one way or another shall be taken place. What's Carl doing as well? We have a world where we can lose 3 people right now. And this one in particular with Gazera, currently second in the points, would be huge if they fell right here, right now. Absolute game changer in terms of the points. Big laser coming out here from the Alfie right across the board of Hasu. Gazera's main carry, that Umber was getting a little bit low, but they have enough to get the job done. Hasu will be the first to fall, but will they be the only one to fall in this lobby? I do not think so. It looks like Luke Keats is going to be able to put the finishing blow here onto Gabba as well. They in fact will be able to do so. And Narkish is on Death's Door too. We have 4 players on Death's Door. And one of our leaders will be going home now. Second or third currently in the points will be getting eliminated right here, right now. Rogue Revenant here for Narkish, but they could not find the 4th Revenant. Bulwark Scion with the Harbinger as well here for Gazera. Where do the carries lie? It's going to be the ramp fight, and alongside that slap in, going to immediately melt that little Pyrie. It is not going to be long for this world. But here comes the Alfie shooting on through. Here comes the ramp fight as well. It does not necessarily get much, but it does not matter. It's going to be all up to the Umber. We've been here before. Can the Umber carry when behind? We've seen this so many times for the tournament's life between the 2 most broken characters in Illuvium. And it is going to be Narkish out of here. We did lose 3. Oh my goodness. Narkish is out at 6th. Carl is out at 5th. Web3 Gaming, I mean, they got out at 4th, but they've done what they've needed to do. They're probably making grands without question. Gazera still in this thing as well. Jonakino, Luke Keats. 2 players on the outside looking in, 5th and 6th respectively. on the doorstep. Let me click on the Xeria. That was a ghost. I want to see this one here. Live battle where the life total actually matters. Here comes the ramp fight to the skies, and the green squad takes a massive amount of damage. Gazera hanging on by a thread, but Jonakino, these rogues are too much. Umber, can you do it again? This time it's like a 6-on-1, but not this time. It worked versus Narkish, but it is not going to work again. But just one round was the difference maker between 6th and 3rd for Gazera. And now the battle between the two players that are currently tied 5th and 6th and break into the top 4. This is actually incredible. Carl getting eliminated at 5th as well is definitely risky here. They're going to fall out of the top 4. But they did way better than Narkish. They might have actually ended up dropping out of Grands. They kind of flew under the radar, but as I look at the chart and I look at the results here on screen, it's absolutely something that is possible here. Oh my goodness. The unstoppable force versus the immovable objects to finish off this semifinal. Luke Keats trying to build the wall. 5 bulwarks, 3 Aegis. 3 toxic with 6 natures and 4 waters. An absolute incredible combination, and Jonakino looking to brute force their way through one way or another. These two are final players here in this semifinal of the IPL 500. My goodness, what a match we have here. Big tank line, of course, coming out here from Luke Keats. It's going to be this Blotto alongside the Gnarl. Lots and lots of tank here with natural healing. You also have the Adorado in the background. Lots of damage on the Riplance, lots of damage on the Forest, but look at this ramp fight. Look at this slashing here on the side of Jonakino. The underdog here, but they have the rogues, which has notoriously been problematic here for a lot of players. Can it get the job done? That is the absolute money shot there for the ramp fights, but it actually gets healed up pretty well immediately. It got so much value, but it's still not going to be enough. It's not the end here for Jonakino, but it is still extremely close. 5 health separates Jonakino from elimination, but they will be able to get first dibs. What do they want? They pick up the Scarabok. They do get, I believe that is the air composite. I'm broken out, can't quite actually type, or not type, but click on the augment, but I believe that's the air one. And maybe some sort of 6 air swap. Is that even going to be necessarily something you want to do? Meanwhile, Luke Keats just looking for more tank. Normally I would avoid the sit down like the plague, but if you're just trying to tank, sure enough, fair enough, get the job done, do it. One more time for Jonakino, unless they can turn this around. They managed to get that 6 air, actually. They did end up going for it. So this Malura, not only is it a tanky little bugger, it is going to be evasive at that. Try and deal with this Riplance for maybe a little bit longer. What about the slashing though? What about the ramp fight? Can they get the job done? That Fernite is going to get immediately murked here by this Penguin. The healer, the Adorado, is going to fall in as well. Here comes the ramp fight. It takes care of the Gnarl. It takes care of the Blotto. They've broken through the front line, but the Forest has been completely left alone. It's trying to take down this ramp fight. It is going to be able to do so. It's all up to the Penguin. Does it have the Omnivamp necessary? It does not. So with that, Luke Keats, congratulations on your victory here in game number 3. Oh my goodness, so this means that I have no idea where anybody is until we actually take a look at the final results. Gonna take a timeout here for a couple of moments. I do not want to speculate. I kind of want to wait a little bit and make things official. I would hate to call something out and it not actually be the case. As my headphones scream at me one more time. I'm trying to grip onto these things as a struggle in its own right. Hate to leave you in suspense, but my goodness, what a semifinal we have had. And to think that this was going to be off stream. Absolute sacrilege. Let's see. Throw it over. Hopefully for one final time. Get the music back going here real quick. We wait in anticipation. What could possibly be our final bit. This is still off of 2 games. This is not updated. Of course, even then, pause. Ooh, boy. What a day. Of course, while I await for the lobbies to get updated, actually, I do want to see, is that other game still going? It is not, so okay. We, in theory, will know who our grand finalists are momentarily. Well, that actually worked out. I told my wife I'd be done at 5, and well, it's 4:56, so that was pretty good time and not bad at all. Big shoutouts, of course, to the Illuvium admins and tournament organizers, especially from quarterfinals onward. Yous were flying with setting these things up, and I definitely thank yous. Great job today. Also, before we do, of course, take a look at the our possible grand finalists, of course, unofficial results. But big thank you to everybody for tuning in and for the support throughout the stream and then throughout just me making content here for Illuvium as a whole. Everybody's been very, very pleasant to be with and extremely supportive. Whether it be for my casting or for content, everybody's been very, very positive, and I thank you, because that is not found anywhere near enough on the internet. And as much as this is work, I do have fun doing it, so thank you all for tuning in. Alright, let's try this again. Unofficial results. Unofficial results. Oh my goodness. Okay. In regards to lobby number 1, as it stands right now, again, unofficial results is very well could change. It shows Web3 Gaming leading the charge here alongside OLA's Gazera. Lukeets has made it with that win. And then Narkish had the tiebreaker with Jonakino. But because Narkish won Lobby 1, Game 1, they win the tiebreaker. So Narkish, the chance of somebody being a repeat winner outside of Slick's hype is still a possibility here for Narkish, squeaking in 4th place. On the other side, Fury Hype does end up clutching up 1st place in that lobby. Maru will be joining us alongside Soda Hype and I'm a Fishy Hype. An absolute heartbreaker here for OLA to show that it started off the lobby as the winner, but could not hold the top 4. Same thing with Nico, was in second, started off so strong, but could not get the job done. And then Thanatos, they actually won that last game and gave themselves their best possible opportunity to get into the grand finals. But it is not going to be enough. So there you have it. Your grand finalists unofficially. Web3 Gaming, or Web3 Gaming TV Hype, Ole Gazera, Luke Keats from Team Sura, Narkish, Fury Hype, Maru, Soda Hype, and I'm a Fishy Hype. Alright, so hype check. That is half of the grand final is going to be Team Hyperion. Ole on the board there with Gazera. And we know that Gazera wants another crack at this. I believe in the last IPL 500, I think they were the one that went up against Slicks that kind of played spoiler to Slicks winning because the Monarch went Super Saiyan. They had a rough first 2 games, but then ended up winning the last one, but it was too far gone. Gazera getting another shot at this is going to be absolutely wonderful. Luke Keats, I think it's going to be a first appearance for them in this grand final. And of course, like I said, Narkish, first time that they're in this, our first opportunity at being a repeat winner for IPL outside of just Slicks. They're the only one that can be a repeat winner here. I'm a Fishy sneaking in there as well. Got second in the first IPL 250. Maybe this is their opportunity to score the win where the big money is, or the bigger money is, because of course there is still IPL 1000s, but we haven't quite gotten there yet. With that being said, it is time for me to close up shop here for tonight. Rest up as much as possible. You will see me on Illuvium stream tomorrow for the grand finals cast. We got a best of 4. It's going to be myself, Illumination, Paz, and then possibly one other commentator going to be doing this grand final. It'll be an exciting time. We've got lots to talk about. I'm very, very thankful to have been able to have the opportunity to stream this as well, because now I've got all the context in the world, and I will play storyteller as best as I can throughout this Illuvium broadcast tomorrow. Gonna rest up one more time. Big thank you for everybody for tuning in. I do stream twice a week during the morning my time anyway now, from 10 to 1 on Monday and Wednesday. And pretty much all of my content nowadays is Illuvium. So if you want to stick around, come hang out again, by all means, whether it's a sub or a follow, depending on the platform you're on. Would love to have you come back around. If not, that is a-okay. I will see you tomorrow on Illuvium stream for the grand final. Have a great night, great morning, whatever happens to be. Either way, I'll see you tomorrow at 2 UTC.